pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh, and he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse their soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist is as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and open sesame, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you'll love me. Resist as rise I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. Resist as rise I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. Hey,
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong wrong with me but must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Hello, folks. Hello, boaters. How we doing, fellow sailors? Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Metatayahu. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Stout Man. Hello, Milk Toast. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello. I already said hello to you, Statman. Hello, Somniostatic. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, W and G Fan. Hello, I am Lem. Hello, Big Roy. Hello, KG Bogula. Hello, A-Cab Includes Tone Please. Hello, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Hello, Ocean Forest. Hello, Sophie Bliss. Hello, Erica. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Quasi-Spec. Hello, VCC TV. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Zeke. Zeke the Beast. The Beast. Hello. How we all doing? Voting on election day because I enjoy suffering? Ha! Hello, Stardust Bun. Get on Riverboat and vote Jack in the PV thing? I don't know what that means. Hello, John Thomas. Hello, V. Hello, one and all. I've got my delicious energy beverage. It's tea and lemonade and lion's mane mushrooms. Enough of that. All right. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? PV is gamifying election stuff. I'm like tangentially aware of that entire effort, but I'm not directly involved, sadly. They had some budgetary snafus, and had to not have me aboard, unfortunately. But you all should still get involved in PV, okay? They're doing good work. Like a caffeinated Arnold Palmer? Basically, yeah. That's basically what these are. It's like black tea or maybe even green tea and lemonade. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. And only 25 calories for a can, which is really nice. I'm following a Twitter account that's catching Republican voter fraud. Neat. Monster Mango Fiesta. Monster Mango Fiesta is okay. It used to be my go-to, and then I discovered Aussie lemonades. Oh, guys. We have so much content to cover and so little time in which to cover it and then edit it and then get it out before Election Day. Kev from Mars, hello! So guys, up front, we've got 2 more Project 2025 videos to do, okay? We are 2 videos away from finishing all 14 hours of Project 2025 training. You've almost been certified to overthrow the administrative state. Hey, Dragovich Recordis, how you doing? And we're gonna cover those today. Okay, it's gonna take us a hot minute, but we're gonna do our best. And I do want to preface by saying that I made thumbnails for those videos already. I pre-made the thumbnails, and in order to make the thumbnails, I had to get screenshots of the people in the videos, right? And so that means I saw approximately like 5 seconds of each video, just clicking on a random portion of the video. And the first one we're gonna cover, I shit you not, had at this particular moment I randomly clicked in the video, had the main guy say, all those liberal regulations, get rid of them. Let nothing live. And that is all I've seen of that video, but I feel like it perfectly encapsulates everything about Project 2025 that's absolutely terrifying. You know? It's like, it just, yeah, absolutely unhinged. You know? So we're gonna cover those. And the other thing is that I'm gonna break a promise to you guys. I know I said I wouldn't talk about Anna Kasparian anymore, but we're gonna have to talk about Anna Kasparian and fascism. And I may or may not just read out loud to you guys the entire fascism essay as part of that segment, because I feel like you guys, when I say go read it, many of you don't. So I'm just going to sit here and read it to you like a terrifying bedtime story. Okay? We'll cover it. So please forgive me. I'm just letting you know in advance that I am doing that. Okay? You have D&D in 30 minutes? Trans Girl Jade, first of all, hello. And second of all, have fun at D&D. Can you read it to us in a scary Spooktober voice? No. My voice hurts from talking for 7 hours last night. Hello, Hand of Vecna. Can you read it in a spooky voice? I don't have that in me today, I'm sorry. It'd be amazing to read that while playing clips of MAGA demonstrating it. Honestly, yeah. Can you put spooky music on in the background? I don't have DMCA free spooky music handy, sorry.
0.
If somebody wants to edit it as their own video, they could certainly do that. Datura dude, thank you for kicking us off with a $5 dono, which conveniently allows me to bring up that if we hit 50 subs this stream, I'll preview my election day outfit for you guys. It's pretty good. I'll make myself look fancy and put on my election day outfit, okay? No copyright-free spooky music on YouTube. The thing is, Zula Gotia, I don't trust the music that calls itself copyright-free, because inevitably, what winds up happening is that the copyright-free music winds up turning into copyrighted music like 2 years later, which has resulted in a not insubstantial number of my old VODs becoming monetized, not for me, but for other people. And frankly, I despise when my work is monetized entirely for other people. You know? How about a villainess voice? Look, just let me live. So, I'm going to throw this up on screen, okay? Do. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, damn it. Damn it. God damn it. My streaming software sucks ass. Boop. There we go. Make it a little bit longer. Okay. There we go. We'll bold it, and we'll add an outline. There we go. Whew! We doing the work. It's OBS. I don't use OBS. I use XSplit, which is even more ass than OBS, but I paid for a lifetime license to use it. I'm gonna goddamn use it. Hello, Darth Gently. Beep boop. XSplit, haven't heard that name in a long time, and that's because it's not very great. I wish it was a lot better than it is. Hello, everyone. How we doing? How we all doing? Oh. Oof. Full disclosure, I went to bed at like 6:30 in the morning I guess this morning, and I slept until noon. I got up and went back to work. I have not stopped working except to sleep and to go get food. It's been a time over at Riverboat HQ. So I'm going to do my best. But also, just as a heads up, folks, be kind to your trans and, like, marginalized creators as we get close to the election here. Like, it sucks. Like, it sucks to be, like, some of the most visible, politically active folks. And people feel like we're more accessible. It's rough. Takes a mental toll. You know, it's getting to Dead Domain. It's getting to me. It's getting to a lot of us, you know? So be kind. Whew. Hello, Starry the Bard. You need personal time off after this election? We'll see. Let me put it this way. I feel like if Trump wins, I'm gonna need that time off real bad. If Trump loses, maybe we'll do like a couple streams about the aftermath of what's been going on. Darth Gently, thank you for gifting a membership. Look at that. Doubling the amount of support we've had so far this stream. Paid time off? You guys think where would I get paid time off from? I don't have some kind of fund. I only get money when I do streams. Uh. Just saying. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was doing well enough to just like fuck off for a while. Whew. Hello, Draconics. Okay. What should we start with? Mm-mm-mm. Do 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 do. Okay, we're cutting a few of these segments because
As
we
an
just
aside,
don't have
I've
time.
been messing with Hero Forge and made figures of John Brown and some cartoon characters. Plus one of you.
Tiralana, thank you for the $10 super chat, and that's pretty badass. I hope my figure looks good. Bringing us up to 4 subs. So I actually money bet on Harris to win. All right. I cannot condone gambling on the outcome of the election. I not financial advice, etc., etc., etc. Hello, Ellen Smith. I am tired. All right. Whew. Okay. Oh, folks. So much to do, so little time. Let's start with an addendum to a story from yesterday. So, folks, remember yesterday we talked about these ballot boxes being attacked, right? Well, it turns out that police have been able to figure out how the fires were started, and that, in fact, these are connected to other ballot box attacks that have occurred all across the area. And it's pretty interesting here. Police say the man behind ballot box fires has metalworking experience and might plan more attacks because they've been able to reverse engineer his, incendiary devices. But it gets weirder. It gets weirder, guys. Hold on. The man suspected of setting fires in ballot drop boxes in Oregon and Washington state is experienced in metalworking, maybe planning additional attacks. Police said that the individual they're looking for has a wealth of experience in metal fabrication and welding. And not only that, they believe they're looking for a white man, age 30 to 40, balding or with very short hair, and who drives a black or dark-colored 2001 to 2004 Volvo S60. And this part is interesting. The incendiary devices were marked with the message "Free Gaza," according to law enforcement official who spoke to the AP on the condition of anonymity. A third device placed at a different drop box in Vancouver earlier this month also carried the words "Free Palestine" in addition to "Free Gaza." However, police are currently trying to determine if this was, included in order to sow confusion to the attacks or to try and place blame. It is right now. It's just weird. I do think that it's probably to throw aspersions, you know, to throw authorities off the trail. But like, didn't this guy get caught already? No, not as far as I know. This story is only from 5 o'clock today. So this was updated as of an hour and a half ago. But yeah, the one in Colorado did get caught. But this one, not so much. Not yet. So it could just be a rando. I mean, it could just be a rando, but he's very specifically targeting ballot drop boxes. You know, like there's been a string of these attacks in the area. And frankly, it's a direct attack on our democratic institutions. To me, this smells like MAGA. This smells like, you know, fringe militiaman from like the what is it? Is it the Greater Idaho movement? What's it called? The Greater. Is that what it's called? Greater Idaho? Yeah. To me, it's like one of those guys that is like a secessionist that wants to sow a lot of chaos in the election. If you don't know what Greater Idaho is, by the way, it is a movement of fringe, far-right nut jobs, lunatics, who have formed a bunch of militia networks in and around Idaho and who want to secede from the United States. It is insane. So a terrorist then? I mean, I don't know if this person is a terrorist exactly, but I would describe this to be like a pretty direct attack on our democratic system. You could probably call that terrorist. Yeah. Terroristic, maybe. Yeah. No, it's not even it's not vandalism. It's more serious than that. Like, it's not even, it's more serious even than normal arson. Like, they're burning specifically the mechanism that makes our democracy work. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
If you don't secede at first, cry again.
Thank you so goddamn much. That brings us up to 9 subs of our 50 sub goal. Let's go. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. Luckily, damage has been limited to around, I believe the number is under 500 votes have been damaged. However, I'm just going to share this with you guys. If you are one of those people who voted in the area or who dropped off ballots, or you know someone who did, and you're unsure about your ballot status in this area, please check it. All you have to do is go to www.votewa.gov, and you can check the status of your ballot, make sure it's all accepted, etc. And yeah. Oh, Valerian Damocles Marcellus. You'll find people in the Greater Idaho movement who, you know, want differing levels of it, but the vast majority of the movement calls for secession from the United States. They found the guy. They didn't find the guy in Washington yet. They are looking. They have a profile of him, but they don't know who he is yet. So they're still looking. Yes, as a Washingtonian, this is indeed checkable. And also, if you're worried about your ballot and you cast it early in a ballot box, there should be mechanisms online that allow you to check the status of your ballot. So if you're worried, if these arson incidents are worrying you, you can go check. There is still time to go check and see, and to go cast a ballot if indeed yours is one that was burned up. So, just letting you guys know, there's still time to fix this. Unless you're the arsonist, in which case you're pretty screwed. Like you're probably facing many years in prison. So I hope it was worth it. What's a secessionist to do? Yeah, I mean, they have so much video of his vehicle, of his image. Yeah. He'll get the Medal of Freedom if Trump wins. That's true. If he does win, he'll instantly get pardoned. That's the population of rural Idaho, which is like 75% of the state. True. True. Hello, Krista Star. How you doing? All right, guys. We did one. Short and sweet. Short and sweet, folks. We do have to talk about a pretty serious story, though. So, prep yourselves. Guys, I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's this war happening in Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine, apparently, years ago. And that's still been going on. It's not
Who's
great.
ready for the Randall Terry 50-state sweep?
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. But guys, we have some disturbing developments in Ukraine. And those disturbing developments are that North Korean troops are being deployed to Ukraine. Roughly 15,000 have been detached to be deployed in Ukraine. They are apparently, according to intelligence, wearing Russian uniforms. And, yeah, that's not great. 'Cause, yeah, they signed a joint defense agreement. Yeah, like, it's not that surprising, but it is discouraging. Like, one of the few things, like, North Korea and Russia have are just a lot of bodies to throw at a problem, and it seems like that's what they're going to do with Ukraine. Why? Well, because North Korea is a pariah state, and if they can do something as simple as sacrificing 15,000 soldiers to solidify an ally in Russia, they'll do that in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? They have one of the largest standing armies on Earth. Like, how big is it? North Korean army size. Yeah, they have 1.3 million active military personnel. So, like, 15,000 troops is nothing to them. They can literally, they could just, like, erase those people's names from their, like, government registration offices and never skip a beat. They're all getting sent to the grinder. Well, yeah, basically. The entire point is almost symbolic to solidify, you know, their relationship with Russia. And that's 15,000 Russians that don't have to go into the meat grinder, you know? Wonder how many of them are going to defect? Honestly, there's probably a decent number that would be willing to, but you have to remember, like, the people in North Korea are indoctrinated to believe that their leader is a god, you know? Like, they're indoctrinated to believe that, like, if they get captured by Americans, that's basically tantamount to being captured by demons. You know, you're going to be tortured for eternity if you get captured by American or Ukrainian or Western military, you know? And if you defect, like, they have your entire family, you know? It's a military dictatorship. They can just, like, summarily execute your entire family for disloyalty. A number have already deserted, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't seen those stories. It wouldn't be surprising to me. Russian troops also desert, but keep in mind, it's also very difficult to desert. Like, that's not an easy thing to do when you're, you know, in a combat zone. Shai Halud, where have you been? Also, hello, Emir Alpaslan. So it's a disturbing development, to be sure. Like, the last thing you want to see is two nuclear powers allying with one another, especially because that has pretty grave consequences geopolitically for South Korea. Like, South Korea is not super happy about North Korea suddenly having a gigantic ally. You know? Gods, we're fucked. I don't think we're fucked. It's just one of those things where it's like, this isn't gonna end anytime soon. You know, if they have access to North Koreans' stockpile that they've been just churning out artillery shells for like the last, you know, 80 years, and they have access to Korean military personnel, it's gonna be a much longer conflict. You know? Like, this allows them militarily to continue indefinitely, as far as I can tell. And not only that, really the only thing that would kind of bring this conflict to an end is like internal strife within Russia at this point. And well, they're also heading towards military dictatorship territory. So we'll see if that happens. Will Russia collapse when it's all over? I don't know. I can't even begin to speculate. I thought Russia was going to come to its senses a long time ago, and that hasn't happened. So, you know, I'll eat crow on that prediction. We need to give Ukraine more. I agree. Isn't Putin actively dying from brain cancer right now? I also don't know. There's been so many rumors for such a long time that Putin's like, he's got Alzheimer's, he's got Parkinson's, he's got poison, he's got cancer. You know, people are always saying there's something wrong with Putin, and you know, he still seems to be alive and evil. So, you know, who knows? Thought he had cancer? I don't think he does. But yeah, I do think that the whole no new wars, you know, stands that Donald Trump has, probably, again, and I keep bringing this up, Donald Trump wanted to nuke North Korea, guys. Like, do we really want to elect that guy as tensions escalate with North Korea? Do you think that would be a good idea? He wanted to nuke North Korea and then try and blame another country for it. It's actually insane. This guy should not be anywhere close to power on this particular issue alone, let alone the reams of lists you could write about other things he shouldn't be near, like women in general. Like, list every woman. He also wanted to nuke Iran. He wanted to nuke our hurricane. Yeah, he's wanted to nuke a lot of things. It's true. He shouldn't be allowed around children. True. Anyway, just an update from Ukraine. Sadly, it's, you know, it's getting interesting in a negative way, I guess. Interestingly, I do believe Ukraine has been holding on to Russian territory since their incursion into Kursk. So that's kind of fascinating. Was it Kursk? Am I mixing up my Russian provinces? Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, they have seized territory in Kursk. Cool. I am correct. I am a genius. Anyway, moving on. I've heard that Russia is slowly taking it back, though. I mean, that's not surprising. Really, it was more a PR blow to Russia than anything else. It's not like they took a bunch of, like, super valuable stockpiles or anything. I didn't hear him wanting to nuke North Korea or Iran. Yeah, here. Let's just throw this up there real quick. I keep bringing it up. This is from last year. That, you know, it's worth mentioning. Trump discussed using a nuclear weapon on North Korea in 2017 and blaming it on someone else. This is coming from his former chief of staff. Trump continued to talk as if he wanted to go to war. He cavalierly discussed the idea of using a nuclear weapon against North Korea, saying that if he took such an action, the administration can blame someone else for it to absolve itself of responsibility. Insane. Insane lunatic. Okay, moving right along. We just got some short stories here. This was fascinating, okay? This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. So, CNN did a shoot at a black barbershop in Georgia, right? Now, one of the major hurdles Kamala Harris has to overcome in her journey to the White House is the fact that she's a woman. This hasn't actually been talked about that much this election. Weirdly enough, it was talked about ad nauseum during Hillary Clinton's run for president. But, like, Kamala Harris really hasn't brought it up that much. And therefore, like, commentators haven't really brought it up as much. It hasn't really been, like, a mainstay of the discourse around the presidential election. But it does still play into a lot of voter perception. You know, there is an inbuilt portion of patriarchal folks who just don't believe that women can or should be leaders. Which, you know, we don't tend to talk about that a whole lot, about how, like, there's just this really deeply ingrained idea that women need to be subservient, you know, that they can't give orders, that they can't be in charge. And, well, that gets brought up at this barbershop, and what happens after that is actually incredible. Okay?
One topic of conversation has been the idea that some men don't want to vote for a woman president. Do you think that's a factor?
I hear that a lot.
Yeah. What do they say?
Women are too emotional to run the country.
What do you think of that?
What do I think of that? I'm married. You think I'm about to answer that?
But what do you say to them?
What do I say to them?
Yeah, when they say that.
I tell them the same thing I told you. I'm married, so, and my wife run my household, so, you know what? If they run the household like that, they could. I believe they can do it. I just thought about it. I believe a woman could run the presidency. I believe that.
One topic.
Like, what you're seeing right there is a guy actually engaged for the first time in his life with the idea that women might actually be able to be in charge of something. Like, he's never been, like, that question has never occurred to him before. You know? And he's like, I can't answer that, because at the beginning of this conversation, his answer was very clearly like, nah, women can't run the presidency. But then he like makes that next step. He's like, wait a minute.
Less than 3.
Audion Visual, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Let's go. But you can see him be like, oh man, I can't say that. My wife's in charge of my household. And then he's like, wait a minute, my wife's in charge of my household. That means a woman can be in charge of a household, and if they can be in charge of a household, they can be in charge of a country. Like, it's crazy to see it actually unfold in real time. Yeah, it's honestly, he just thought himself into a feminist position. He just was like, wait a minute, maybe patriarchy doesn't make sense. Huh. Yeah, you know, they are capable, and like it's really wonderful to see. Because like that's just the fundamental prospect of like respecting women as people, is understanding that they can indeed be capable of all of the same jobs men are. So you know what? Good on that guy. Good on that guy for like being confronted with a question he didn't have the answer to, and rather than lashing out in a reactionary way, he sat and he thought about it, and he realized that his preconceived notion was wrong. It's so rare to see that. But like, it's beautiful. I love seeing it. It makes me believe we can be better. Makes me believe people can improve, you know? What if men are incapable of any jobs? Perish the thought. I don't know. It makes me hopeful. You know, it's one of those small stories from this election where I'm like, you know what? Maybe things can get better. You know? And I think we need to really hold on as, you know, tensions ratchet up as we get closer to the election. We really need to hold on to that fundamental hope that things can get better. I truly believe that, you know? It's that hope is what keeps our entire movement of progressive leftist ideas alive. It's what keeps us going. It's what makes engaging in this election worthwhile. It's what keeps us away from doomer politics. You know, it's what keeps us away from this idea that we should make things worse on purpose, because if we make things worse on purpose, you know, then we can make our utopia. No, let's make things better on purpose. Let's continue making things better on purpose until they're the best we can make them, you know? I don't know. I love to see it, folks. You love to see it. Joe Burtis Maximus. Oh, white names in chat. Okay. Anyway, just a little dose of hopium, just a tiny one. Before I crush it. So guys, in case you've forgotten, the Supreme Court is deeply, deeply conservative leaning. And that means that they make insane rulings. And today they made one of the more insane ones. Which is, well, let's keep purging Virginia's voter rolls. like this is an actually insane decision here, okay? The Supreme Court's conservative majority on Wednesday left in place Virginia's purge of voter registrations that the state says is aimed at stopping people who are not U.S. citizens from voting. And as we covered in a story yesterday, the people who are being targeted on the voter rolls are just people with Hispanic-sounding names. That's it. They're not confirmed non-citizens. They're just people that volunteers for conservative ops deem suspicious on the basis of their names. Surely there has to be a time limit on that, one would think. One Virginian whose registration was canceled despite living in the state her entire life called the purge a very bad October surprise. They granted an emergency appeal from Virginia's Republican administration led by Governor Glenn Youngkin, and the court provided no rationale for its action. You don't say. They didn't even bother justifying their ruling. They just did it. Okay, guys? And this is what makes Donald Trump so dangerous. And I know some people on the left have been lulled into a sense of complacency here that, like, oh, the Supreme Court, we haven't heard from them in a while. They're just, they're just, eating shrimp or whatever. They're dominated by conservatives. They are bought and paid for. We've literally had story after story about how conservative justices are taking hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars from billionaire politicians as friendly gifts, okay? We've had stories about how Supreme Court justices had their wives directly involved in the attempt to overthrow democracy on January 6th. There have been no repercussions whatsoever. They've given the position of the president complete and utter immunity from basically any kind of prosecution. And this has a potential to be completely abused going forward here. The justices acted on Virginia's appeal after a federal judge found that the state illegally purged more than 1,600 voter registrations in the past 2 months. A federal appeals court had previously allowed the judge's order to remain in effect. Yeah. And honestly, the AP's coverage of this is abhorrent to me as well. The specter of immigrants voting illegally has been a main part of the political messaging this year from former President Donald Trump and other Republicans, even though such voting is rare in American elections. And it's like, this has been the mainstay of Republican messaging on elections for like 40 goddamn years. It's not just this election cycle. It's every election cycle. And you know what? They've had decades upon decades upon decades to actually prove that it's an issue, and it's just not. Because they don't have the evidence. They've put commissions together. They've given attorneys general broad, sweeping authority to investigate these claims, and they have never been able to substantially validate their premise that millions of undocumented immigrants are illegally voting. Or even millions of non-citizen voters are illegally voting. Or even that millions of, American voters are illegally voting. They haven't been able to prove a single claim that substantial numbers of people are voting illegally. Here. Rena Shaw, 22, of Chesterfield, Virginia, said she was born in Virginia, has lived in the state her whole life, and has never left the U.S. Shaw thinks she may have forgotten to check a citizenship box on a form when she was updating her voter registration at the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles while getting her learner's permit. My first reaction was that this was just ridiculous, and it shouldn't have been allowed in October of all months. It should have been something that happened 6 months before the election rather than on the eve of it, she said. Because again, yeah, if it happens right before the election, there's not really much you can do about it in some states, you know? We're really right up against the election. It's less than a week out, guys. The National Voter Registration Act requires a 90-day quiet period ahead of elections for the maintenance of voter rolls so that legitimate voters are not removed from the rolls by bureaucratic errors or last-minute mistakes that cannot be quickly corrected. Youngkin issued his order on August 7th, the 90th day before the November 5th election. It required daily checks of data from the Department of Motor Vehicles against voter rolls to identify people who are not U.S. citizens. Like, it's really crazy. One example is Nadra Wilson, who lives in Lynchburg, Virginia, and told NPR she got swept up in the purge. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. I'm a citizen, Wilson said, before showing her American passport as proof of her citizenship. Like, I know it might not seem like a big deal. Oh, it's only 1,600 votes, right? But that's how the Republicans do it. That's how they do it on every level. You know, they chip away here, they chip away there. They take small bites out of your voter rights. You know, they throw one tiny wrench in that gear, one in that one. And soon, it turns out that they've shaved off enough votes to effectively gerrymander a state. 1,600 votes is a lot. That can mean the difference between winning or losing a county. It can mean, like, it is one of these things where it's like, there's no justification for this. And if there was, the SCOTUS would have included it. They couldn't even bother to think of one. So, anyway, they're doing their best to run away with this election, folks, on every single level of civic engagement. And it cannot be allowed to succeed. At least Virginia is going blue, and the loss of 1,600 votes is going to change that. It's the only good thing. But that's the point I'm just trying to make, Alan Smith. It's not just the loss of 1,600 votes. It's all of the other roadblocks they put up too. It's all of the other ones. You know, like, it's not just 1,600 votes. It's the, you know, certain percentage of voters that aren't going to turn up because voter ID is a requirement. It's the certain percentage of voters that are going to be dissuaded by the, you know, dubious claims of, you know, electoral fraud. It adds up. It adds up. This is just really weird and concerning. Yeah. And I would guess that we might see a number of SCOTUS decisions, both now and after the election, that might seem incredibly abnormal. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Okay, folks. By the way, if you do have trouble focusing, lion's mane mushroom powder really helps. Not trying to hawk any like Brain Force Plus pills on you, but I've started taking it as a supplement, and it really does help me focus a bit more. I mix it in with my energy beverage, and I'm able to go for a lot longer. Whew! All right, folks, we've officially been going for over an hour. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos. Currently, folks, what is our total at the moment? Let me dig this out. All right. We are at 16 out of 50. That's where we're at. If we hit 50 subs this stream, I will give you guys a preview of my election day outfit. It's very good, I think.
A buddy of mine had a proposal to expand the court to 40+ members and have 7 randomly selected for each case, with up to 2 rejections per side per case.
You know, honestly, like, I'm open to all kinds of ways of reforming this. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki, getting us in striking distance of the halfway mark. Let's go! But, like, I at this point, I'm open to any kind of format to expanding the court. I'm open to that. Like, what I want more than anything is the court to be expanded, and then for Joe Biden to issue an executive order, use his like super legal powers that he has at the moment to effectively expand the court, and then like I don't know, like seal away his power so that other presidents in the future don't just have immunity from prosecution, because that's insane. That should not be conscioned in our system, you know?
Basically, you'd never get a guaranteed setup for your case, and the rest could revise out-of-date statutes.
Yeah, like, I do think that would be a really good system, right? Like, I also think that appointments shouldn't be for life. I think we really need a better system of cycling through judges. Like, maybe there needs to be like a cutoff age that one can bank on. I don't know. But I do think that like we need a system that cuts off judges after a certain period of time. Like some kind of term limit or some kind of age limit, maybe. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Over halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Let's go. Okay. If you liked any Elon tweets, you can never be a judge. True. Hey, Tori. Hey, Josh. All right, folks. Now, I did preface this at the beginning of stream. I did say I was going to break a promise to you guys. And that promise that is going to be broken is that I'm going to talk about Anna Kasparian one last time. Okay? We're doing it one last time. I thought that the previous one, we did like a 2-hour segment breaking down her evolution over time. It's on the YouTube channel if you want to watch it. I thought it was pretty good. But honestly, like as we've gotten closer to the election, she's gotten so much more unhinged than I actually thought possible. So, we'll talk about it. Last call for subs and donos before we jump into the segment, before I press the segment button. Oh, God. Also, just so you know, YouTube viewers, I know that there are over 200 of you watching right now on YouTube. We have less than 50 likes. Go rectify it. Go like the stream. Click that button, you freeloaders. Let's go. Okay. This is not going to be fun. Well, maybe it will be. I'll try and have fun with it. I'll do my best. God, it just sucks so much. Yeah, I was so happy to have had her on the show. And now it feels more like a albatross around my neck. Crystal Hazer, hello. Okay. Here we go. Just bringing this up. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. All right. So, folks, there's this woman named Anna Kasparian, right? And she hosts TYT, the Young Turks, one of the largest left-wing progressive networks on the internet. It's quite large. Millions of people subscribe to the channel. It's significant, to say the least. And for a lot of people on the left, TYT was an introduction into leftism. It was an introduction to left-wing ideas, an introduction to, righteous indignation at abuses of a system against, the working people, the little guy. And, for a lot of people, it led to their radicalization to being like leftists rather than just, progressive liberals. And I did a whole segment over on the YouTube channel. I thought it was going to be definitive. That was the last I was going to say about Anna Kasparian. But to sum it up, in case you don't want to go watch a very lengthy video, though I highly encourage you to do so, Anna Kasparian, over time, has shifted from being, a progressive, maybe even someone you could call a socialist, to now a liberal centrist teetering on the verge of outright conservatism. And this transition has occurred over the course of like 2 years. And it's been deeply disappointing to see. As I had her on my show, she shouted me out on the Young Turks. It's something that I was very proud of. I used it actually as my channel trailer for a while. But she's been going down this darker path for a hot minute, and I've had to be critical of her. And I would really rather just mind my business, but unfortunately she is such a large figure in the progressive left circles that it's really difficult to just kind of not address it, And so, well, I saw this clip floating around from the TYT show that aired yesterday. And, well, I'll just play it, and we'll talk about it.
Notion of a fascist.
That's so loud. So loud. Okay.
Because look, if we're just gonna use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say wannabe dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors and I'd like to terminate the Constitution and bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
Trump's
no, his rhetoric is awful.
Okay, if you don't want to be called fascist, stop saying fascist things. It's not that hard.
Okay.
Not that hard. Oh, here, let me have dinner with Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, Kanye, who's a Nazi, and let me say there's good people on the Nazi side. Oh, it could be pro-Confederate guys. Might be guys who are pro-slavery who are good guys. Let me do all of these things. Let me say that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, a Nazi term that is only used in the past by Nazis, and then say I'm gonna ban Muslims, I'm gonna do this and this and this to all the other ethnic groups, and then go, oh, I can't believe you called me a fascist. No, he is a fascist. I'm very happy to call him a fascist.
All right. There.
All right. All right, I'm not gonna get back into it.
So, I wanted to play that through without saying anything because we're gonna go through and break this down a little bit, bit by bit. But I think you needed to see the whole thing because that that was a shocking display of ignorance on a topic that she has spent like a decade talking about. Like, the fact that like Cenk over here is getting rightfully indignant is, I mean, on this topic in particular, I don't think it's ignorance. I think it is ignorance. I think it's willful ignorance. I think that she used to be aware of certain facts, and I think she has, you know, moved away from accepting those facts or acknowledging those facts. You know, we have clips of her in the past acknowledging all of these points. But let's break this down.
Notion of a fascist. Because look, if we're just gonna use fascist toward anyone we dislike, all right, then the word doesn't actually mean anything.
Okay, but that's not what's happening here. This isn't like internet, like slap fights where you call like some rando a fascist. That we know what Donald Trump stands for. We've known what he stands for years. There are reports of him loving Hitler. Right after Kanye talked about how he loved Hitler and the Nazi movement, Donald Trump had dinner with him and Nick Fuentes, an out-and-out neo-Nazi. Like, he called neo-Nazis very good people. Like, his ex-wife said that he slept with a book of Hitler speeches on his bedside table. Like, outside of like the very obvious connections here, outside of wishing he had generals like Hitler's generals, you know, he's literally attempted to seize power in the government. He has threatened to use the military on the American people. He did attempt to use the military on the American people when he was president. I mean, let's break it down here.
Okay, what do you want me to say, Anna? You want me to say wannabe dictator?
Sure, you can say wannabe dictator, but I don't even think he wants to be a dictator.
Oh.
He literally said that he would be a dictator on day one. Like, you can't say like, oh, well, he doesn't want to be a dictator. Like, no, he said it. He said that he wanted to be.
Of course he does. That's what you do when you lose an election and you go, oh, I got fake electors and I'd like to.
He talked about wanting to suspend the Constitution. He's been talking about how there needs to be one violent day.
Terminate the Constitution.
He wants to round up tens of millions of people and put them in concentration camps.
And bring out the tanks and use martial law against American citizens and shoot protesters. I mean, if that's not fascist, then I guess the word just shouldn't exist.
But was he able to do those things?
And again, whether or not he's able to do those things is not what qualifies him as a fascist. If a neo-Nazi skinhead is walking down the street, swastika tattoo, armband on, you can't be like, oh, well, you know, he's not a fascist because he's not literally the chancellor of Germany. like, you know, like he's not in control over America. Therefore, he's not a fascist. Like, that's the argument. It on its face is terrible and demonstrates a complete lack of understanding. And I know that she's smart. I know that she's intelligent. She literally taught journalism at the college level. So, like, I know that I don't know what this is, but I find it disturbing.
Trump's
No, his rhetoric is awful.
Okay, if you don't want to be called fascist, stop saying fascist things. It's not that hard.
Okay.
Not that hard.
And Cenk has an excellent point here. A rare time that I'll say that on a segment. But Cenk has an excellent point here, right? Which is that we can't read the contents of anybody's heart or mind. No one's a mind reader, okay? So when we say that person's a racist, Do we know that the person wearing, the Klan hood and robe is actually a racist? Do they actually have, hatred or prejudice against people of other races? We don't know that for a fact, but I think we can make a pretty educated guess based on their actions and their words, actually. I think we can make that educated mental leap to assume the content of their heart, And so when Donald Trump says fascist things over and over and over again, when he enacts fascist policies over and over and over again, when he attempts to seize power, well, we can make some assumptions off of that. We can make assumptions based on the fact that he fits every single criteria for being a fascist. When he surrounds himself with fascists, it's not difficult to read the room, as it were. I mean, for fuck's sake, everyone in that room is hailing their great leader, so, it's not subtle.
Oh, here, let me have dinner with Nick Fuentes, who's a Nazi, Kanye, who's a Nazi, and let me say there's good people on the Nazi side. Oh, it could be pro-Confederate guys. Might be guys who are pro-slavery who are good guys. Let me do all of these things. Let me say that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation.
Yeah, literally quoting Hitler. Literally quoting and paraphrasing Adolf Hitler. Oh, but he's not a fascist. Come on. Get serious.
A Nazi term that is only used in the past by Nazis, and then say, I'm gonna ban Muslims, I'm gonna do this and this and this to all the other ethnic groups, and then go, oh, I can't believe you called me a fascist. No, he is a fascist. I'm very happy to call him a fascist.
All right. There.
All right. All right, I'm not gonna get back into it.
And to be clear, I don't think that Anna's paid off. I know people keep saying it. I know that they keep saying she's been paid to hold these positions. I genuinely don't think that's the case. I don't think that she's been paid to have different opinions. I do think she has at least some integrity in that regard. But I do think that she has, for a variety of reasons, chosen willful ignorance to base her opinions on. I think that she listens to and gives undue respect and credence to right-wing and even far right-wing commentators that have, to her, normalized these farther right positions, that have normalized this idea of, well, you can't, you can't say that. It'll turn them into fascists if you call them fascists, Then why is she jealous of Hassan being successful? I don't know, and I don't care. Genuinely, I've spent hours talking about this. You guys have picked my brain on this over and over again. I can only tell you what I believe, and I don't believe that she's being paid to do this. I think that she gets love-bombed by the far right every time she espouses a conservative worldview. It's happening right now in her comments on Twitter. I think she gets love-bombed, and I think she is attracted to folks like Jesse Signal for, seeming to be reasonable on, controversial issues. I think she's been relatively lulled into a sense of security in a centrist position that makes her feel like, the enlightened centrist trope. Singal is such a douche. Yeah, he is. But in that circle of kind of, enlightened centrists who are actually conservatives, I think she's been suckered into it by the likes of like Joe Rogan and a lot of others, and she has come out the other side thinking that those positions are the reasonable ones and leftists are insane. And, to be fair, to extend a tiny bit of charity, leftists on Twitter are insane. There are a lot of insane leftists on Twitter who are mean-spirited, who will take things out of context, who will, smear you as a racist if you slip up on language, or like, I mean, like, fuck, I got smeared as a racist like 2 years ago for arguing that, hey, being bigoted towards mixed race people isn't okay. I said that, and people on the left got insanely angry at me. Okay? Like, let's not pretend there's not that element at play. But but that's not a justification to change your entire political schema, you know? And what we're seeing is like a shift here. And I mean, like, what happens here is just fascinating to me. This is one additional clip. Then we'll be done with clips for the segment. But here you go.
Trump can be both a racist and a fascist, just like Kamala can be Indian and black.
Guys, fascist means something.
What does it mean, Anna?
Okay, in order for someone to carry out a fascist presidency.
And I just want to stop right here, because the question she was asked was, what does fascism mean? What is a fascist? And instead of answering that question, she goes straight to how to do a coup, which is not the same thing.
Okay, the conditions in the country have to be very specific. Think about what led to the rise of Mussolini, okay? Following World War I, where you have a bunch of angry, aimless, poor people living in poverty.
And notice, like, I'm baffled by this. I'm baffled by this, dog. Like, this is wild.
Okay, you have the Great Depression. Like, I just need people to understand, like, you should be afraid of Trump, but I think the hyperbole is dangerous. It is encouraging people to carry out acts of violence. We need to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Trump can be both a racist.
She didn't answer the question, which to me feels like she doesn't know what fascism is. Like, to me, it seems to indicate she hasn't constructed like a concept of fascism. She is just reacting against the term being thrown out. I didn't follow that point A to B. That's because she didn't connect those points. She never defined fascism. She just switched over to, it can't be fascist because the conditions in America are not exactly the same as the conditions in Mussolini's Italy, which is just not a counter argument. It's not an answer to the question, what is a fascist? No, Alan Smith, that's the thing. She's not being intentionally ignorant. If you were being intentionally ignorant, you could come up with a better answer than that. She is a smart person. She is a highly educated professional with a decade of media experience. She is not an idiot, and this is not an example of her being intentionally ignorant. If it was, it would be better. She would have done a better job. This is her heart song. She's telling us what she actually believes. I don't think there is an effort here to be duplicitous. Let's stop making those aspersions, because frankly, it's starting to piss me off. Also, KF Logan, thank you very much for the raid. No Justice, thank you very much for the raid as well. Welcome, Raiders. You caught me in the middle of a segment here. We'll finish it up, but thank you. Hope you had a lovely stream. We're going to continue this. So, of course, all of this generated a lot of hubbub on Twitter. People commented. And Well, Anna Kasparian began to respond. I don't support Trump. I also don't think it's helpful to call him a fascist or a Nazi. Those words actually mean something beyond not liking a candidate. I also don't think listening to or reading the perspectives of conservative voters is a flaw or something I should feel ashamed of. So, notice that, like, this is also not saying that Trump isn't a fascist. This statement seems to just be saying it's not politically useful to call him a fascist. And, like, that could very well be true. If that was her argument, I'd be willing to grant that. But I don't think that's what her argument is, because she has subsequently posted again, which... Okay, fine, I'll bite. Fascism requires a militarized citizenry, conquest/imperialism, the elimination of our governing bodies like Congress, and the notion that anyone who isn't part of a master race should be massacred. Weird thing to label a guy who brags about not starting any new wars. He also passed criminal justice reform and personally pardoned black inmates who were serving life sentences for drug crimes who Obama was unwilling to pardon. But I'm the fucking stupid one. Okay. So, this is not consistent with any kind of definition of fascism that I have ever heard. Okay? I have never heard that imperialism or conquest is a prerequisite for being fascist. Generally, does fascism seek to expand outward? Yes. Does it always? No. Okay? Does it require a militarized citizenry? No. Like, you do not need a militarized citizenry. You just need an active, like, military. You know? Like, it doesn't mean all the citizens are in wartime mode. You know, like, an example of this might be, like, Francoist Spain, for example. Spain was very fascist. And Francisco Franco had a strong military. Was the entire population of Spain militarized? No. Like, these are not consistent. These are not consistent parts of fascism. These are traits that can be associated with fascism, but they are not always present in fascism. Okay? And I would also like to point out one thing, right? Elimination of our governing bodies. Does fascism tend to do that? I would grant that. I think fascism tends to consolidate power. And the notion that anyone who is not part of a master race should be massacred. This is not part of a fascist ideology. You can actually be a fascist without like being in favor of mass slaughter of civilians. That's actually possible to do, in fact. It is not a prerequisite. Notably, if we want to point out fascists, right, that didn't necessarily believe in that, a lot of the Nazi Party during its rise to power was not explicitly in favor of massacring Jewish people. They wanted to do mass deportations. Oddly enough, very similar to what we're hearing about. Oftentimes...
Notion of a fascist.
Oh, God.
Because look, if...
It just started playing. Sorry. But, like, often... Like, what happened was essentially the Nazi Party rose to power, and they wanted to do mass deportations of Jews and undesirables. And that wound up being very expensive. It wound up being unsustainable. It wound up being something that they needed a different solution for, a final solution. And that's what then led to the death camps. But even if you wanted to grant, right? Even if you wanted to grant that this is the functional definition of fascism, that this is like something that would stand up to scrutiny, which I do not believe it would. Let's break it down, okay? Let's break it down. Fascism requires a militarized citizenry. Well, what constitutes a militarized citizenry? Would you count the country that has more guns in it than people? Does that count as a militarized citizenry? Where every single person has the right to carry a weapon? What about a country that has a bunch of free-roaming militias or paramilitary groups that are operating largely without any kind of oversight whatsoever? Because you'll never guess what's currently going on over on Facebook. This is a new article from Wired that was just posted yesterday. Ahead of the election, anti-government militias are using Facebook to recruit, coordinate, training, and promote ballot box stakeouts.
Surprise Anna Kasparian jump scare. You do not approach a TYT anchor that way.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. But also, promote ballot box stakeouts. Meta isn't shutting their groups down and is even auto-generating pages for them. This is a persistent problem. White nationalism has been acknowledged by the FBI, by government agencies, to be the single greatest threat to US democracy, and literally nothing has been done to clamp down upon them. At all. And often these big tech outlets are in fact aiding them in their organizing efforts. Keep in mind, guys, do you remember that there was a white nationalist militia that tried to kidnap the governor of Michigan? They had a whole plan. They almost succeeded. They were going to bomb bridges and then execute the governor in the woods. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of groups like that across the United States. So, I would argue that we are very clearly, I think, meeting the requirement of a militarized citizenry. Let's take a look. Conquest/imperialism. There's a term for this called American Empire. America is an imperial force on the global stage. When we talk about America being a superpower with spheres of influence, we're talking about American Empire. When we're talking about geopolitical spheres of influence, oftentimes we're talking about America having a direct say via military, economic, or political means in the affairs of these other countries. This is... like, America is the biggest empire on the planet right now. Like, it's not even close. So, America is like basically the #1 imperial force on this planet right now. So to say that, like, oh, well, America doesn't really fall into that, it absolutely does. And Donald Trump is in favor of expanding that empire. Donald Trump wanted to nuke North Korea. He wanted to nuke Iran. He wanted to, like, are you kidding me? To say that, like, he's not in favor of imperialism or conquest, that's just ignoring his history of action. But let's continue looking here. The elimination of our governing bodies like Congress. So, that's very vague here. Elimination of our governing bodies like Congress. Well, we have a Supreme Court that's currently controlled by conservatives that has currently ruled that the president is above prosecution. And that basically makes the president completely unaccountable to Congress. And on top of that, we have Project 2025. And I know that Anna Kasparian does not care that much about Project 2025. She thinks the threat of it is overblown. However, we have almost completed every single video in the leaked training playlist from ProPublica. We as a channel have been going through it together. I have an entire playlist on my channel that by election day will have every single, have us going over every single Project 2025 training video. And so I can tell you, having sat through 14 hours, well, 12 and a half hours. We still have an hour and a half left to get through. But 12 and a half hours of training videos from Project 2025 for internal use only. I can tell you the explicit goal of this organization and this project is to destroy the administrative state, to get rid of any kind of bureaucratic barrier that might say no to Donald Trump, that might try to check Donald Trump's orders as they go through the system, that will try to deregulate. I said at the beginning of this stream, I pre-made a couple thumbnails for the last two Project 2025 training videos, okay? I jumped to a random portion of one of those videos, and I heard two sentences. Get rid of all of the liberal regulations, leave none left alive, or let none live. They want to gut any and all regulation that improves your life, that protects your groundwater, that protects the air you breathe, that protects your food, your medicine, okay? Every single regulation that ensures you have a quality of life worth living, they want to get rid of in order to facilitate the rise to power of their great Führer, okay? And that's just a portion of the project. It's not even the whole thing. But the entire premise, what these political appointees are being trained to do throughout Project 2025 is to say, yes, sir, Trump. Yes, sir. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, regardless of the legality. So I do think that this entire premise is fulfilled with the Donald Trump administration. They want to eliminate the administrative state. And if you listen to what they say, they admit it publicly. People have been saying that Elon Musk wants to cut $2 trillion from the government. Well, those cuts are people. Those are the people who make our bureaucracy function. The goal is to make the administrative state completely collapse so that power consolidates on the presidency. That's the goal. It's not that hard to figure out if you've been paying attention. And finally, we have to end on this one. The notion that anyone who isn't part of a master race should be massacred. Massacres are not a prerequisite to fascism. The desire to massacre isn't even a prerequisite to fascism. But alienating a certain other of society, absolutely a condition of fascism, okay? Now, who has Donald Trump singled out in this election cycle? Well, we can point to two main groups, okay? Trans people and Latinos. He's been promising to deport over 20 million people. Now, if you pause to think about that for just a couple seconds, you'll realize that the project of deporting 20 million people requires infrastructure on a scale that the human mind can't even begin to comprehend, okay? It would require, facilities, holding facilities, that might be intended to hold people for years, okay? We're not talking nice facilities. We're talking highly concentrated facilities. And those facilities probably going to be more akin to camps. We're talking concentration camps, because in order to process 20 million people, well, you need a place to hold them while you process them. Okay? And on top of that, well, turns out deporting 20 million people, that's a really expensive endeavor right there. That's expensive to transport 20 million people.
Imagine if Democrats tried to do 50% of what the GOP does with creating crazy policies that may or may not be challenged but actively improve your life.
God, the Democrats could be so badass if they wanted to be. But this is why my hope is that in this election cycle, the Democrats absolutely crush Republicans. If we see an overwhelming Kamala Harris victory, what happens in the next 4 years is basically going to be an internal struggle in the Democratic Party between progressives and liberals. We're actually going to be able to fight like our true enemies within the Democratic Party, which is very exciting. I hope that happens. I would love to fight liberals rather than fascists. Okay? I would love that. That would be incredible. And we're actually on the verge of being able to do that. If Kamala Harris sweeps. We'll see. We'll see. But when we're talking about concentration camps, we're also putting on the table cheaper solutions to deporting people. And as far as I can tell, there are only really 2 ways you can go with this. And neither of them are good. Either we're talking a mass enslaved labor force, or we're talking about mass execution. That's realistically, guys, do you think Donald Trump, this guy who's talking about cutting trillions of dollars from the government budget, do you think he's going to want to actually spend the amount of money it would take to deport 20 million people? No. It's expensive to fly those people back to their country of origin. It's expensive to bus them back to their country of origin. It's expensive to build the railways to connect them to their country of origin. It is expensive to basically do anything except for those 2 things. Enslavement or massacre. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. If you think about it for more than 2 seconds, there's really no other way it can shake out when you're deporting 20 million people. And I think the only way you can overlook those extraordinarily likely possibilities under Donald Trump is if you just don't believe the things he says. If you just think, oh, he's not actually going to do it. But then I have to ask, if you don't believe him when he says the bad things, why do you believe him when he says the good things? That doesn't make sense. You can't have it both ways.
Let's be honest, even 20 million bullets aren't cheap, and that's assuming you don't miss.
It's true. It's true, Sake Tanuki. And I don't want to go too deep down this because it makes me feel sick in the pit of my stomach, but that is the reality that we're looking at when we start talking about deporting 20 million people. Well, that requires infrastructure. That requires a militarized border patrol that can penetrate anywhere in the United States. That requires basically secret police and snitching on people. It requires like a spy state. And we have all the pieces already in place in the United States to actually implement something like that. And so, well, and Kara Calico, I see your comment there. What if one of the undesirables is suddenly one related to someone working to deport them? Like the scale of what they suggest is on a scale that's just impossible. That's the horrifying part. It's not impossible in the United States. Fascists are death cultists. They do not care whether something is plausibly achievable. They'll still attempt to implement it. They will throw everything they have into implementing that plan. Because it's not about actually being effective legislators or leaders. It's about spreading hatred and getting everyone on board with hating the same people. It's a death cult mentality. And that's what I mean, right? Like, even by Anna's definition, Donald Trump is a fascist. And that's what's so frustrating about this. I mean, it's frustrating on a number of different levels, right? But like, I mean, guys, this is from earlier this month from Wired. Online talk about civil war could inspire real-world violence, DHS warns cops. The agency also cautioned that it's unable to get a grasp on the full scale of the threat due to extremists increasingly using encrypted chat tools. This is from earlier this month. A week ago, in fact. Like, this threat is out there. This threat is out there. Cops are part of the are part of the white supremacist threat against the United States. We already know this. But ultimately, even though by Anna's own definition, Trump meets all of the hallmarks of being fascist, I think that we need to actually go to one of the original go-to definitions of fascism. Okay? I think we need to go back to one of the original definitions of fascism. Which is, of course, Umberto Eco's Fascism essay. Now, this was written in 1995, and it is written by someone who survived, I believe, yes, survived Mussolini's Italy. Okay? And Umberto Eco's 14 points has been an enduring method of actually pinning down just what fascism is, because it's a slippery ideology. It's a reactionary ideology, okay? It is an ideology of hatred and death. And it's very hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, because it manifests a little bit differently in every state that has implemented a fascist regime, okay? So we're going to take a look at the 14 points of Umberto Eco's fascism definition. And in order to do that, I'm going to read to you now the entire essay, Fascism. Because I know that even though I say you should go read the essay, a lot of you aren't going to do that. And I actually think it's really important that you guys, when you're asked what fascism is, actually have an answer. And don't just go like hand waving away at like the conditions of Mussolini's Italy. Okay? So I'm going to read it to you. We're going to do a story time. All right? Here we go. I'm going to drink some energy juice first. All right. Fascism by Umberto Eco. It's a short essay, guys, relatively. Also, you can read it for free online. I'll post the link in chat for the full thing. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. There we go. Now you all have it. In 1942, at the age of 10, I received the first provincial award of Ludi Juveniles, a voluntary compulsory competition for young Italian fascists, that is, for every young Italian. I elaborated with rhetorical skill on the subject, should we die for the glory of Mussolini and the immortal destiny of Italy? My answer was positive. I was a smart boy. I spent 2 of my early years among the SS, fascists, Republicans, and partisans shooting at one another, and I learned how to dodge bullets. It was good exercise. In April 1945, the partisans took over in Milan. 2 days later, they arrived in the small town where I was living at the time. It was a moment of joy. The main square was crowded with people singing and waving flags, calling in loud voices for Mimo, the partisan leader of that area. A former maresciallo of the Carabinieri, I'm going to be butchering some of these Italian terms, I'm sorry. Mimo joined the supporters of the General Badoglio, Mussolini's successor, and lost a leg during one of the first clashes with Mussolini's remaining forces. Mimo showed up on the balcony of the city hall, pale, leaning on his crutch, and with one hand tried to calm the crowd. I was waiting for his speech because my whole childhood had been marked by the great historic speeches of Mussolini, whose most significant passages we memorized in school. Silence. Mimo spoke in a hoarse voice, barely audible, and he said, "Citizens, friends, after so many painful sacrifices, here we are. Glory to those who have fallen for freedom." And that was it. He went back inside. The crowd yelled, the partisans raised their guns and fired festive volleys. We kids hurried to pick up the shells, precious items. But I had also learned that freedom of speech means freedom from rhetoric. A few days later, I saw the first American soldiers. They were African Americans. The first Yankee I met was a black man, Joseph, who introduced me to the marvels of Dick Tracy and Lil Abner. His comic books were brightly colored and smelled good. One of the officers, Major or Captain Muddy, was a guest in the villa of a family whose 2 daughters were my schoolmates. I met him in their garden where some ladies, surrounded by Captain Muddy, talked in tentative French. Captain Muddy knew some French too. My first image of American liberators was thus. After so many pale faces in black shirts, that of a cultivated black man in a yellow-green uniform saying, "Oui, merci beaucoup. Madame, voici jamais la champagne." Unfortunately, there was no champagne, but Captain Muddy gave me my first piece of Wrigley's spearmint, and I started chewing all day long. At night, I put my wad in a water glass so it would be fresh for the next day. In May, we heard that the war was over. Peace gave me a curious sensation. I'd been told that permanent warfare was the normal condition for a young Italian. In the following months, I discovered that the resistance was not only a local phenomenon, but a European one. I learned new exciting words like Rousseau, Marquis, Armée Secrète, Rote Kapelle, Warsaw Ghetto. I saw the first photographs of the Holocaust, thus understanding the meaning before knowing the word. I realized what we were liberated from. In my country today, there are people who are wondering if the resistance had a real military impact on the course of the war. For my generation, this question is irrelevant. We immediately understood the moral and psychological meaning of the resistance. For us, it was a point of pride to know that we Europeans did not wait passively for liberation. And for the young Americans who are paying with their blood for our restored freedom, it meant something to know that behind the firing lines, there were Europeans paying their own debt in advance. In my country today, there are those who are saying that the myth of the resistance was a communist lie. It is true that communists exploited the resistance as if it were their personal property, since they played a prime role in it, but I remember partisans with kerchiefs of different colors. Sticking close to the radio, I spent my nights, the windows closed, the blackout making small space around the set of a lone luminous halo, listening to the messages sent by the Voice of London to the partisans. They were cryptic and poetic at the same time. The sun also rises, the roses will bloom. And most of them were Messages per la Franchise. Somebody whispered to me that Franchi was the leader of the most powerful clandestine network in northwest Italy, a man of legendary courage. Franchi became my hero. Franchi, whose real name was Edgardo Sogno, was a monarchist, so strongly anti-communist that after the war he joined very right-wing groups and was charged with collaborating in a project for a reactionary coup d'etat. Who cares? Sogno still remains the dream hero of my childhood. Liberation was a common deed for people of different colors. In my country today, there are some who say the War of Liberation was a tragic period of division, that all we need is national reconciliation. The memory of those terrible years should be repressed. Refouler verdragant. I don't know what these words mean. I'm so sorry. But verdrangung causes neurosis. If reconciliation means compassion and respect for all those who fought their own war in good faith, to forgive does not mean to forget. I can even admit that Eichmann sincerely believed in his mission, but I cannot say, okay, come back and do it again. We are here to remember what happened and solemnly say that they must not do it again. But who are they? If we think of the totalitarian governments that ruled Europe before the Second World War, we can easily say that it would be difficult for them to reappear in the same form in different historical circumstances. If Mussolini's fascism was based upon the idea of a charismatic ruler, on corporatism, on the utopia of the imperial fate of Rome, on an imperialistic will to conquer new territories, on an exacerbated nationalism, on the idea of an entire nation regimented in black shirts, on the rejection of parliamentary democracy, on anti-Semitism, then I have no difficulty in acknowledging that today the Italian Alleanza Nazionale, born from the post-war fascist party MSI, and certainly a right-wing party, has by now very little to do with the old fascism. In the same vein, even though I am much concerned about the various Nazi-like movements that have arisen here and there in Europe, including Russia, I do not think that Nazism, in its original form, is about to reappear as a nationwide movement. Nevertheless, even though political regimes can be overthrown and ideologies can be criticized and disowned, behind a regime and its ideology, there is always a way of thinking and feeling, a group of cultural habits, of obscure instincts and unfathomable drives. Is there still another ghost stalking Europe? Not to speak of other parts of the world. Yonseko once said that only words count and the rest is mere chattering. Linguistic habits are frequently important systems of underlying feelings. Thus, it is worth asking why not only the resistance but the Second World War was generally defined throughout the world as a struggle against fascism. If you reread Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls, you will discover that Robert Jordan identifies his enemies with fascists, even when he thinks of the Spanish phalangists. And for FDR, the victory of the American people and their allies will be a victory against fascism and the dead hand of despotism it represents. During World War II, the Americans who took part in the Spanish War were called premature anti-fascists, meaning that fighting against Hitler in the 40s was a moral duty for every good American, but fighting against Franco too early in the 30s smelled sour because it was mainly done by communists and other leftists. Why was an expression like fascist pig used by American radicals 30 years later to refer to a cop who did not approve of their smoking habits? Why didn't they say Kagulard pig, phalangist pig, Ustache pig, Quisling pig, Nazi pig? Mein Kampf is a manifesto of a complete political program. Nazism had a theory of racism and of the Aryan chosen people, a precise notion of degenerate art, Entartet Kunst, a philosophy of the will to power and of the Übermensch. Nazism was decidedly anti-Christian and neo-pagan, while Stalin's Diamat, the official version of Soviet Marxism, was blatantly materialistic and atheistic. If by totalitarianism one means a regime that subordinates every act of the individual to the state and to its ideology, then both Nazism and Stalinism were true totalitarian regimes. Italian fascism was certainly a dictatorship, but it was not totally totalitarian, not because of its mildness, but rather because of the philosophical weakness of its ideology. Contrary to common opinion, fascism in Italy had no special philosophy. The article on fascism signed by Mussolini in the Treccani Encyclopedia was written or basically inspired by Giovanni Gentile, but it reflected the late Hegelian notion of the absolute and ethical state, which was never fully realized by Mussolini. Mussolini did not have any philosophy. He only had rhetoric. He was a militant atheist at the beginning and later signed the convention with the church and welcomed the bishops who blessed the fascist penance. In his early anti-clerical years, according to a likely legend, he once asked God, in order to prove his existence, to strike him down on the spot. Later, Mussolini always cited the name of God in his speeches and did not mind being called the Man of Providence. Italian fascism was the first right-wing dictatorship that took over a European country, and all similar movements later found a sort of archetype in Mussolini's regime. Italian fascism was the first to establish a military liturgy, a folklore, even a way of dressing, far more influential with its black shirts than Armani, Benetton, or Versace would ever be. It was only in the 30s that fascist movements appeared, with Mosley in Great Britain and in Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Yugoslavia, Spain, Portugal, Norway, and even in South America. It was Italian fascism that convinced many European leaders that the new regime was carrying out interesting social reform, and that it was providing a mildly revolutionary alternative to the communist threat. Nevertheless, historical priority does not seem to me a sufficient reason to explain why the word fascism became a synecdoche. That is, a word that could be used for different totalitarian movements. This is not because fascism contained itself, so to speak, in their quintessential state, all the elements of any later form of totalitarianism. On the contrary, fascism had no quintessence. Fascism was a fuzzy totalitarianism, a collage of different philosophical and political ideas, a beehive of contradictions. Can one conceive of a truly totalitarian movement that was able to combine monarchy with revolution, the royal army with Mussolini's personal militia, the grant of privileges to the church with state education extolling violence, absolute state control with a free market? The Fascist Party was born boasting that it brought a revolutionary new order, but it was financed by the most conservative among the landowners, who expected from it a counter-revolution. At its beginning, fascism was republican, yet it survived for 20 years, proclaiming its loyalty to the royal family, while the Deuce, the unchallenged maximal leader, was arm in arm with the king, to whom he offered the title of emperor. But when the king fired Mussolini in 1943, the party reappeared 2 months later with German support, under the standard of a social republic, recycling its old revolutionary script, now enriched with almost Jacobean overtones. It's pointless to correct my pronunciation, guys. There was only a single Nazi architecture and a single Nazi art. If the Nazi architect was Albert Speer, there was no more room for Miles van der Rohe. Similarly, under Stalin's rule, if Lamarck was right, there was no room for Darwin. In Italy, there were certainly fascist architects, but close to their pseudo-colosseums were many new buildings inspired by modern rationalisms of Gropius. There was no fascist Zdanov setting a strictly cultural line. In Italy, there were two important art awards. The Premio Cremona was controlled by a fanatical and uncultivated fascist, Roberto Farinacci, who encouraged art as propaganda. I can remember paintings with such titles as Listening by Radio to the Douche's Speech, or States of Mind created by fascism. The Premio Bergamo was sponsored by the cultivated and reasonably tolerant fascist Giuseppe Bottai, who protected both the concept of art for art's sake and many kinds of avant-garde art that had been banned as corrupt and crypto-communist in Germany. The national poet was D'Annunzio. I really do apologize for my pronunciation. I'm doing the best I can. This is a lot easier when you just read it with your eyeballs and don't have to say it out loud, okay? A dandy who in Germany or in Russia would have been sent to the firing squad. He was appointed as the bard of the regime because of his nationalism and his cult of heroism, which were in fact abundantly mixed up with influences of French fin de siècle decadence. I'm doing the best I can. Douche. There you go. There, I did it. Take futurism. One might think it would have been considered an instance of Entartete Kunst, along with Expressionism, Cubism, and Surrealism. But early Italian futurists were nationalist. They favored Italian participation in the First World War for aesthetic reasons. They celebrated speed, violence, and risk, all of which somehow seemed to connect with the fascist cult of youth. While fascism identified itself with the Roman Empire and rediscovered rural traditions, Marinetti, who proclaimed that a car was more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace and wanted to kill even the moonlight, was nevertheless appointed as a member of the Italian Academy, which treated moonlight with great respect. Many of the future partisans and the future intellectuals of the Communist Party were educated by the GUF, the Fascist University Students Association, which was supposed to be the cradle of the new fascist culture. These clubs became a sort of intellectual melting pot where new ideas circulated without any real ideological control. It was not that the men of the party were tolerant of radical thinking, but few of them had the intellectual equipment to control it. During those 20 years, the poetry of Montale and other writers associated with the group called the Ermetici, I'll go with, as a reaction to the bombastic style of the regime, and those poets were allowed to develop their literary protest from within what seemed to be their ivory tower. The mood of the Ermetici, I'm bad at Italian, poets was exactly the reverse of the fascist cult of optimism and heroism. The regime tolerated their blatant, even though socially imperceptible, dissent, because the fascists simply did not pay attention to such arcane language. All this does not mean that Italian fascism was tolerant. Gramsci was put in prison until his death. The opposition leaders Giacomo Matteotti and the brothers Rosselli were assassinated. The free press was abolished. The labor unions were dismantled. The political dissenters were confined on remote islands. Legislative power became a mere fiction, and the executive power, which controlled the judiciary as well as the mass media, directly issued new laws. I wonder where we've heard of similar plans in America. Among them, laws calling for preservation of the race, the formal Italian gesture of support for what became the Holocaust. The contradictory picture I described was not the result of tolerance, but of political and ideological discombobulation. But it was a rigid discombobulation, a structured confusion. Fascism was philosophically out of joint, but emotionally it was firmly fastened to some archetypal foundations. So we come to my second point. There was only one Nazism. We cannot label Franco's hyper-Catholic phalangism as Nazism, since Nazism is fundamentally pagan, polytheistic, and anti-Christian. But the fascist regime can be played in many forms, and the name of the game does not change. The notion of fascism is not unlike Wittgenstein's notion of a game. A game can be either competitive or not. It can require some special skill or none. It can or cannot involve money. Games are different activities that display only some family resemblance, as Wittgenstein put it. Considering the following sequence: 1, 2, 3, 4. ABC, BCD, CDE, DEF. Suppose there is a series of political groups in which one group is characterized by the features ABC, group 2 by the features BCD, and so on. Group 2 is similar to group 1 since they have two features in common. For the same reason, 3 is similar to 2 and 4 is similar to 3. Notice that 3 is also similar to 1. They have in common the feature C. The most common case is presented by 4, obviously similar to 3 and 2, but with no feature in common with 1. However, owing to the uninterrupted series of decreasing similarities between 1 and 4, there remains, by a sort of illusory transitivity, a family resemblance between 4 and 1. Fascism became an all-purpose term because one can eliminate from a fascist regime one or more features and it will still be recognizable as fascist. Take away imperialism from fascism, you still have Franco and Salazar. Take away colonialism and you still have the Balkan fascism of the Ustaches. Add to the Italian fascism a radical anti-capitalism, which never much fascinated Mussolini, and you have Ezra Pound. Add a cult of Celtic mythology and the Grail mysticism, completely alien to official fascism, and you have one of the most respected fascist gurus, Julius Evola. But in spite of this fuzziness, I think it's possible to outline a list of features that are typical of what I like to call fascism, or eternal fascism. These features cannot be organized into a system, many of them contradict each other, and are also typical of other kinds of despotism or fanaticism, but it is enough that one of them be present to allow fascism to coagulate around it. And that brings us, chat, to the 14 points of fascism, okay? So all of what has led up to this in fascism, we're taking a little intermission here, is essentially laying the groundwork for what Umberto Eco personally experienced, how he got to kind of this definition, how he came to an awareness of different kinds and manifestations of fascism, and what he is talking about when he wants to talk about how fascism is this kind of slippery ideology and manifests in these different kinds of ways. And I know that fascism has there are a lot of people who've undertaken a definition of fascism. You can find more contemporary ones. This one's old. Maybe you'd consider it outdated. But ultimately, I think that Umberto Eco captures a pretty important component of what makes fascism fascism, and it is this slippery nature. It's why I think 14 points or components of fascism make for a compelling definition. And the reason a lot of people take issue with this is because you can find elements of these 14 points in a lot of different countries or political movements. But those might not technically be fascist, you know? Because when you're talking about this, and I think it's important to point out that last sentence, but it is enough that one of these features be present to allow fascism to coagulate around it, which is to say that one of these features is not necessarily sufficient to call a government or a political movement fascist, but one of these features being present can be the catalyst of fascism's growth, can be the element around which fascists congregate in order to achieve a movement that then incorporates more of these points. Yeah, it's the start. It can be the start of the rot, I think is a good way of putting it. Fascist here. I found Umberto Eco's works to be an awful explanation of fascism. That's fine. If you're fascist, I don't really care about your opinion on the matter. I've talked to enough fascists in the course of doing my show that you guys twist yourselves into pretzels. It's pointless talking with you guys. You guys have no ideological core to you. You'll list off like Giovanni Gentile's point, and then immediately abandon it the second it ceases to be convenient for you.
Carabinieri is pronounced like carabiner with the E-er, like hair, E ending. They're the Italian military police. Carabinieri.
Carabinieri, gotcha. I mean, I'll do my best to keep up with how to pronounce Italian, but I fully acknowledge my failure in this regard, okay? I fully acknowledge it. Oh, God. Let's see here. Gotta find my place. But this is where we start getting into the 14 points. So what actually is Umberto trying to allege that fascism is? If he nails it down to just 14 component parts, what is fascism? Okay? And this is, by the way, why I take issue with how Anna tried to define fascism. Because as far as I can tell, she's just like fabricating it without any kind of like philosophical base or it seems like she's just kind of pulling it out of thin air, which is not great when you're trying to talk about a defined political movement. But let's take a look. Let's take a look at Umberto Eco here. Okay? Point 1. The first feature of fascism is the cult of tradition. Traditionalism is, of course, much older than fascism. Not only was it typical of counter-revolutionary Catholic thought after the French Revolution, but it was born in the late Hellenistic era, as a reaction to classical Greek rationalism. In the Mediterranean basin, people of different religions, most of them indulgently accepted by the Roman pantheon, started dreaming of a revelation received at the dawn of human history. This revelation, according to the traditionalist mystique, had remained for a long time concealed under the veil of forgotten languages, in Egyptian hieroglyphs, in Celtic runes, in the scrolls of the little-known religions of Asia. This new culture had to be syncretistic. Syncretism is not only, as the dictionary says, the combination of different forms of belief or practice, such a combination must tolerate contradictions. Each of the original messages contains a sliver of wisdom, and whenever they seem to say different or incompatible things, it is only because all are alluding allegorically to the same primeval truth. As a consequence, there can be no advancement in learning. Truth has already been spelled out once and for all, and we can only keep interpreting its obscure message. One only has to look at the syllabus of every fascist movement to find major traditionalist thinkers. The Nazi gnosis was nourished by traditionalist syncretistic occult elements. The most influential theoretical source of the theories of the new Italian right, Julius Evola, merged the Holy Grail with the protocols of the Elders of Zion, alchemy with the Holy Roman Empire, and Germanic Empire. The very fact that the Italian right, in order to show its open-mindedness, recently broadened its syllabus to include works by De Maistre, Guénon, and Gramsci is a blatant proof of syncretism. If you browse in the shelves in American bookstores that in American bookstores are labeled as New Age, you can find there even St. Augustine, who, as far as I know, was not a fascist. But combining St. Augustine and Stonehenge, that is a symptom of fascism. And I think that's a really interesting point here, because I think this is, when I talk about there being this conspiracy singularity, where the hippy-dippy woo science and like brain force plus pills and conspiracy nonsense like all begin to blend. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. People start bringing in these different contradictory ideas and melding them together into unholy abominations that don't make sense, that are fundamentally incompatible. And so you get this movement that is built around, discovering these obscure truths. And I say truths with air quotes here. And then you build essentially a customized religion for your political movement. Like that's kind of what we're talking about here. That also explains why a lot of hippies turned into fash in their old years. Exactly, Grandson. Exactly. You're getting it. Also, Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Fascism is older than fascism. It's large-scaled chimp mode obsessed within groups, safety, strongman aesthetics, and emotions. It's baked in. I don't think that is quite it. I don't think that's quite it. I think you're mentioning a lot of components of fascism, but I think fascism is pretty distinct compared to like feudalism, for example, or even authoritarian monarchy, where I think fascism is a slipperier thing than those. You can have cruel monarchs and it still not be a fascist regime. Does that make sense? All right. Moving on. Point 2. Traditionalism implies the rejection of modernism. Both fascists and Nazis worshipped technology, while traditionalist thinkers usually reject it as a negation of traditional spiritual values. However, even though Nazism was proud of its industrial achievements, its praise of modernism was only the surface of an ideology based upon blood and earth, or blood and soil, as we hear in America these days. The rejection of the modern world was disguised as a rebuttal of the capitalistic way of life, but it mainly concerned the rejection of the spirit of 1789 and of 1776, of course. The Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, fascism can be defined as irrationalism. Okay? Because as a component, irrationalism is almost required for that first point. You know? That first point talks about combining ideas that are contradictory. And the second point involves embracing contradiction, embracing a lack of rationality, a lack of logic, a lack of empiricism, you know? Not exactly Vox Syndicate. Not making sense is the point, because by not making sense, you can strengthen the regime. You can strengthen the ideology. It makes it much harder to question and find actual real answers. And I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I think we also see this in the current Trump movement. It's baked in. It's part of the fake news. It's part of the alternative facts. It is the deliberate rejection of factual reporting. Point number 3. Irrationalism also depends on the cult of action for action's sake. Action being beautiful in itself, it must be taken, therefore, or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation. Therefore, culture is suspect insofar as it is identified with critical attitudes. Distrust of the intellectual world has always been a symptom of fascism. From Goring's alleged statement, quote, "When I hear talk of culture, I reach for my gun," unquote, to the frequent use of such expressions as, quote, "degenerate intellectuals," or eggheads, or effete snobs. Universities are a nest of Reds. The official fascist intellectuals were mainly engaged in attacking modern culture and the liberal intelligentsia for having betrayed traditional values. When we talk about, so when we talk about here how intellectualism and it is effeminate, we're making a direct connection here between fascism and masculinity, because in a lot of ways, men who are feeling alienated by the current state of affairs are drawn to fascism. They are drawn to this because it puts up on a pedestal not having introspection, not embracing rationality, and it promotes heroism of people who just do things and are praised for it. It's essentially like reading is gay. Being smart is, you know, like a symptom of degeneracy. You know, there's this association between homosexuality or transgender identity and, well, science, for example. There's a reason why transphobic movements that are embedded in these fascistic ones fit this to a T, and it's because fascists reject scientific achievement. They reject empiricist ideas. And so by having a political movement that embraces that bigotry, you can effectively root out anyone who might actually criticize the movement from within and suppress them from without. So you effectively lock down your movement, okay? It's part of, yeah, this combination of these 3 points alone so far is enough to explain why fascists are really, really hard to logically argue out of their positions, because logic is not part of their, like, worldview. It is explicitly rejected. Okay? Point 4. No syncretistic faith can withstand analytical criticism. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a sign of modernism. In modern culture, the scientific community praises disagreement as a way to improve knowledge. For fascism, disagreement is treason.
Syncretism is big with a lot of modern polytheists. Should they be concerned?
Yeah. I think so. Like, yeah. In this isn't universally true, but often religious thinking is founded on, like, to my mind, irrational, like, leaping to conclusions. There's not really a rational one-to-one way of thinking your way to a lot of religious beliefs. I think that, and keep in mind, that doesn't mean it's always bad. But it does mean that this opens the door to fascists taking advantage of that religious belief. You know? Like, that's part of the problem. That's why you need to be on your guard for fascists in your religious movements. Like, there's a reason why the entire evangelical apparatus of belief in the United States has been completely co-opted by fascists, by Christian nationalists. It's because that door is open. There's a reason why New Age communities have been inundated by fascist, conspiracy theorists. That, like, it's because the door is opened to these kinds of people. So you need to be on your guard. Syncretism is just another way of thinking. Religion is an institution. Syncretic religion is just another religion. Yeah, and I think that religious belief opens the door to this particular outcome. That's why I'm saying you need to be on guard. I know that might be a little controversial, but, like, I have to call a spade, and as someone who grew up in the evangelical community that's currently being radicalized into a fascist movement, I gotta say, sometimes people don't really pay attention to a bunch of fascists getting involved in their religious beliefs. The Crystal Mommy to MAGA crazy pipeline is real? Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm not saying every religious person is a fascist. I'm just saying this particular contradiction is what opens the door for religious movements to be co-opted by fascism. I hope that makes sense. I don't think what I'm saying is particularly controversial. Okay?
Trump. What's with this you keep putting before fascism? I looked it up and it was a Mesopotamian city-state. We are not Mesopotamian, we're American.
God, I would love Trump to read over and respond to fascism. That'd be the trippiest thing. That would be some content, baby. Syncretism is a phenomenon within religion wherein new elements of culture are adopted. Do you not see how that is directly related to opening the door of your ideology or religious belief being co-opted? Okay, I need to stop engaging on this particular point. Otherwise, I'm going to get completely sidetracked. The main point I'm trying to get at here is that science is quite literally built upon a foundation of failure. You know, science is ultimately like a Dark Souls game, okay? Or Elden Ring. You die, you fail, and then you figure something out.
Anti-vax woo-woo crystal mommy to fascism arc is as real as the denial beard conservative, libertarian to leftist trans woman arc.
True. Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. But what I'm trying to say here is, like, science is built on failure, on experiments that fail, on the failure of different, hypotheses, of different theories. But it's exciting when a theory fails, because that means there's a whole new thing to discover out there. It's really cool when theories break down in science. But when we're talking about this particular fascist belief, that critical analysis that science is predicated on is seen as specifically anathema to the, state ideology, to fascism itself. Because disagreement, criticism is treason to the state, to the political ideology. And where do you see that in Donald Trump's movement right now? You see it at literally every level. If someone disagrees with Donald Trump, they are excommunicated.
This is part of why I stay agnostic and eclectic unaffiliated. It's just about appreciating nature to me.
Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. Yeah. This is why fascists get very, very angry at disagreement in their ranks. Point 5. Besides, disagreement is a sign of diversity. Fascism grows up and seeks for consensus by exploiting and exacerbating the natural fear of difference. The first appeal of a fascist or prematurely fascist movement is an appeal against the intruders. Thus, fascism is racist by definition. And guys, that's literally the MAGA movement. That's the main premise right now. The fascination and focus on immigration happened in 2016. The caravan. And suddenly it disappeared. Like, the concerns about the caravan totally vanished. And now they're flooding the borders. They're invading the country. But, like, they're coming here to perform labor, to add to our economy. They're coming here to do work for us. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, rhino is another term right there. This fear is extended to trans people, to homosexuals, to anyone outside of the norm, And the second it becomes convenient to do so, groups like Gays Against Groomers or whatever are going to be next on the chopping block because they are outside of heteronormativity. Like, they're outside of, like, the mainstream conception of what is normal. And what is normal can change on a dime depending on who's in power. Even people with autism? Yeah. Because eventually, like, fascist movements also want to remove anyone who thinks differently from the movement. And who thinks differently in the movement more than people who have mental neurological conditions? Yeah, especially people with autism. Because you know what? People with autism, they're going to be like, why can't I criticize the government? That's stupid. I should be able to criticize a social institution. And then you get disappeared. That's how that works in fascism. Okay? So, fascism is also built on a fundamental rejection of diversity. And what do you hear from all of the people in Trump world? America is for Americans. People from outside need to get out. And you know what? What we saw at the Madison Square Garden rally? We saw that who is and is not considered American is very, very flexible. Because in that rally, they made it pretty clear they don't consider Puerto Ricans to be Americans. Okay? Point 6. Fascism derives from individual or social frustration. That is why one of the most typical features of the historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation and frightened by the pressure of lower social groups. In our time, when the old proletarians are becoming petty bourgeois and the lumpen are largely excluded from the political scene, the fascism of tomorrow will find its audience in this new majority. And honestly, it's kind of crazy that Umberto Eco was able to write this in 1995, and it fits so perfectly on the fascist movement in America today. Because the people who are largely fueling Trump's rise to power are those small business owners who, run the snowmobile dealership outside of town and live in the suburbs. And that snowmobile dealership makes them, $10 million a year. Okay? Those are the people who are feeling like they're being hit by the economy right now. They're the ones who are the frustrated middle class in America. At least that's how they see themselves. Okay? Like, the people who did January 6th were all, like, suburban conservatives. You guys know that, right? Like, they're able to afford, like, semi-automatic weapons. They're able to afford plane tickets and to drop work for a week to go to Washington, D.C. for this. That's who his base is. And you know what? It's largely born out of their political humiliation because they believe that they have been humiliated by the liberal, elites of America, that they have been the butt of the joke one too many times. And that's why ultimately all they care about is owning the libs. It all comes out of this petty desire for revenge. And because they feel like their power is slipping away due to trans people are becoming normalized. Gay people are becoming normalized. There are more and more, non-white people in the country. That's why you see this idea of the great replacement theory gaining steam. It's because the people they view as lesser are becoming more normalized. And that makes them feel like their power is dwindling and that they are under threat as a result. Yeah, also, for those who don't know, avoid using the term Asperger's. It is funny to say because it sounds like Asperger's, but it was coined by Nazis, so let's maybe not. Are we watching the rally today? Yes, but you know what? We're going to talk about fascism first because I want you all armed with an actual functional understanding of what fascism is. Might not be the best one. People can nitpick it for sure, but it is one of the standard methods of identifying what fascism is. Now, point 7. To people who feel deprived of a clear social identity, fascism says that their only privilege is the most common one, to be born in the same country. This is the origin of nationalism. Besides, the only ones who can provide an identity to the nation are its enemies. Thus, at the root of the fascist psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, possibly an international one. The followers must feel besieged. The easiest way to solve the plot is to appeal to xenophobia. But the plot must also come from the inside. Jews are usually the best target because they have the advantage of being at the same time inside and outside. In the US, a prominent insistence of the plot obsession is to be found in Pat Robertson's The New World Order. But as we have seen recently, there are many others. Keep in mind, in 1995, Pat Robertson was much bigger than he is now. And also keep in mind that, like the Trump camp is absolutely obsessed. It plots from the deep state, plots from like the Kamala Harris administration, plots from the CIA, plots from the FBI, plots from QAnon folks believing the Jews are behind, you know, the resurgence of RFK Jr. You know, believe, you know, they're George Soros, New World Order. Like there are so many different plots. This is why I talk about the conspiracy singularity. It's because it's the obsession of a plot with these people, because they always need a scapegoat. Yeah, the globalists, Klaus Schwab, you will eat the bugs. So that's to say, this has become so incredibly prominent that there are almost too many conspiracies to even begin to name that many Trump supporters believe. I mean, hell, one of the most popular ones is that America faked the moon landing, and there's literally no basis for that whatsoever. There's no basis to believe that we faked the moon landing. You see this from basically every conservative influencer, by the way. Almost every single one pushes some kind of conservative conspiracy theory. For fascism, wait, okay, here we go. Point 8. The followers must feel humiliated by the ostentatious wealth and force of their enemies. When I was a boy, I was taught to think of Englishmen as the 5-meal people. They ate more frequently than the poor but sober Italians. Jews are rich and help each other through a secret web of mutual assistance. However, the followers must be convinced that they can overwhelm the enemies. Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. Fascist governments are condemned to lose wars because they are constitutionally incapable of objectively evaluating the force of the enemy. And you can see this, by the way, like the obsession, like immigrants are simultaneously like, you know, a gigantic crime threat. They're an invading force, but simultaneously like they're you know, to be mocked. Even people tangentially related to them are to be called people from a garbage island. You know? And yeah, you can see this in Russia. You can see this in Israel. Like, you can see this particular portion of ideology, this point 8 here, manifest in a lot of countries around the world. But you can see this, by the way, reflected in all kinds of Republican rhetoric. Liberals are both weak and effeminate, but they are also overwhelmingly strong and run all of the United States institutions. You know, it's both. Yeah, Kamala Harris, simultaneously mentally incompetent and also a socialist mastermind of the revolution. Exactly. They do this with trans people a lot. Yeah, trans people, I think, is a perfect example, Krista Starr. Like, trans women are both simultaneously the strongest athletes to ever exist and also effeminate men who are too weak to cut it as cis men, you know? Absolutely. Absolutely. Point 9. For fascism, there is no struggle for life, but rather, life is lived for struggle. Thus, pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. It is bad because life is permanent warfare. This, however, brings about an Armageddon complex, or to put it in like a more normal parlance, a death cult mentality. Since enemies have to be defeated, there must be a final battle, after which the movement will have control of the world. But such a final solution implies an era of peace, a golden age, which contradicts the principle of permanent war. No fascist leader has ever succeeded in solving this predicament. And this is fundamentally like what we're talking about. We're talking about effectively choosing peace is trafficking with the enemy. Choosing peace is treason. Choosing to embrace like peace and negotiations is in effect a betrayal of the movement. And where can we see that? Well, Donald Trump, actually. Donald Trump simultaneously touts himself as like an anti-war president, someone who is totally against war. And yet simultaneously behind closed doors, he's talking about nuking North Korea and Iran. He's talking about and ordering assassinations of prominent military leaders in countries around the world. He, you know, like he's screwing over allies of ours with military maneuvers. And on top of that, like, he's supporting genocidal efforts of our allies, you know? Like, he's gone on the record now saying that he is going to, like, double down, triple down support for Israel in its efforts to, you know, ethnically cleanse and perpetrate a genocide in the Gaza Strip. He already gave them the Golan Heights, which was not Israeli territory until he was president. And he's very publicly pledged to give Israel the West Bank. Like this is not a guy who is embracing pacifism. This is not a movement that values peace. Point 10. Elitism is a typical aspect of any reactionary ideology, insofar as it is a fundamentally aristocratic and militaristic elitism cruelly implies contempt for the weak. Fascism can only advocate a popular elitism. Every citizen belongs to the best people of the world. The members of the party are the best among the citizens. Every citizen can or ought to become a member of the party, but there cannot be patricians without plebeians. In fact, the leader, knowing that his power was not delegated to him democratically, but was conquered by force, also knows that his force is based upon the weakness of the masses. They are so weak as to need and deserve a ruler. A dictator on day one, perhaps. Since the group is hierarchically organized according to a military model, every subordinate leader despises his own underlings, and each of them despises his inferiors. This reinforces the sense of mass elitism. So part of what this is talking about here is this is like a reward system. This is how fascism kind of perpetuates itself and appeals to the working class, or, you know, the plebeians in this case, because it sets up an incentive to join the party. And by joining the party, you immediately place yourself above those who have not joined the party. And by moving up the ranks of the party, you gain more and more people to feel superior towards. So it's a system that is built on hatred for people that you perceive as weaker than you. This is an inherently conservative ideology. Yes, it is essentially a form of class mobility within fascism, but you are always under the boot of someone else who also despises you. Yes, sweet blasphemy. That is a great way of describing it. It is a multi-level marketing scheme that sells people hatred. That's a great way of putting it. Great way of putting it. And yes, you can see this manifest in a lot of forms of colonialism, which is why colonial states are uniquely susceptible, I think, to fascist ideology. But we'll get to that. 11. In such a perspective, everybody is educated to become a hero. In every mythology, the hero is an exceptional being. But in fascist ideology, heroism is the norm. This cult of heroism is strictly linked with the cult of death. It is not by chance that a motto of the Phalangists was Viva la Muerte. In English, it should be translated as Long Live Death. In non-fascist societies, the lay public is told that death is unpleasant, but must be faced with dignity. Believers are told that it is a painful way to reach a supernatural happiness. By contrast, the fascist hero craves heroic death, advertised as the best reward for a heroic life. The fascist hero is impatient to die. In his impatience, he more frequently sends other people to death. This is the fascist mentality. This is why fascists speed up death for people in their ideology, in their ideological sphere. This is one of the reasons why they embraced anti-vax notions. It's because it's a death cult. When we talk about it being a death cult, this is the mechanism. When we talk about fascism being a death cult, this is what that means. Yes. In Delta Who, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. There you go. Point 12. Since both permanent war and heroism are difficult games to play, the fascist transfers his power to sexual matters. Now, remember how earlier we talked about how a lot of this is built on an idea of masculinity? Here it is explicitly laid out in point 12. This is the origin of machismo, which implies both disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation of non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality. This is why when we talk about incels being a self-hating group that lend themselves to conservative ideology, it's because they believe in the concept of machismo. They just believe themselves to be, like, not living up to that standard, you know? They hate themselves for their, you know, involuntary chastity, you know? And this is why this proliferation of red pill content largely goes hand in hand with extraordinarily conservative ideas, because it is a disdain for women that fuels it. It is the treatment of women and sex with them as a commodity in the red pill mentality. And not only that, but this is why fascism hates trans people. It's why fascism hates gay people. It's because they're bucking the norms, you know? With the idea of machismo, as Umberto Eco is outlining here, he's talking about, you know, if you're gay, wait a minute, you're supposed to be having sex with women. That's what you are supposed to do, both like on a religious level, on a societal level, and on a political level. You are required, in order to fuel the death cult, to create more people for the death cult. And this is also an extension of hierarchy. By disdaining women, by embracing machismo, even people who have not joined the political movement can then, you know, have hatred. And by people, I mean men who have not joined the political movement can hate their inferiors. Women, gays, trans people. But these chads don't even like women. That's part of it. That's part of it, Brianna Huffman. They disdain women. They hate women. That's part of this toxic fascist machismo. Okay? They only view women as a means to get sex. They don't view women as people. This is what allows them to hate and view women as inferiors. It's a component of the ideology. It is actually the purpose of the ideology. Sounds kind of gay, but that it is. That's why you find in fascist movements so many, like, fascists idealizing femboys. It's why you find that to be so incredibly common in fascist movements. All right. Since even sex is a difficult game to play, the fascist hero tends to play with weapons. Doing so becomes an ersatz phallic exercise. So we didn't get to that last point on point 12, which is that men who are sexually frustrated are then encouraged via machismo as a component ideology of fascism, or ideological component of fascism, to embrace weaponry, which then plays into that death cult mentality, which plays into that constant warfare component. You see how a lot of these are interconnected. We're in the home stretch now. Point 13. Fascism is based upon a selective populism, a qualitative populism, one might say. In democracy, the citizens have individual rights, but the citizens in their entirety have a political impact only from a quantitative point of view. One follows the decisions of the majority. For fascism, however, individuals as individuals have no rights, and the people is conceived as a quality, a monolithic entity expressing the common will. Since no large quantity of human beings can have a common will, the leader pretends to be their interpreter. Having lost their power of delegation, citizens do not act. They are only called on to play the role of the people. Thus, the people is only a theatrical fiction. To have a good instance of qualitative populism, we no longer need the Piazza Venezia in Rome or the Nuremberg Stadium. There is in our future a TV or internet populism in which the emotional response of a selected group of citizens can be presented and accepted as the voice of the people. Because of its qualitative populism, fascism must be against rotten parliamentary governments. One of the first sentences uttered by Mussolini in the Italian parliament was, quote, "I could have transformed this deaf and gloomy place into a bivouac for my maniples." Maniples being a subdivision of the traditional Roman legion. As a matter of fact, he immediately found better housing for his maniples, but a little later, he liquidated the parliament. Wherever a politician casts doubt on the legitimacy of a parliament because it no longer represents the voice of the people, we can smell fascism. And guess what? Guess who's casting aspersions on the legitimacy of our political process right now? And for like the last 10 years. Donald Trump. It's Trumpism. This is just Trumpism. Yeah, when we're talking about the voice of the people, the silent majority, you know, like, oh, everyone else in the room agrees with it, you know. Like we're basically talking about a religious fiction where the great leader, the dictator, claims to understand the ineffable will of the people better than any other leader can. And now we get to the last point. Fascism speaks newspeak. Newspeak was invented by Orwell in 1984 as the official language of Ingsoc, English socialism. But elements of fascism are common to different forms of dictatorship. All the Nazi or fascist schoolbooks made use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning. But we must be ready to identify other kinds of newspeak, even if they take the apparently innocent form of a popular talk show. And just to pause there, alternative facts. Fake news. With those two phrases, you no longer, like, the conservatives no longer have to field arguments. They just say it's fake news and move on. We literally are seeing it play out in real time. Yeah, we watched a clip yesterday of Richard Spencer in 2016 directly connecting Donald Trump's words of fake news to the Nazi phrase Lügenpresse, lying press. What Hitler used to smear the left-wing press of Germany. Hello, Entrama. And now we get to the final stretch of the essay. We're almost done. On the morning of July 27th, 1943, I was told that, according to radio reports, fascism had collapsed and Mussolini was under arrest. When my mother sent me out to buy the newspaper, I saw that the papers at the nearest newsstand had different titles. Moreover, after seeing the headlines, I realized that each newspaper said different things. I bought one of them, blindly, and read a message on the first page signed by 5 or 6 political parties. Among them, the Democrazia Cristiana, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, Partido de Acción, and the Liberal Party. Until then, I had believed that there was a single party in every country, and that in Italy, it was the Partito Nazionale Fascista. Fascista? Now I was discovering that in my country, several parties could exist at the same time. Since I was a clever boy, I immediately realized that so many parties could not have been born overnight, and that they must have existed for some time as clandestine organizations. The message on the front celebrated the end of the dictatorship and the return of freedom. Freedom of speech, of press, of political association. These words, freedom, dictatorship, liberty, I now read them for the first time in my life. I was reborn as a free Western man by virtue of these new words. We must keep alert so that the sense of these words will not be forgotten again. Fascism is still around us, sometimes in plain clothes. It would be so much easier for us if there appeared on the world scene somebody saying, quote, I want to reopen Auschwitz. I want the black shirts to parade again in the Italian squares, unquote. Life is not that simple. Fascism can come back under the most innocent of disguises. Our duty is to uncover it and to point our finger at any of its new instances, every day, in every part of the world. Franklin Roosevelt's words on November 4th, 1938 are worth recalling. I venture the challenging statement that if American democracy ceases to move forward as a living force, seeking day and night by peaceful means to better the lot of our citizens, fascism will grow in strength in our land. Freedom and liberation are an unending task. Let me finish with a poem by Franco Fortini. On the bridge's parapet, the heads of the hanged. In the flowing rivulet, the spittle of the hanged. On the cobbles in the marketplaces, the fingernails of those lined up and shot. On the dry grass in the open spaces, the broken teeth of those lined up and shot. Bitter in the air, biting the stones, our flesh is no longer human. Biting the air, biting the stones, our hearts are no longer human. But we have read into the eyes of the dead, and shall bring freedom on the earth, but clenched tight in the fists of the dead lies the justice to be served. And that, my friends, is the full entirety of fascism. I just read it to you. You now have experienced it. And I know that a lot of you wouldn't have gone out and read it, so I thank you so much for sticking around and actually listening to me read that and, try and point out how it's incredibly applicable to our modern day. And so this is what frustrates me so much about Anna Kasparian, one of the most prominent, supposedly left-wing commentators in American media, not having a basis for defining fascism, not having a basis grounded in, some kind of coherent definition. And it's really frustrating because as that essay ends, We must constantly be vigilant every day in every part of the world. Freedom and liberation are an unending task. You have to work for it. You have to fight for it. And being lulled into sleep in this time of crisis, in this moment while we stand on the precipice of potentially capitulating the most powerful country to have ever existed on the planet into fascism, infuriates me to a degree I cannot conceive of.
Thanks for reading us the most uncozy bedtime story. Madge.
Two Dad Smoochin', thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. When would you say it ends? It doesn't end. The threat of fascism will always be manifest. I think largely it is part and parcel associated with the adherence of capitalism. I think that for as long as capitalism and exploitation continues to exist, fascism will be a threat under which we must not be complacent. And I know that there are other academic terms or definitions of fascism, but I find this one particularly compelling. I find this one to be a decent overview of kind of that slipperiness of the fascist ideology, and I think that ultimately understanding Umberto Eco's definition of fascism can at the very least provide you with a basic understanding of what this is, of what this monster we're dealing with is. So you're saying if capitalism ends, so would the threat of fascism? That's something that I think. I don't know that to be a fact. I think that if we were to actually achieve like a true socialist vision of the world, we would constantly still have to make society better. There would constantly be improvements to be made in our systems. But it's possible that fascism would not really be tenable under a non-capitalist system. But it is also, as we have just talked about, a very slippery ideology that might very easily be able to mold itself to such a world. So I would never be willing to roll the dice on that one. Maintain vigilance. Always be on guard, because democracy is the most precious thing we have as a country, and we need to hold on to it. Because without democracy, we lose the mechanisms that allow us to make the country better in a peaceful way. Like without democracy, all we have is violence. All we have are violent levers to power. That's it. It is the only thing that keeps us in, out of just the ideology of the rock. The ideology of big rock. Yeah, no, real Radham, that does really seem to be it. Like, Anna's definition of fascism is really, well, he wasn't successful at fascism, so he's not a fascist. Yeah. Whew. That was a doozy. Thanks for watching. Now, folks, I have been streaming for over 3 hours, and that was an incredibly long segment. I did not mean for that segment to be as long as it was. But if you have been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because if we hit 50 subs, I will put on my election day outfit, and I think you might appreciate that. Jack's fired up this week? Fuck yeah, I am. Because I'm not clowning about the fact that we're standing on the precipice of a possible, like, fascist capitulation in the US. And by extension, the world. Like... Whew. How the fuck is it democracy when you have 2 corporate parties and know their choices? Well, because we have a democratic system, that doesn't mean first past the post voting is perfect. It's not. But it certainly beats having like a, you know, civil war every time like our leader doesn't have children, you know? And the other part of that is like, we could actually engage if, let me put it this way. If our third parties actually gave a shit in America, we could actually organize and change the way voting is counted and get ranked choice systems implemented at the state level in every state in the country. However, our third parties just show up every few years to say, vote for us and we'll change things without any actual plan for taking power. Like that's the infuriating thing. That's the infuriating thing to me. There is a path to actually getting more than two parties viable in the country. But that path relies on local and state level organizing, something that these third parties are almost constitutionally incapable of doing. They would rather spend their resources every 4 years on a long shot at the presidency to secure 5% of the vote, something that they never come within spitting distance of achieving. And they do that instead of actually bothering to get ranked choice voting, the thing that would allow them to actually challenge the two-party duopoly. They have no money. It's billions in the US. They have money. And the thing is, if you want to complain about not having money, that's like the fundamental struggle of every labor union in the United States. Are you familiar with that? Oh, boo-hoo, you don't have money? That sucks. Now what? Like that's the thing, right? Like you're like, okay, well, you know, well, we don't have money, so I guess we just have to waste a ton of money every 4 years on a failed shot at getting 5% of the vote. How about you organize on a local and state level, you lazy, useless fucks? If you do that, then you might actually hit 5% of the vote. If you actually achieve local and state wins. But third parties don't do that. In other countries, money is capped. Yeah, and you know what? It would really help us to do campaign finance reform if we actually had organizers at the local and state level. That's something that you can pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. You could get ranked choice voting and push for campaign finance reform. But third parties in America don't give a shit about that. They just take money to throw a wrench into the system every 4 years. And I'm not angry at the fact that they run every 4 years. I'm angry at the fact that they don't do anything in the intervening time. The Green Party has lost hundreds of local seats over the past 20 years. They are weaker now than they were 2 decades ago. That is a failure of their organizing apparatus. They're outpaced by the fucking libertarians. People who are so brain dead, they want a world where it's legal to just put your children in danger in the back of your car. Like, they're busy arguing about how you should be able to legally just leave your child in your car with all the doors shut and locked. They're busy talking about how you have the right to not wear a seatbelt and be shoved through your window at 80 miles an hour when you get in a car accident. That's what libertarians are doing, and they're more successful than the left-leaning third parties in America. And that should be one of the biggest fucking indictments of third-party action in America. God damn it. We have a really great guy as city mayor, and he's from the Green Party. That's great. Like, I have nothing against individual Green Party candidates who actually run for office and get into office, because that means they actually ran a ground game. They actually had good ideas that got them into power. Now do that. Now do more of that. Do more of that. Build local and state power. Continue. You know? But if Jill Stein ran for Congress, she might actually win and have to do something. True. Yeah, libertarians are out there, like, actually being able to organize and achieve political office. And their best ideas are, hey, we should make it legal for children to ride bikes without, bike helmets on. Like, that's their major contribution to society, and they're able to win office. Like, God. I like the seatbelt stuff. If I can smoke, then I should be allowed to not wear a seatbelt. Nah, fuck that. Whew. Okay. Folks. Again, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Consider dropping those subs and donos. God, I'm sweating. You got me
Helping
worked up.
Jack take a break away from the frustration by changing outfits. Smiley face.
Paladin!
DWA.
Thank you for the 11 gifted tier 1 subs. Let's go!
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Okay, so we've hit 50. Let's go. Ah! Okay, I need to leave you guys on a good note. I got too much, too riled up. We need to bring it back down. Also, I need to like chill out because I'm like sweating under here. All right. Whew. Did you guys get something out of that fascism segment? Because I really didn't want it just to be like, grr, I'm angry at Anna Kasparian. I wanted it to be like substantial and point out why I'm upset, and also to educate you guys. And was that good? Did I accomplish those goals? You have a new sub? Hell yeah. Thank you so much. You learned a lot? Fuck yeah. In the last election cycle, I talked a lot about Umberto Eco's 14 points. Maybe I need to keep bringing that up when we talk about fascism. We can do abridged, there are abridged ways we could talk about it instead of just me reading the full essay. So we'll do that. But yeah, by the way, if you just Google fascism essay, Umberto Eco, or even fascism essay, one of the top results will be from the Anarchist Library. It's free to read. You can link it to other people, especially if you want to talk to people about fascism in like a more serious way than just like Donald Trump's a fascist and then just like end of conversation. Because I don't think that should be a thought terminating cliche. Like it shouldn't be like he's a fascist, end of conversation. Like you should be able to justify why you're saying that. Consider releasing the reading as its own segment. Maybe I will. But he is, though? Yeah, but you should be able to explain why he's a fascist. That's what I mean. Like, you should be able to explain why. And you should be able to, like, define what fascism is in your explanation. Agreed, that was 2 segments. Should I keep it all together as one and then just cut out the fascism essay as like a standalone? I'll think about it. I just checked. If you Google fascism essay on Google, it's the first option. Excellent. All together in the essay, 2 videos. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, also one of the things that I'm currently facing down is the fact that we have like less than a week until the election day, and I need to get all of this content out as it's relevant. Because the second the election is over, none of this coverage matters. You know? Whew. I have a difficult time absorbing information that's read to me, so every so often I need a synopsis. Gotcha. Cool. Whew. That way we can link to the essay as reference. Okay, cool. On a less horrifically depressing note, when did it become cool to hate Radiohead? Who hates Radiohead? Yeah, one-eyed heathen. I'm definitely down to make it 2 videos. Whew. Point 15 of her fascism, hating Radiohead. Oh god, do you want a long video / react, Jack? Oh, absolutely not. We have so much content to do today that like I cannot handle another long thing to do. We still have to do the Project 2025 videos, and then we still have to do we still have to do the Madison Square Garden stuff. So whew. Oh, Tom York is abusing his audience for being pro-Palestinian? That fucking sucks. That explains, you know what? That explains a lot. On a lighter note, are we spoiling the planned Saturday content, or will it be a surprise? We can spoil it. Guys, on Saturday, GamerG will be joining me for a segment to break down election numbers and prognosticate about the potential outcome of the election based on the best up-to-the-minute data we have. GamerG, as a lot of you know, she organizes politically, and we'll talk DSA, and we'll get you the info you need to join DSA and maybe make a leftist difference in your neck of the woods. Which I just realized as I said it out loud. Neck of the woods is a very Minnesotan term. When will you be up in our neck of the woods is like a Minnesotan saying. That sounds fun and terrifying. Well, the thing is, Thistles for Eyes, GamerG has a very optimistic outlook on the election. I largely share the optimistic outlook, though I'm a bit more reticent to get excited about it. I'm more in the oh god, oh god, oh god, I think it'll be okay, oh god kind of position. Whew. Same here? Okay. And maybe it's like a Midwest thing. On a slightly related note, one of these days I want to take a journey and see old growth forest in Minnesota. Apparently logging companies like completely decimated the old growth forests of Minnesota. However, due to a clerical error, there's like a span of uncut old growth that still exists in Minnesota. And I'd really like to go make a trip to see it. Basically, they thought that they cut it all down, and then they realized that there was like a handful of acres that continued to exist that they just like forgot about. Cautiously optimistic? Hell yeah. Right there with you, with concern and hopefulness. Yeah. Wait a minute. We have an unban request. All right, let's take a look here. I actually don't know why they were banned. I actually have no idea why you were banned. I'm so sorry! Exclamation point. There we go. Maybe someone misclicked or something? I have no idea, but I looked at their chat history and literally the last thing that they said was, "Good night, Jack." And I feel so bad. I don't know how they got banned. Oh, God. Okay. I'm so sorry. Makuta Luroka. Could have been friendly fire. Might have been. Usually, I very rarely do I just, like, ban a chatter. So, like, good golly, I feel terrible. Remind me to never wish Jack good night. I didn't pipe up during the segment, but I have some Wikipedia/Google search keywords for people who want to learn more about the relationship between esoteric/religious syncretism and fascism. Yeah, left or in front, if you jump over to riverboat.gg, you can post links there freely. Mostly because we get a lot of, like, fascist, you know, interlopers in Twitch and YouTube chat, so we had to take away the ability to post links. But you can post links over on riverboat.gg, because if they're bad links, we can IP ban. So that is one of the upsides of being over there. I think we've only ever had to ban, like, IP ban, like, one person from the Riverboat site. Okay. I am no longer sweaty, and I'm going to go put on that outfit. You guys get a sneak peek at my, I was about to say debate night, election day outfit. BRB. I will also do some light makeup, so it might take me a few minutes. Now would be an excellent time to take a bathroom break, get a snack, get some water.
Apropos
I definitely
of nothing,
need water.
DJ Cummerbund has released his Halloween song for the year. This is information you all needed to know. BWA?
You know what? Maybe while I'm gone, I'll put on a DJ Cummerbund list, okay? Maybe we'll do that. All right. You guys deserve a treat after that extraordinarily long segment. BRB. Oh, and also, Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The knifiest duck we have.
Ah, and here comes dinner. Well, I ain't evil, I'm just good looking. Start a little fire, and baby, start cooking. I'm a hungry man. I don't want pizza, I'll blow down your house, and then I'm gonna eat ya. Bring you to a simmer, right on time. Run my greasy fingers up your greasy spine. Feed my Frankenstein. Meet my libido. Jesus. Feed my Frankenstein. Hungry for love and it's feeding.
you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes or cutaway coat, perfect fits. Come let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their midst.
It's the monster walk.
Now from the top, make it drop. That's a wet ass pussy. Now get a bucket and a mop. That's a wet ass pussy. I'm talking drop, drop, drop. That's a wet ass pussy. Macaroni in a pot. That's a wet ass pussy.
I remember when rock was young. Me and Susie had so much fun. Holding hands and skimming stone. Had a look of seven and a place of my own. But the biggest trick I ever got
I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Can I ask you something? What?
Get away!
Okay, tape's rolling. Anytime you want.
Do we both say it?
Say it together. Huh? I say inviting you to. All right. Yeah.
Anytime, tape's rolling.
Hi, this is Michael Jackson.
I'm Rick James, bitch. Rick motherfucking James.
I'm DJ Come baby.
Yeah.
This is Vincent Price, inviting you to
The Thriller.
It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart.
You say I'm so crazy. Coming home intoxicated. I said just wanna love you. I just wanna love you. Guess that's why I'm so elated.
Give it to me, baby. Then love night, and no one's gonna save you from the beat the box right. You know it's give it to me, baby. Real love night, you're fighting for your life inside a together,
Hey, this is what I call a good time, baby. I'm having the time of my motherfucking life. Enjoy that, sugar pop.
You hear the door slam, you realize there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold hand. I wonder if you ever see the sun.
Come here, girl.
You say how can I love you? How can I love you? When your body keeps on moving, say wait till I squeeze you. Maybe then you'll stop to grooving.
Give it to me, baby. Then love night, there ain't no second chance against the thing with 40 eyes, girl. Give it to me, baby. Then love night, you're fighting for your life inside a together. Night creatures caught in the dead start to walk in their masquerade. There's no escaping the jaws of the alien inside. This is the end of your life.
Is this a fucking party or what? Dance to the music, you ugly motherfuckers. Why don't you give me a pickle, bitches?
They're out to get you. There's demons closing in on every side. They will possess you unless you change that number on your dial. And now is the time for you and I to cuddle close together all through the night. I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see. Give it to me, baby. Then love night, 'cause I can feel you more than any goes through them. Yeah, that's right. Give it to me, baby. Then love night, so let me hold you tight and share a together.
Anytime you want.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna throw you tonight.
Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood.
I'm gonna throw you
And
tonight.
whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting bound must stand and face the corpse's shell and rot inside the hounds of hell.
It's insane!
Demons squeal so plump, so right. It's great fun. Although the groove is hard to beat, yet still you stand with feet. Funk is in the air. funk of 40,000 years. And grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. Though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver. For no mortal can resist the evil of
Rick James, bitch. This is the dirt, and Rick James walked in. What's poppin', mama? Rick James, bitch. Dig it.
Great, thank you. Cut.
It's over.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of politas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. As she stood in the doorway, I heard the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven and this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here.
One of the greatest songs of all time.
Amanda Tiffany Twisted, she got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she called friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, please bring me my wine. He said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away.
Hey Baron, it's DJ C DJ Cumberbund, making you a special mix for your birthday. You coming into adulthood now, baby boy. You gotta get a job. You go out into the forest, chop some wood, do your thing.
Go Barry, it's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. You're a man now. Mazel tov. Go Barry, it's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. You're a man now. Mazel tov.
Baby, here I am, I'm a man on the scene. I can give you what you want, but you gotta come home with me. I've got some good old loving and I got some more in store. But when I get through throwing it on you, you got to come back for more. Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody has got a body like you, but I gotta think twice. Oh, baby, before I give my heart away. And I know all the games you play because I play them too. Maybe more than things that come by the dozen. That ain't nothing but a plus no loving. Well, it takes a strong man, baby, but I'm showing you the door. Cause I gotta have fun. Run along the down by the dozen. That ain't nothing but a plus no loving. Ready to know things in my life. Chemicals and mama, I'm so hard to handle now. Get around. All the old paintings on the tomb, they do the sometimes, don't you know? If they move too quick, they're falling down like a domino. All the buzz are men by the Nile. We got the money on the back. Gold crocodiles. Let's not the teeth on your cigarette. If you want my future, forget my past.
If you wanna get with me, better make it fast. Now don't go wasting my precious time. Get your act together, we could be just fine.
Living on the lighted stage approaches the unreal.
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
In touch with some reality for those who think and feel. Cast in this unlikely role, ill-equipped to
Tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
one must put up barriers to keep oneself intact. Oh, but I need some time off from that emotion. Time to pick my part up off the floor. Insufficient time. Boy, that comes along and down by the dozen. That ain't nothing but a distant number. Pretty little thing in me like a chemical. I'm so on the handle now, get around.
It's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. Go Barry, it's your birthday. You're a man now.
This one is for the boys with the booming system. Top down AC with the cooling system. When he come up in the club, he be blazing up. Got stacks on deck like he's saving up. And he ill, he will, he might got a deal. He pop bottles and he got the right kind of bill. He cold, he low, he might sell cold. He always in the air, but he never fly coach.
Everybody's moving with their hands in the air. I like the girl over there with the long blonde hair, shaking her thing like it's the end of the world. She's looking her way, her and all her girls.
That's the kind of dude I was looking for. And yes, you'll get slapped if you're looking.
Ladies pointing because you're interested. They step to us and put in their bid.
I said, excuse me, you're a hell of a guy. I mean, my, you're like pelican fly. I mean, you're so shy, and I'm loving your tie. You're like slicker than the guy with the thing on his eye. Oh.
They wanna hang out at the after party.
Yes, I
And
did.
just later on in the hotel lobby.
Yes, I
And they
did.
ask the girls what you wanna do.
That cooks up the truck for you.
It's your birthday.
Hey, I guess it's just a macho thing.
Go Barry, it's your birthday. You're a man now. Mazel tov.
My life, you electrify my life. Let's conspire to ignite all the souls that were Listen to this now.
Because I've got to have faith. Closer now. I'm melting now. Our sensation. Oh, my baby. Keep on, baby.
You know, I was wondering, you know, if you could keep on, because the force it's got a lot of power, and it makes me feel like it makes me feel like
Our sensation. Lovely where we at. Ooh. So take us through the hours. I won't be waiting. 'Cause this is love. Ooh, keep on with the boys don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the boys don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the boys don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the boys don't. Looking back on when I was a little nappy-headed boy. In my only worry was for Christmas what would be my joy.
that cause you trap on the one. In the name of Jesus, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against me in judgment thou shalt condemn. Lord, give me a sign.
Face down on the mattress one.
For this is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, said the Lord. Amen. Lord, give me a sign. I really need to talk to you, Lord. Since the last time we talked, the walk has been hard. Now I know you haven't left me, but I feel like I'm alone. I'm a big boy now, but I'm still not grown, and I'm still going through it. Pain and the hurt, soaking up trouble like rain in the dirt. And I know only I can stop the rain with just a mention of my Savior's name. Ready, Travis. Devil, I rebuke you for what I go through and trying to make me do what I used to. But all that stops right here. As long as the Lord's in my life, I will have no fear. I will know no pain from the light to the dark. I will show no shame, spit it right from the heart. Cause it's right from the start. You held me down and ain't nothing they can tell me now. Lord, give me a sign. Lord, give me a sign. Lord, give me a sign.
everybody. sorry that took me so long, chat. This dress is an absolute son of a bitch to put on. It is, the zipper is my mortal enemy. Oh, God. Is this the election outfit? This is the election outfit. Quick question about HRT. When you first starting, did you feel an emptiness, almost like coldness in the pit of your stomach? No. Yes, this is the outfit I will be wearing on election day. Worth it though? I'm glad you guys think so. This was so hard to put on. Whew. Aw, Jabertus Maximus, thanks. The bolero jacket I wore yesterday, I actually bought to go with this dress, so you kind of saw like a preview of it, of stream yesterday. There's a reason wealthy women needed ladies' maids to dress. True, true. Whew. Sheesh. Zipunzel. True. You do look quite well. It fits you. I'm glad, because it certainly didn't feel like it fit me putting it on. Bolero is a fun word. It is. Okay. Oh, man. Content. That's right. Sorry it took me so long. You look like $1 billion. I wish I was worth that. All right. We good to move on? Also, hello, Elvin Lumberjack. I don't recall seeing you here before. Welcome, friend. Hello, Screaming at the Radio. Hello, new people. Are we done with Anna yet? Yes, we're done now. We finished with that, like, such a long time ago. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Okay. Sorry, I'm like breathing from like putting the zipper on. My fingies hurt so much. Billionaire Jack would donate to chat. Unironically, yes. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready to dive into content, chat? We must go once more unto the content mines, my friends. Once more unto the breach. From Riverboat Jack to Billionaire Jack. There's no ethical way for Riverboat Jack to become Billionaire Jack. Okay.
And the reason I say all the liberal, it's high visibility, but the truth is you need to clear out all the underbrush. You got to, all the liberal guidance has to go. Let nothing live. And the
anyway, that's a little preview of where we're going. Folks, it's time. I'm hitting the segment button. You can't stop me. But before I do, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. We are 7 followers away from 11K on Twitch and on YouTube. We're almost at 8,400. Let's go. Let's go. And with that, was that Michael Knowles? Nope. Here we go. Boop. So, here we are. The second to last video. of our Project 2025 training series. We're going over every single video that ProPublica was able to get their hands on from internal private training videos intended for Project 2025 appointees, people who applied to Project 2025 with the express purpose of gutting the administrative state if Donald Trump were to win. It is a fascist project run by and made up of fascist true believers in the Trump, space. This final one is titled Navigating Policymaking. And I have seen approximately 5 seconds of it in which the guy who is giving this training video describes leaving no liberal regulation left alive, which, I don't know, I find that particularly ominous. I find it disconcerting, because those are kind of the regulations that keep your water clean and your air clean and your soil clean and, your life livable, not under threat of imminent building collapse, etc. So, shall we dive in? It's okay that you took a while, Jack. Your election day outfit was just tabulating the results. There you go. I even got the sound effect for you. Here we go. Diving in. Second to last training. Let's go. Hey, Paladin.
One day when I was working at the White House, I got summoned to the Oval Office along with John McEntee and James Bacon. The president was unhappy. A certain agency had been working on an important policy change for 3 years and it still wasn't finished. The president told us to take it over, go bolder, and get it done. We completed it start to finish in just 14 days. And when I say start to finish, I don't mean we produced an executive order or directing something be done or a proposed rule or an interim rule. I mean an actual final rule published in the Federal Register having the force of law. And we did it in 14 days. People couldn't believe it. So how did we do it? In this lesson, I'll reveal actual tricks of the trade that will allow you to get big things done fast.
Cool.
In the eyes of many in the world.
Again, keep in mind, their entire premise here is to, as quickly as possible after Donald Trump is in office, completely and utterly gut any kind of helpful thing that the government does.
This every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
This guy looks like a 2010 NVIDIA tech demo. True.
Is only living as long as it is striving.
He does look extraordinarily poorly lit compared to all of the other
Only
ones.
a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum
The nation's
danger.
only alive
This
as
nation
long
will
as it is
endure
living.
As it has endured.
We're going to
We'll
endure.
revive and will prosper.
We're going to survive.
Whether we go forward together with courage,
Everyone
or turn
will
back the
remember
policies that weakened our economy,
Independence
diminished
Day.
our leadership
I'm
in
pretty
the
sure
world,
that's how the speech
America's
from
future will
Independence
be
Day
in your
goes.
hands.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Sounds like he was describing a dangerous rush job. Yeah, it's almost like maybe you should take more time before you implement something that has the force of law unilaterally through your organization. Maybe there's necessary
Congratulations.
steps.
You've just been appointed to a senior policy-making role at an agency. You've been thinking about this moment for years, thinking, man, these guys are idiots. If only I were in charge. Well, now your dreams are reality. It's showtime. So what now? How do you deliver? Well, the first thing to recognize is that the title of this course is a misnomer. It's captioned How to Get Your Policy Through the Agency. But it isn't your policy. It's the president's policy.
Every single one of these videos is just shut up, don't think, only do what the president tells you to do.
And this is a material distinction for 2 reasons. First, it is essential that you surround yourself with people who believe in the president's agenda.
Don't ever even question its legality, just do what you're told.
This isn't about loyalty. It's about efficacy.
And also, remember that they dedicated an entire video of their training to you are going to be investigated for crimes.
People who believe in the agenda will go the extra mile to get it done. In any substantive endeavor, you're going to encounter bureaucratic and legal hurdles. Some expected, others unexpected. If you're dutifully but unenthusiastically carrying out your boss's orders, you'll say, "Sir, we tried, this came up, we can't do it." But if you're passionate about the policy reform, if you're invested in making it happen, if you want to see it done, you'll be...
If you're a true believer, you'll ignore the legalities.
Undaunted and unrelenting. You'll think creatively about how to get it done, how to clear the hurdles. And that right there...
It's astounding to me because he's like, you'll think of how to get it over the hurdles. When he described one of those hurdles being the law, like you're just describing how to do something illegally, right? Like you just need to think creatively and break the law.
Is often the difference when it comes to big things between success and failure. So surround yourself with ideological allies, both by hiring them if you're able to, and by forging relationships across the agency.
If you get a job at ProPublica, you need to be a recurring caller for me, okay? Honestly, you should be a recurring caller for me anyway, because that'd be fun.
Particularly in components that you're going to need sign-off from
you're doing all right.
in order to implement your reforms, for example, General Counsel's office. The second reason this distinction is important is that DC has too many people who think they run the president instead of the other way around. The primary goal for them is not to implement the president's agenda, but to resume build. They may even sabotage the president's agenda with lies and leaks and inaction in order to ingratiate themselves with what Tucker Carlson calls permanent Washington. For example,
this guy sounds like a young and evil Steve Buscemi.
According to Axios, senior officials who oppose President Trump's plans to withdraw forces from the Middle East and Afghanistan, quote, deliberately deceived, end quote, deliberately deceived him about troop levels. So think about that. That's why it's really important.
What?
For example, according to Axios, senior officials who oppose President Trump's plans to withdraw forces from the Middle East and Afghanistan, quote, deliberately deceived, end quote, deliberately deceived him about troop levels. So think about that. That's why it's really important. You got to have people who back you. Otherwise, you'll get undermined and you'll be less efficient. Now, the next Republican administration will be the most important one of our lives. There's too much to do, there's no time to lose, and the stakes are too high. The left has used its monopoly over education, media, and culture to crack the pillars of American society. I'm talking about free speech, meritocracy, a national faith, and the unique excellence of our self-governing republic. So in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI as they call it, the Democrats are lowering standards in every aspect of modern life, most alarmingly in medicine. They're brainwashing the next generation with the dangerous fiction that America is systemically racist. And their false but pervasive propaganda stokes resentment, fuels chaos in our cities, and robs us of the self-confidence that we have a civilization worth defending. I mention this because if the next Republican president does not execute a dramatic course correction, there may never be another chance. So if you're not on board with helping implement a dramatic course correction because you're afraid it'll damage your future employment prospects, it'll harm you socially, look, I get it. That's a real danger. It's a real thing. But please, do us all a favor and sit this one out. We only need to fill 5,000 administration positions, and there are tens of millions of conservative voters to choose from. If you're not prepared to be bold, we can manage without you. Trust me. I used to help run the Office of Presidential Personnel at the White House. Now that said, if you're watching this video, you're probably precisely the kind of dedicated person we need. So
yes.
In this next section, I'm going to get into the technical details of how to get big things done fast.
I'm big things.
Let's start with background on the process. It's dry, but it's important to understand. Now, as you'll recall from your high school civics class.
Yeah, also, like, if it's not obvious by now, this guy's completely and utterly, like, unhinged. You know, and I just tried to Google, like, what he was talking about with troop numbers and, like, Trump being deceived. And the thing that I came up with when I Googled was this piece from Defense One. Outgoing Syria envoy admits hiding U.S. troop numbers, praises Trump's Mideast record. 4 years after signing the now infamous Never Trump letter condemning then presidential candidate Donald Trump as a danger to America, retiring diplomat Jim Jeffrey is recommending that the incoming Biden administration stick with Trump's foreign policy in the Middle East. But even as he praises the president's support of what he describes as a successful realpolitik approach to the region, he acknowledges that his team routinely misled senior leaders about troop levels in Syria. We were always playing shell games to not make clear to our leadership how many troops we had there. The actual number of troops in northeast Syria is a lot more than the roughly 200 troops Trump initially agreed to leave there in 2019. Yeah. So, like, yeah, what Syria withdrawal? There was never a Syria withdrawal. When the situation in northeast Syria had been fairly stable after we defeated ISIS, Trump was inclined to pull out. In each case, we then decided to come up with 5 better arguments for why we needed to stay, and we succeeded both times. That's the story. Yeah, so this doesn't really seem like he was a Biden operative lying to Donald Trump. This isn't what that... So the dude speaking is Jim Jeffrey? No, I don't think so. Is it? No. No, this is Dan Huff.
Congress makes laws, judges interpret laws, and the executive branch, through various agencies, enforces laws. Now, in practice, Congress typically passes vague statutes and leaves it to the agencies to fill in the details of the policy. So there are 2 principal ways that agency policy gets expressed: regulations and guidance documents. Now, regulations impose legally binding obligations or prohibitions, sort of more formal, and guidance documents, they merely explain how the agency will exercise its broad enforcement authority. So, for example, DACA, right? President Obama's amnesty for illegal aliens. It was issued as guidance, not regulation. So guidance can do real things, but it's sort of in a different category. And there's a reason that DACA was issued as guidance, because agency regulations require a lot of process, and guidance documents do not.
Okay. We've already gone over this in other videos. So far, not new info.
So let's look at the process for agency regulations. The process for that's governed by the Administrative Procedures Act. That's the term you're probably going to hear, APA. And the APA creates 2 tracks. The first is called formal rulemaking. And that establishes a trial-like hearing process in which a rule is developed. This is almost never used. I just bring it up in case, someone tosses around that term, formal rulemaking. You can forget about it. But the second option, the second track, that's technically known as informal rulemaking. The thing is, it's a total misnomer. There's nothing informal about it at all. It's a tangle of official steps and requirements, and because it's primarily used, we'll focus on that process. But it is not informal. It's a huge pain in the tail.
Okay. Like, this feels like just completely arcane methods of dismantling the government that they're exploring here. They don't want it to be formal, they want it to be informal, and therefore just, take a hammer to everything.
Regulations begin with a policy idea that's been put in a written form. You think about a problem, you think about ways to solve it, and then you got to start drafting. And the draft typically has several parts. First, the preamble. The preamble contains a summary, date, contact information, and supplementary information. So the summary explains the planned actions and why they're necessary. And the contact information is for the public to submit comments on the rule. We'll get to that in a minute. And the supplemental information includes sort of a lengthier discussion of the merits of the proposal, the legal foundation, supporting data, the agency's choices and reasoning. And then following the preamble, the agency prints the actual regulatory text, which, when finalized, will ultimately appear in a standing body of agency law that's known as the Code of Federal Regulations. That's another term you're going to hear, CFR. So most new regulations will amend existing rules in the CFR. So you're going to have to do some cross-referencing for conforming amendments. This is all sort of in the drafting stage. But practical tip number 1. If you need to draft a regulation yourself, ask the General Counsel's office for a template, and then just focus on the summary of the rule and the supplemental sections that explain the policy. The rest is standard, pretty boilerplate. It can be filled in quickly. Don't concern yourself with that. You should also check with the subject matter experts in your office to assist with the conforming amendments so that all the necessary changes to the CFR are made. So again, you're writing a rule, it does X, Y, Z, but it touches, 15 other spots. You really need to talk to people in the office who will know where those are so you can say,
oh my God, Eddie, I can't unsee it now. I can't unsee how long his tie is in relation to his body. I can't unsee it now. Oh my God, it's so long. It's so long.
You can change table of contents, you can point in the right direction. It's sort of minor and technical, but you'll need some experts to assist you on that. You just focus on the
literally, I think his tie goes down farther than his arms reach.
Substantive policy explaining that in this model order. So once you have a draft, you'll need to get internal agency sign-off. Now, agencies will have different internal procedures, but broadly speaking, the agency components whose operations may be affected by your rule will want an opportunity to weigh in. So you'll have to confer with your colleagues, refine your draft, and typically this will be done under the supervision of the Chief of Staff in consultation with the General Counsel's office. They're going to want to...
So far, this guy seems unhinged, but also, this is actionable advice for, appointees in a way that is going beyond just, please don't do crimes. A lot of the advice in these videos has been, please don't say racist things, please don't do crimes, please just do what you're told. And this one is actually, reiterating a lot, but it's also, providing, actionable material for appointees.
Take a look at it, too. And they'll be pretty involved in the drafting process and everything that happens after. Now, major regulations also require review by the White House. In the 1980s, Congress established a special agency for that, called the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA. It's a component within the Office of Management and Budget, which is within the Executive Office of the White House. So it's a White House component. They review the regulations, and the rule is that agencies must submit major regulations, which is defined as those having an annual economic impact of over $100 million. Those are the regulations we have to go to OIRA for review before the rules can be made public. What's OIRA going to do? Well, OIRA is going to review the regulation. They're going to ask you some questions. They may run a cost-benefit analysis if that's appropriate. And they're also going to ensure that the other agencies affected by this rule have a chance to weigh in. Now, once everyone signs off, the regulation will go back to your agency, be signed off by the appropriate official there, which usually be the secretary or assistant secretary, and then it's going to be published on a government-run, publicly accessible database of regulations known as the Federal Register. Now, all this does not mean the rule is final. This is actually just the first step. There's way more to go. So the APA, which again is the law that governs how agencies make rules, requires that the public have an opportunity to comment on proposed rules. Now, nowadays, these comments are submitted electronically, and the public typically is given 60 to 90 days to submit them. Agency staff then have to review and sort and categorize and prepare responses to each unique point raised. The agency might also alter the rule in response to the feedback. Hey, that's a pretty good point. I hadn't thought of that. We need to address that. So that happens. But the point of this whole process is to try and prevent the regulation from being overturned in court on the grounds that the agency failed to consider some policy angle. Because what will happen is people go into court and say, well, the agency didn't consider the XYZ comment, and they'll be able to say, no, we did. See right here. So you really want to make sure to cover all those things. That's the way that the agencies try to proceed. So they try to provide comments, responses to all the comments, and once the comments have responses and any changes have been made, then the rule is again submitted for OIRA review and the interagency process. They got to look at it again. They looked at it when it was proposed, there's the comments, and they're going to look at it again. Now, once everyone has signed off on the rule, second time, the rule is again published in the Federal Register. This time as what's called a final rule. And then 30 days after this publication, the rule becomes effective and acquires the force of law. Now, at this point, the rule that you drafted is also going to be immediately subject to judicial review. Now, it's not obvious because a lot of times you have to wait until something's enforced to actually challenge it. But here under the APA, you can get what's called pre-enforcement review. So obviously, this process is quite cumbersome. It can take months, even years, and certain controversial rules can receive tens of thousands of comments. In fact, I think there was a rule on net neutrality years ago that holds the record with 23 million comments. Point being, it's a huge pain. The process for guidance...
Point being, fuck the public.
...documents is much simpler. It doesn't require notice and comment, which is major. I mean, that's the major thing. You do not need to go through the notice and comment process, but...
Yeah, this is a good question, Benjamin Kessler. How did this guy get it all done in 14 days when it requires a 60 to 90 day period? That's very good. Very good question, because it seems like this would not be a 14-day process.
The guidance is also effective immediately, and often it doesn't even need to be published in the Federal Register. It's also not typically subject to the pre-enforcement review. And all of that makes it much more attractive to make policy changes via guidance. Now, the same is true in reverse, in sort of eliminating regulations or guidance. Repealing a regulation is a form of regulatory action that requires going through that same process.
I love how he's describing all these checks and balances and democratic processes that at least attempt to make responsible regulatory processes, and is like, nah, fuck all that, we're gutting it. Yeah, I mean, like, ultimately, he despises this system and wants to destroy it. Like, he doesn't care about public oversight. He doesn't care about any of this, because ultimately his goal is to destroy all of it. His goal is to throw a match in and light the gasoline on fire.
Process. By contrast, getting rid of guidance can often be done simply by just taking the thing off the website or issuing some kind of countermanding memo. So that's a lot of background, but the main point is agencies act through regulations and guidance. Guidance is easy, regulations are hard, and this of course suggests an order of operations when it comes to getting big things done fast. And it is to that we will turn next.
Okay, big things, fast, let's go.
There's a school of thought that when you get into office, your power is at its apex, so you should tackle the hardest thing first. Now, I think that's a big mistake, because the bigger issues tend to be more complicated, and having more surface area, it's easier for your opponents to find ways to bog you down. Instead, my view is start with some quick victories to build some momentum and signal to everyone that you're a skilled operator who gets things done. So, my advice is that your first target should be the low-hanging fruit of some liberal agency guidance, and there are a mountain of examples of this. It's a target-rich environment.
Oh boy.
So, for example,
Okay, so wait, no, the very first thing you should do when you get into office, get rid of all of those liberal regulations. It doesn't matter what the content of the regulation is, just get rid of them. This is actually insane. This is like when Republicans are just like, all regulation is bad, get rid of it. And they never stop to ask, which regulations are you getting rid of? It's just all of them. All of them. All of them should be gone.
The signature initiatives of the left is DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, every agency is going to have documents on their website referring to DEI initiatives, DEI offices, and all of those things can just be taken down immediately on day one. You have similar things at HUD. HUD has a guidance document that says, landlords might be liable for running criminal background checks on prospective tenants because these background checks disproportionately ding minorities. And again, this can be removed without notice or comment. And the examples of—
Dude, what the fuck? This is actually insane. Okay, we've gone beyond just process, and now he's just like, yeah, you know that regulation that prevents companies from dumping disposable plastics into your water supply? Get rid of it. We want as much plastic in the American people as possible, because that means they're consuming more oil, and that's good for the economy.
Of these types of things are legion. I'll give you another one. The Department of Education wrote letters to schools saying that disciplining students in the classroom could violate civil rights laws because the discipline could be disproportionately affecting minorities.
Does he know that in some states, teachers are allowed to beat students? Physically? I think that guidance is pretty necessary.
As you prepare to start work at your agency, just peruse their website, do some research, figure out what they have up there, what are they talking about, try to look for some of this DEI stuff, for example, and then consult the Project 2025 policy agenda. Try to figure out which major policy issues are here that maybe agencies have been operating through guidance that could be undone simply through the process I described, without having to do the rulemaking, without having to do notice and comment, and this way you'll know exactly where to hit right early on day one. The DEI agenda example I gave, it's high visibility.
Yeah, Republicans have made it a top priority to legalize corporal punishment in schools so that teachers can beat children. And yeah, school punishments disproportionately affect children of color. Like that is an undeniable fact. Undeniable.
But the truth is, you need to clear out all the underbrush. All the liberal guidance has to go. Let nothing live.
All the liberal guidance has to go. Let nothing live. God, these guys get rock hard at the idea of like your local water supply being poisoned by chemicals dumped by the local industrial factory. Like, god damn. These guys salivate over being able to like reinstitute de facto Jim Crow. Like, unironically. Like, that's what this guy's calling for.
And the reason I say this...
When we talk... This is why I got so worked up in that last segment that we did before this. Because, like, these people are salivating at the opportunity to gut the government, to render it ineffectual and inoperable, except at the order of a dictator. Like, that's their job.
Is that a key element of the liberal strategy has been to gradually but steadily move the law to the left through guidance documents and strategic lawsuits over time. So you have a statute, but they interpret it in a certain way, and no one's kind of looking, and over time they shifted very far away from where it started. And an excellent treatment of this is in Justice Thomas's dissent in a case called Texas Against Inclusive Communities. And in the dissent, he details how activists and their liberal allies at agencies subtly but steadily transformed statutory prohibitions on purposeful discrimination into a ban on policies that just have a disproportionate impact. So in other words, they took things which said basically, you can't discriminate in housing, and said, well, if you run a background check or a credit check, that is also a violation, because even though you had no intent to discriminate against anyone, you're just trying to, not have criminals in your house, that could have a disproportionate impact on some populations. That's very much not what Congress intended when it first came out there. And
wait, but you're going off of the dissent on that case. You're like, the Supreme Court already ruled on this. Oh god. Like, the court ruled on this and found that disparate impact claims are like fall under the Fair Housing Act. Like, they already ruled on this. You're just choosing the minority opinion on this.
They essentially they were able to shift it to that through these guidance processes. Now, ultimately, the Supreme Court blessed it, but the point is that it only got to that point because over a period of many years, the bureaucrats in the agency slowly crept toward that. And this disparate impact idea would never have passed Congress, and in fact, it didn't. It was all done by administrative agencies. And these gradual shifts, the way they do them, they're done through guidance documents and policy interpretations. So if you go in there and you tear that stuff down, all that underbrush, you're going to disrupt their whole game because you're eliminating the fundamental.
Who's they? Whose game are you disrupting? Who is they? Like, this is where we're getting like truly mask off here. This guy is arguing that they have an agenda, and by they he just means like the nefarious deep state that's taken over the administrative governance of America. And like, his solution is just to remove all regulations. Like, this is insane.
Mental document.
Oh, sorry, all guidance.
We're going to put them back to square one. Next thing, when you get rid of the...
By the way, that HUD regulation is just saying that if they find something in your background check and refuse to rent to you, but find the same thing in somebody else's background check and rent to them, that's discrimination and you can have action. Yeah! Like, it's not a complicated thing. Like, he's literally saying you should make it legal for landlords to discriminate against people they don't like, against like black people and brown people and minorities.
Guidance, try to do it all at once. The reason is it's much harder for the opposition to stymie you when they have to fight a multi-front war. I mean, think about it, right? There's a newspaper article that says, agency eliminated A and B and C and D and E. Like, how do you focus? Where do you go first? Create confusion, do it all at once, and like I said, because it can be...
Like, this is a microcosm of the Trump, like, approach to this election cycle. Create confusion and then do it all at once. Like, create enough chaos and then seize power. That's what he's advocating for. This is explicitly fascist.
Be done quickly, you can accomplish it in one fell swoop.
If you create enough chaos, you can simply ignore the normal processes of events.
Okay, so you've eliminated all the liberal guidance documents, right?
Question: how do you determine what is liberal and what is not? Seems like you're just saying anything that you kind of think might be liberal, get rid of it.
Okay,
so
good.
like everything.
So now that you've done that, turn your attention to grant conditions. Each year, agencies dole out hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money in the form of grants. These
Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong about this one. Political appointees can often determine who gets staggeringly large sums of money. And that money under a Donald Trump administration is going to be directed towards conservative businesses.
grants go to organizations, they go to states, they go to corporations, and there's always strings attached. Now here's the thing. The left is adept and totally unabashed about using grant conditions to implement their radical agenda. And I'm going to give some detailed examples because they're important points of reference for grant conditions when we want to attach them. So,
can these videos be used as evidence for a conspiracy case? I don't think so, because nothing that they're talking about in these videos is explicitly illegal for an appointee to do. If you are a political appointee, you simply wield the power that he is describing and can do this. That's why this plan was concocted by by Heritage Foundation. Like that's why Project 2025 is arranged the way it is. It's because no part of it is explicitly illegal.
Example one. The Bipartisan CHIPS Act made available over $50 billion.
So like this is why I talk about, in this current political moment we're in, how in the past our politics and the function of our government really relied on a sense of honor and gentlemen's agreements to just not like be bad faith and dishonest in your wielding of power. And there's just that entire ethos is dead. Republicans killed it.
In subsidies to U.S. semiconductor manufacturers. The administration was supposed to use the funding to spark a renaissance in American semiconductor manufacturing, like bring manufacturing back. Instead, the Biden Commerce Department is using it as a vehicle to impose its woke agenda. Whole sections of the 75-page funding notice are devoted to requiring applicants to make all sorts of commitments regarding equity, childcare, fair housing. So look, some job owning is to be expected from liberal administrations, but this was extreme. So for example, in a bid to boost minority hiring, the funding notice said, I think this is a quote, strongly encourages applicants to eliminate college degree requirements. So you want to hire people, you don't really need a college degree because that could have a disparate impact. The CHIPS Act...
Wait, why would you need a college degree to work in a factory necessarily?
Also requires grantees to make community investments in workforce training and employment opportunities. And the funding notice advises applicants that, quote, ideal investments would be financing or building affordable housing or providing housing vouchers. This is
because you need to provide housing for workers to work at the factory. Where do you think the factory workers are going to live? The fields? They're just going to be given tents?
This is a novel requirement. Nowhere in the CHIPS Act is there any reference to low-income housing, but it's a priority for the left, so they shoehorned it into the CHIPS Act. Another example is also from the CHIPS Act, right? As part of the workforce training requirements, the Biden administration is demanding that grantees specify what they call wraparound services. They want them to provide wraparound services. And this is another phrase that's found nowhere in the CHIPS Act. But the department says, what's a wraparound service? It basically means businesses paying for services for workers and employees, services such as adult care, transportation assistance, housing assistance, and emergency cash assistance. All these...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just looking at this fact sheet for the CHIPS Act, which is, by the way, called the CHIPS and Science Act. authorizes $10 billion to invest in regional innovation and technology hubs across the country, bringing together state and local governments, institutes of higher education, labor unions, businesses, and community-based organizations to create regional partnerships to develop technology, innovation, and manufacturing sectors. Which, by the way, in order to do that, you need people to live in those places to do the jobs. Like, goddamn. Like, part of the reason is by creating those good jobs, you're going to spur more productivity and more, like more investment in communities is going to help that along. Like, good golly.
Things have been shoveled into the CHIPS Act grant. You want the grant, you do this. What's another liberal priority? Free childcare, right? So the department, in order to get CHIPS Act, is requiring firms that want more than $150 million in funding to provide childcare. But the department didn't stop there. Even firms that are not seeking $150 million, they're looking for some smaller amount, are, quote, strongly encouraged to provide access to childcare for both the construction workers who build the facility and the employees who work there.
Yeah, because otherwise those employees can't work there, because childcare is expensive, man.
And it means nothing that some of these demands are presented as suggestions rather than requirements. The funding notice is very clear. It reminds applicants that the award decision of the department's, quote, grant officers are final and may not be appealed. So the grant applicants know to whom they have to bow. I'm spending time on these CHIPS Act grant details because it's a perfect illustration of how the left uses every lever of power to advance its agenda. If we want to,
you know, if you build a factory in the woods and no one's around to work in it, it doesn't make anything. I've just thrown that out there.
Start winning, we need to do the same. No one on our side would ever have thought to connect semiconductor grants to fair housing or cash assistance, right? We need to start making those connections for the things we care about, and we should.
True, screaming at the radio. Childcare is not expensive if the kids are put to work. Pays for itself, exactly. You know, I didn't think of that.
Be equally unapologetic about it. I'll give you another example. The Obama Justice Department required jurisdictions that receive law enforcement grants to conduct trainings on implicit bias, which, as Heather McDonald, who's a tremendous scholar, as she demonstrates in her book Diversity Delusion, is a sort of a fake pseudoscience purporting to prove systemic bias. It's fake because it doesn't even have the basic characteristics of a scientific result, namely replicability. The same person can take the test twice and have wildly different results. But no matter, you can't get one of these Justice Department grants if you don't brainwash your police force with this destructive nonsense about inherent bias. I'll give you another example. Again, these are important. The National Science...
Wait, but people do have biases that you need to account for, man.
Foundation has dedicated millions of dollars to develop a bias awareness intervention tool and to remediate microaggressions and implicit biases in engineering classrooms. Another...
Wait. But you need that. You need that though. Like, if you don't address those implicit biases, that's how you wind up with like technology firms that create, you know, like motion sensors that don't detect black people, which has been done multiple times in tech industries. Like, if you don't actually take into account these biases, you get things like self-driving cars that can't see like people with darker skin tones. Like, literally this can lead to people being killed directly if you don't address those biases. He wants to make police racists again. I mean, they never stopped, but yes.
For example. In April 2020, the National Institute of Health and the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, they announced the availability of grants to increase the diversity of biomedical research labs. Now consider, this is like right in the middle of COVID, and this is what these people are worried about.
Yeah, because they want to make sure, I don't know, like COVID vaccines don't like accidentally kill entire ethnic groups. Like that, you know, like they want to make sure like the medicine doesn't like kill people that have been overlooked in testing, you know? It's not that hard to understand why these kinds of guidances or regulations are put into effect.
Diversity in the research labs. Then later in 2021, CDC Director Francis Collins, who was still there, announced a new requirement for entities receiving certain neuroscience grants. They've got to submit a plan showing how they will enhance diverse perspectives and empower individuals from groups that are underrepresented in biomedical research. And then there's
Hey, fun fact, a lot of biomedical research, in fact, the vast majority of it, is done on men. And therefore, a lot of biomedical research overlooks how different medications might interact differently with predominantly like female physiology. Anyway,
there's an additional $30 million that they dedicated to addressing the impact of structural racism and discrimination on minority health. These are all grants. Another.
Wait, yeah, you need that though, because otherwise you have no answer for why, like, black women are, like, what, like 40 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women? Like, in like the rural South, like, you need to address these disparities. You're the government. You need to address that, actually.
For example, in May 2022, a physician scientist lost her NIH funding for a drug trial because the trial population did not contain enough blacks, even though it was a disease.
Didn't contain enough what?
For a drug trial because the trial population did not contain enough blacks, even though.
Yeah, he's saying it like that though. He's saying it like that, you know?
Oh, it was a disease that blacks rarely get.
Jesus
so
Christ.
I'm belaboring the point here because you must understand that Democrats are absolutely shameless about using federal grants to advance their radical agenda. And we will not win unless we do the same. So this grant approach could work for almost any priority, but for purposes of illustration...
I guarantee you, this guy would not say that in a room full of African Americans. Like, I guarantee you, this guy knows on some level you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say it in that way.
How we would do it. Let's just assume that as a movement, the next Republican president wants to dismantle the DEI agenda root and branch.
This guy seems like John Doyle's older brother. True.
And let's say you're the staffer in charge of making it happen at each agency. So how do you do it? Well, the first thing you do is stop the bleeding. Day one, no more diversity-based grants made by any agency. What's done is done, but you're now totally out of that business. Well, okay, but how do you find...
You can tell a lot about a person by how, when, and why the way they say blacks.
True, very knifey duck. And thank you for the $5 dono.
Or which? Well, one thing you could do is you could check what they call the NOFAs.
Yeah, he could have just said black people. But he didn't.
When an agency issues a grant, it starts with a Notice of Funding Availability. It's an acronym, NOFA. And that sets forth the grant conditions, the application procedures, and then you also have the final grant agreement between the agency and the recipient. And it'll contain the provisions that govern the funding. So start by scouring those documents for any DEI-based terms so you know which grant programs need to be paused and canceled. Then, next thing you could do is you could look at the Department of Education. You tell that department...
Which DEI programs? What do you mean, so you know which DEI programs? I thought you wanted all DEI programs to be canceled.
To require that each school, as a condition of receiving federal grants, must certify that it's going to make admissions and hiring decisions solely on the basis of merit, and that no performance standards are going to be lowered to achieve any particular demographic balance. And you could say, look, this is going to promote educational excellence, and it's going to be in conformance with that recent Supreme Court case, the fair admissions decision. Then, and this is really important, to keep the schools honest, grant recipients should be required to have a meritocracy officer who will sniff out any hint of circumvention of the ban on race-based decision-making.
This is psychotic. This is actually psychotic, dude. He wants anti-DEI police. He wants anti-DEI police. This is crazy. Should they have a gun, Dan? Small government guy. Yeah, we need anti-DEI police. Open up.
This meritocracy officer would have to submit quarterly reports to the department. And I know that, there's a push for conservatives to eliminate the Department of Education altogether, but until
we're gonna get rid of all these departments. It ultimately doesn't matter.
until that happens, let's use its billions to undo the left's brainwashing apparatus. You know, this is a specific example that the same model of a ban on race-based hiring coupled with a meritocracy officer to monitor compliance could be used by every agency for the grants it gives. You could say no affirmative action in hiring for police forces that receive Justice Department grants, and so on and so forth. And these conditions would be included in the NOFAs and the grant contracts. If pursued unrelentingly, which is exactly what the left would do in our position, it could be used to take down the entire DEI apparatus across all sectors of the economy. So think about this. Using just federal grant.
Yes, all DEI programs will cease to exist across the entire country. This is crazy. This is going to be a long stream. Fuck yeah, it is. We're just getting started, really.
Conditions, you would not just halt, but reverse one of the left's most significant initiatives. And this was just but one example. The grant power is immense, and we have to use it to our advantage. So think about what you want to do, and think about how to attach it to a grant condition. That's how the left does so much of their mischief, and that's how we need to get our initiatives done.
That's how we need to get our mischief done.
Many grant conditions can be effectuated without going through a more...
I feel like this is a dog whistle for remaking the SS. Well, that's Trump's job with Border Patrol and ICE. Like that's clearly going to be his vehicle for getting like his own like SS. But this is going to be his method of basically consolidating power. Like that's what all of this is about. All of this is about taking away power from the administrative state and investing it into the presidency. That's what this is all about. So he's talking about undoing the role of the administrative state so that Donald Trump can step in and fill that void.
Formal rulemaking process, which again, remember, is technically called an informal rulemaking because it's done through notice and comment, not through a hearing procedure. But some changes will require a rule. Another great source of leverage for implementing the president's agenda is by imposing the policy agenda on federal contractors as a condition of working for the government. Now again, the left is absolutely shameless about this. So for example, President Biden ordered federal agencies to include in their contracts a new clause requiring federal contractors to comply with vaccine mandates. President Obama banned federal contractors from discriminating based on gender identity. And this was all before the Supreme Court had weighed in on these issues. So returning to my DEI example, every agency should prohibit companies that receive federal contracts from engaging in race-based hiring or diversity trainings. They should also...
You know, we just went over the 14 points of fascism, right? And how like fascism is built around the rejection of diverse thought and existence. And like I can't get it out of my head when this guy is talking. Like almost every single point he's emphasizing as a point of policy you should pursue as a political appointee is right out of Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. Like every single one of them. It's kind of crazy. It maps on perfectly.
Be required to hire a meritocracy officer to monitor compliance. Again, this would be tied to the Supreme Court decision and preventing service standards from being lowered. And this wouldn't be limited to just, defense contractors, which is what people normally think of when they think of, agreements with government contractors. Even though the government is brimming with lawyers, for example, it often hires large private law firms to handle certain matters. So you can touch a lot of different people with this. It's not just, when you talk about government contractors, it covers a huge set of private entities. If you remember nothing else from today's lecture, remember this. Matters relating to agency grants or contracts or benefits are exempt from the notice and comment requirements of the APA. And people might not believe you about this, so just remember the citation in the U.S. Legal Code. It's 5 U.S.C. 553A2. I'm gonna say it again. 5 U.S.C. 553A2. Because this could wind up being your best friend at the agency. So again, in my DEI example, if you hear someone say, oh man, we have to issue a regulation to eliminate the DEI offices or to require a meritocracy officer or to change our contracting requirements, no problem. A, that might not be true. But even if it is, the rule can be issued quickly because it's a matter relating to an agency grant or an agency contract, and as such, it is exempt from the notice and comment procedure, which again is that process where people submit comments and you have to reply and it takes a very long time. You don't have to do any of that. It's right in the statute. Everything else besides notice and comment can be done quickly, as long as, OIRA and the White House are on board with the effort, which again, they should be in the example I've given. So this exception is little known and it is invaluable. So people are aware, I should add, about a couple of other exceptions to the APA from the notice and comment, where it would, and those are where it would be impracticable, unnecessary, or contrary to the public interest. That's the actual phraseology in the statute. And this sounds broad, but courts have interpreted those provisions so that they are exceedingly narrow and basically useless. So they say impracticable means that you have to respond to an immediate threat to public safety, and therefore, notice and comment would be impracticable. But that's what it means. It has to be an immediate threat to.
Oh, that's how he sidestepped. That's how he sidestepped the public comment period. He just manufactured a imminent threat so that they didn't actually have to do public comment.
To public safety. Unnecessary means that the rule is insignificant in nature and impact.
Sophie Bliss, thanks for being a member.
Public interest means that there's an acute health or safety risk or some surprise to an industry which creates a danger of market manipulation. So again, they interpret the three other exceptions in the APA very narrowly. But by contrast, the APA unambiguously exempts agency matters relating to grants, contracts, and benefits from notice and comment. And it's not an afterthought, it's purposeful. Because
thank you for the $5 Canadian. Let's go.
Congress did not want agencies bogged down with process and litigation when it comes to how they spend taxpayer money. In fact, in the 1960s, the Administrative Conference of the U.S., which ACUS they call it, which advises on regulatory issues, they urged Congress to repeal this exemption. But
who is this sniveling weasel? This is Dan Huff. He's the former legal advisor for the White House Office of Presidential Personnel. Is this another Project 2025 training video? It is. The second to last one.
Congress
We're almost at the end.
They said, no, we don't want all this process to encumber.
Simric, thank you for becoming a member. The Green Name Army grows in YouTube chat.
For the agencies when they're talking about grants. So I'm going to tell you a story about how we use this exception to accomplish a signature feat of repealing and replacing the major rule that I referenced in my introductions. It took just 14 days. So we're called in the president's office. He wants us to get rid of this rule. This rule was the AFFH rule, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. What that rule basically did under Obama was it said if you take federal grant money, you've got to build low-income housing in suburbia. You essentially have to change your zoning laws, eliminate your local zoning so that we can build high-density, low-income buildings all over the country in suburban America.
Oh, my God. Okay. So, do you guys remember during Trump's presidency when he talked about how he was protecting suburban women from low-income housing? Do you guys remember that? Because I remember that. This guy is the guy who got the regulation through to prevent, like, low-income housing being built in areas that need it across the United States. Because what Donald Trump was really talking about was protecting white women from black people. For the white suburban population, a lot of them are like low income. That means black. And so when he talked about how he's defending women, suburban women, he's talking about defending them from having to live next to black people. The horror. And this guy's like really, really proud of the fact that he got this all passed through. Like, these people just want to make your life worse, okay? That's it. That's the only thing they bring to the table. The only thing they bring to the table is, hey, how can we fuck you over? You specifically. Are you working class? Are you poor? How can we make your life worse? Maybe even push you into homelessness, you know? How can we do that? That's what they think about 24/7, so they can squeeze more money out of you and immiserate more, like, African Americans. It really does boil down to that. And this guy has the audacity to be proud of it.
And, you know, buildings all over the country in suburban America. And, you know, it was sort of a weird combination of activists who wanted this, but there was also a political angle, right? They wanted to basically turn red areas blue. And they...
Yeah, what he's trying to say here is having poor people in areas voting in their best interest will turn the areas blue. Because suburban voters tend to be kind of conservative. So, in an effort to rig elections, they made poor people poorer.
They passed this regulation, and it was something that, you know, when the Republicans came in, there had been a lot of talk of getting rid of. But HUD had worked on it for 3 years. They hadn't been able to really make much progress. They had a proposition, but it was you know, fairly bland. The president didn't like it. President Trump says to us, go get rid of this. And this is in the summer, and we're thinking, well, how are we going to do this? So I went back and I looked, and I realized finally that this is a matter relating to an agency grant, because I'd never watched this video, so I didn't know that that was a thing. But I figured it out, and I couldn't believe it. And we drafted the regulation real quick, talked to OIRA, and I remember I was sitting in the office at the White House Counsel, and he says, well, what about notice and comment? I says, well, we don't have to do that. He says, what are you talking about? And I showed him this, and people were astonished. They didn't even know about this. They couldn't believe it. So the key to the whole thing, of course, was just realizing that this exception applied. And that is the power of reading the fine print. And, you know, if I'd not really wanted to get this thing done, if I hadn't been committed to it, I would have just been like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President, how about an executive order? It's going to take too long. We don't have the time. But because I cared deeply about achieving this, I thought...
But because I cared deeply about making sure more black people were homeless, I managed to circumvent the law.
Creatively, and I figured this out. And that's the importance of hiring people and having people around you who are one with the mission and really will go the extra mile. Now, when you bring this thing up about the exception that, you know, matters relating to agency grants, people might try to challenge you, and if you try to invoke it. And what they'll say is, one problem they might cite is that some agencies foolishly subject matters relating to grants to notice and comment procedures. And they do it voluntarily, even though it's not required. Now, fortunately, those agencies typically will also give the secretary the authority to waive any internal agency rule for good cause. So at those agencies, you need the secretary to waive the internal rule and say, we're not going to subject this grant issue to notice and comment, and that's how you would get it done there. But I would also say, when you first get into the agency, take a look at this. And if you're one of those agencies that has these provisions, get rid of it. And for that, you probably will have to go through the actual regulatory process of notice and comment. So it could take you, you know, 2 months or so. But don't belabor it. All you have to say is, listen, we want to move quickly. This thing slows us down. It's not required by the APA, so we're getting rid of it. And you put that in the Federal Register. And you get some comments, and then you do it. And then, you know, 3 months into the administration, you can just do all of these things without having to go through notice and comment. It will pay many dividends later. It will give you tremendous flexibility. So you want to remember that, and if there's anything in your own agency rules that would prevent you from doing that, just eliminate that regulation. Bottom line, if your agency does not require notice and comment for grants, you're off to the...
And keep in mind, by the way, part of this strategy is they're literally appointing bottom of the barrel, like, whoever they can get for this job. Whatever kind of fanatic person they can get, they're going to appoint into these spots, right? Like, the people coming in aren't going to have great grasps on how to do these things or, like, which things to get rid of. They're just gonna go after everything, you know? They're going to be nuts, dog. Like, literally most of these videos are for such low common denominator, like, type stuff. Like, hey, don't get on Twitter and be racist. Hey, you know, don't care too much about the legal stuff. Just do what Donald Trump tells you. Like, it's like so many of these videos have been so geared towards, like, absolute morons that, like, I mean, guys,
bottom line, if your rules that would prevent you from doing that, just eliminate that regulation.
What he's talking about is just Yeah, if something's stopping you from, carrying out the will of the president, just get rid of it. Just ignore it. Get rid of it. Like, this is... Yeah. What Dan Huff did in 14 days was undermine that rule. Exactly. Exactly. God. What this guy did was destroy at least for 4 years what's called the AFFH rule. AFFH is affirmatively furthering fair housing. Basically what it did was prevent states and municipalities from discriminating on where low-income housing can be built. Effectively, it ended the ghettoization of low-income housing. That law was made in '68 under Lyndon Johnson as part of the Civil Rights Act. Obama released 2015 guidance that basically required every state and Amuse probably the tried to block low-income housing to justify why they were doing it. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, the only point of these conservatives being in positions of power is to undermine, laws and legislation and guidance and regulation that have been in place for longer than most voters have been alive. Like, the damage that they want to do is going to be so great that it can never be, repaired. Like, they want to honestly destroy all of the protective regulations and governance that have been built up over the past 120 years. Like, they want to bring us back to 1900. The dawn of the flapper era.
Bottom line, if you're
No, it's not just out of sheer spite. It's also because it would promote capital interest. Because who benefits when the regulations get rolled back? Rich assholes. Rich assholes benefit. The people who want to save money by dumping toxins into your water supply, they benefit.
Agency does not require notice and comment for grants. You're off to the races. Get going, move quickly. And if your agency does, there's a workaround. Have the secretary waive it, and also longer term, just try to eliminate the regulation that requires that. Now, because so many agency regulations are tied to money and grants, for example, Department of Education and so forth, using this tool, this exception, invoking this will allow you to accomplish a lot of what you want to do. You can say, hey, this is a grant matter, this is a government contract matter, notice and comment doesn't apply. You use that, that'll solve most of your problems most of the time. But because there are policy changes that do not fit this exception, in the next section, I'm going to offer some tips that will help.
Oh boy. All right, lay it on us, you ghoul. This man's a monster? Absolutely. But that's the thing. Every single person that they want to appoint is also equally as big a monster as this guy. Every single person involved in Project 2025 is also a monster. They, to varying degrees of awareness of what they're doing is monstrous. But every single person that is applying to be an appointee in the Trump administration, they're monsters too. Like, they're assembling a bunch of monsters to destroy our government. Like, that's what this is.
You have to draft a regulation, and you can't take advantage of the exceptions, so you've got to go through notice and comment. Here are some of Huff's rules on how you do that. Number one, you got to get your hands dirty. You got to know when to get into the weeds yourself to overcome obstacles. Now, you're watching this video because you're passionate about implementing the conservative agenda, but your subordinates may not be. They may not be as motivated to think of creative ways to clear hurdles. Managers in general don't like to get into technical details, but sometimes doing that, getting in the weeds, can be the difference between success and failure. The AFH example is a good one, right? If the president could have been told, it'll take forever to do it, but because I really wanted to get it done, I found that exception, and that allowed me to clear that hurdle and get it done for the president. Returning to my AFFH example, everyone told the president that it would take months to make changes, but because I wanted to make it happen, I looked carefully for a workaround and found it. When you get a project-threatening problem, you got to dig into the details yourself. Doesn't matter if you're not a lawyer, you just need to be able to think rationally and be able to read. And I think, in fact, that one of the issues with senior officials is that the higher up they get, they do less technical work. And so it's easy for their opponents to outmaneuver them. So if you hear something that's slowing you down on an important matter, you've got to look at it yourself, because there will probably be a workaround when you're passionate about trying to make it happen. So that's rule number one.
Okay. Yeah. This guy really thinks highly of himself, and it's completely unearned. Like, imagine being this proud of yourself, and the only thing you've accomplished, the big thing that you're bragging about, is ruining the lives of poor African-American folks. Like, that's your big achievement. Good fucking job, buddy. That's what you dedicated your life to.
Rule number two, think bold. There's a tendency with conservatives towards half measures in order not to seem extreme or to avoid confrontation. But the fact is that bold solutions are often the most elegant and the easiest to justify and architect. And the reason for this is that they're the most rational. Think again about my AFFH example. The prior efforts on the rule have basically been tinkering at the margins. They wanted to substitute essentially one complicated framework that was tied to racial balancing with another slightly less complicated grantee reporting and compliance system that was tied to socioeconomic status. If you take federal funds, you have to do all this reporting, you have to balance things out. But my argument was that the whole thing was unnecessary. All the law requires is that people receiving the grants certify that they are affirmatively for their fair housing, which means that they are using the money in the manner in which it was intended, which is basically to build houses and not to go out, and buy Tyco with the money. That's
Wait, so you just got rid of all of the reporting requirements that required people getting the grant to prove that they were actually fulfilling the grant? And instead you just had them sign a document that said, yeah, we're using the money for the purpose you're giving it to us for. That's insane. That like, you understand that the reporting was there to make sure that people actually did the thing they said they were going to do. God damn it.
That's the point of it. All you have to do is that. And so there was no intent to impose any broad substantive obligation. Basically, our point was just get rid of the whole thing. And because of its simplicity, it was so much easier to draft. It was easier to explain to people, and it was easier to justify. Otherwise, I would have been spending pages and pages comparing the burdens of this approach to that approach. No, you don't have to do any of this. This is just a lot of the bureaucrats.
This is the thing, right? Like, in a normal, functional world, you want your bureaucrats to do like a cost-benefit analysis, to show what the benefits of one system are and the downsides are, to show what the pros and the cons are of a different system. You want bureaucrats to be able to do that. He's basically saying, no, don't bother with that. Just cut it. Just circumvent it. Just get rid of it. That's all he's doing. Like, this is like, genuinely, this guy is like the epitome of fascist takeover bureaucrat. Like, this guy would be right at home in Hitler's administration, okay? Like, he would be totally fine. Ah, yes, we need to make sure the ghettos are built far enough away from the true pure-blooded Aryan cities. Like, he's basically that guy. He's basically like that guy. And it's really disconcerting. And part of what's been so disconcerting about a lot of these videos is that these videos are filmed for the viewer, right? So this guy in this video is talking to people he assumes are on his side. This is their candid conversation. This is their candid thought process and justification for their plan, right? And I feel like this video is really catalyzing crystallizing all of what Project 2025 is all about. You know? It's really like disconcerting here to be talked at like this guy is on friendly terms with us. It creates like this mental dissonance because I despise him with every fiber of my being.
trying to find a hook to build a whole universe of obligations based on one little phrase in the law. So point is, sometimes go simple. Okay, next rule. Watch your language. And what I mean by that is phraseology matters. The way you talk about something affects the way you think about it. Don't use the left's euphemisms in any agency documents or communications. For example, HUD loves to talk about affordable housing. And what they really mean is low-income housing. So say that. Just another example, HHS, the State Department, they'll talk about gender-affirming care. No, sex changes. Don't let them get away with it.
Wait, but sex changes and gender-affirming care are like categorically different things.
Now, you
like
might
gender-affirming care can include sex change operations, but it's not the only thing.
be tempted to say, well, why make a fuss? I don't want to be confrontational. But
yeah, like he's like, just call things names that don't apply to them.
Ask yourself this: why do they care?
Just
so
use the wrong language that's less specific.
Much about it. If they're
Or
getting
more
heated about it, it's
specific.
for a reason, and it's because they understand. The left cares about it because they know how important it is. In fact,
I don't think he knows or cares. Well, obviously, like the thing is, all of this is disingenuous, right? Like the advice he's giving is bad, but it doesn't matter that it's bad because ultimately the people that are going to be appointed are going to be like political nincompoops. They're going to be people who just flail around like children, destroying everything they can get their hands on. Like, and they're going to be colossal assholes about it. You know, they're going to be cursing out all of their bureaucrat, colleagues. They're going to be like, rabid Trump supporters.
As part of in one of the course repositories, there's a segment titled Hidden Meanings, the Monsters in the Attic. And it's just a fantastic presentation by Katie Sullivan, and she gets into this, and it's excellent on this language issue, and I urge all of you to watch it. All right, next rule. Focus on common sense. So this might be a little controversial, but economic arguments are easy for courts to disagree with, right? So I'm talking about, what are you going to put into your rule? What's the justification for your rule? If you put in an economic argument, the opponents are just going to go out, they're going to find some contrary study, they're going to hire some expert, and all of a sudden, the evidence is ambiguous, and the court will say, the agency didn't
Sophie
consider,
Bliss, thank you
this
for the
study,
gifted
this
membership
argument.
over on YouTube.
Sometimes you need them, but try to avoid them. And a good example is work requirements.
They've glazed that book 3 times. Yeah, it's honestly, it just keeps coming up. I don't want to read that book to be able to know what they're talking about, but I'm sure it's like, I don't know, glorifying dancing on the graves of, marginalized folks.
To receive certain government benefits. Now, this was something that they tried to do during the Trump administration at various agencies. Now, some agencies tried to justify the work requirements to receive the benefits on the grounds that it's actually better for the recipients in the long run if they're having work requirements, and they'll earn wages and go off of the benefits and so on and so forth. And look, that might be true. That hopefully is true. But the courts really dissected that proposition and said, well, but what if there's a recession and you can't find a job and so on and so forth, and what about this analysis? And the bottom line is those efforts to impose work requirements were overturned. But when the HUD secretary asked me to write a work requirement rule for people in subsidized housing, you wanted, if you're in subsidized housing, you should have some sort of work requirement. I took a different track. My argument was essentially fairness. If you've worked all your life and you get fired and you're on unemployment, you still have to show you're looking for a job every week to keep getting the money flowing, right? You have to submit something to the agency. So shouldn't someone in the public housing be held to no less of a standard?
Absolute ghouls. Yeah, hot take here. If you lose your job, we should have a social safety net that allows you to, have a place to not be homeless in. If you lose your job, that shouldn't be a death or suffering sentence for you. Hot take, I know. I know, crazy idea, guys. Thistles Fries, thank you for being a member
This
for
baby
9
membership
months.
was brought to full term. Hooray.
Congratulations on your newly born membership on YouTube. But You know, hot take. Like, this guy's just making a system that's already cruel far more onerous on poor working class people.
Right? Like, they weren't even working. They're in public housing. They should at least be having to look for a job. And that was it. No fancy study, no problems of, varying how much you have to be working with the regional unemployment rates. But it was a lot harder to attack because there were fewer ambiguities to exploit. So keep it simple, keep it common sense. Now, none of these tips are going to get you out of the consuming notice and comment obligation, but they can help move it faster. Particularly, keeping it bold and simple so that it can be reviewed faster by colleagues. Also OIRA and the other agencies. So less...
hot take, means testing programs is a disgusting facet of neoliberalism, and we should do away with it.
Surface area means less to dissect and attack. It's one of the great advantages of bright lines. Bright lines avoid getting bogged down in gray areas.
Gamer G in chat, I can answer this. I have a friend in public housing. They do have to report and file a bunch of bullshit all the time. It sucks. It does suck. Like, you should be able to spend that time recuperating and, like, getting your life together, you know? Please file all this paperwork in triplicate so that you can live in the worst possible neighborhoods.
So you've got your guidance, you've got your rules, but as you try to implement the president's agenda, you're going to constantly hear, well, what if we get sued? And look, there's something to that. The greatest danger to the conservative agenda is litigation. The left will absolutely run to the courts to stop you. And there's no shortage of activist judges to help them. Just think about that disruption at Stanford, right? There was a sitting federal judge going to speak, and he was shouted down for presenting a conservative viewpoint. And these are the future judges.
Yeah, because, he sucks. Like, I'm sorry your fascist political views aren't popular.
At one of the most elite law schools, and they literally cannot bear to hear the other side. So,
well, we can bear to hear it. The issue is that after you say it, you go on to try and implement it, and we hate you. Like, that's fundamentally the dynamic here, is that we understand you have the right to say stuff. We have the right to respond to it, and fuck you. You're evil. Thistles for Eyes, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. YouTube chat coming through strong today.
It's a problem, but past Republican administrations have totally failed to counter this litigation, and its effects have been devastating. Think about the travel ban in the early days of the Trump administration. It was immediately halted. 3 years later or something, the Supreme Court upheld it, but then it was too late. The momentum was lost.
It was too late for what? What was accomplished by that ban? It got halted, and how did that affect anything? What was lost that was precious to the conservative movement that the idiotic and racist ban on travel was not implemented fully enough for you? What was lost? Explain. Oh, the momentum was lost? So nothing. Nothing of value was lost. Cool.
The policy energy of the administration had already been sapped. So how do you deal with that? Prior administrations, they'll rail against the activist judges, the unfairness of it all, they'll send out fundraising letters, but no one's devised or implemented any solutions. Ultimately, they just sit there and take it. And we cannot have that. So, here's what we need to do. We need to seek injunction bonds. Basically, when you go into court and you're challenging a rule, what they'll often ask for is an injunction. They want the court to say, you can't do that, and say, look, we have to have a whole trial on it and investigate it further, but at least to start, we're going to temporarily enjoin it. We're going to say the agency can't enforce the law right now because we have to look at it further. And pending further analysis, we're going to block it. That's called an injunction. However, there's something that you normally do when a court issues an injunction that for some reason in litigation like this, they never ever do, and the government doesn't bother to ask for. And that is an injunction bond, which means the party seeking the injunction has to actually put money up in escrow, a bond, in case the thing is later overturned. So I'll read you the exact rules. The Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which govern how litigation proceeds in federal court, and Rule 65C, in caption security, says the following. The court may issue a preliminary injunction or a temporary restraining order, which is what I'm talking about.
You guys realize what he's talking about here, right? What he's talking about here is, yeah, you know, the things you're going to do and implement here are going to be illegal. But don't worry, we have ways of getting around the law. Like, that's what he's doing. He's bragging about how here's how you can implement the legal policy changes, essentially, on a massive scale, to the tune of billions of dollars.
About here, right? You know, blocking a rule from being implemented only if, I'll repeat that, only if the movement, meaning the party seeking it, gives security.
Like, remember when there was a bunch of like listeria outbreaks in pork products? That was because the Trump administration deregulated the pork industry and allowed them to inspect themselves, right? This guy wants to make that problem in every single industry. Like, that's what this guy is currently advocating for. Hey, did you guys like when all of your deli meat was infected with listeria? Did you guys like that? What if every food product had that same problem? What if all of your water, you had to get it tested on a weekly basis to make sure it wasn't infected with, like, you know, cholera or, I don't know, deadly toxins from the nearby baby wipe manufacturing plant? You know, like, genuinely, that's what this guy is advocating for right now. And hey, wouldn't it be, like he's also, on top of that, being like, and hey, wouldn't it be great if we, you know, kept all of the suburban neighborhoods extraordinarily white? When like, hey, white supremacy, huh? Like, that's what this guy is standing for. This guy shouldn't feel comfortable showing his face in public after advocating for these things. This is unconscionably terrible.
In an amount that the court considers proper to pay the costs and damages sustained by any party found to have been wrongfully enjoined or restrained. In other words, you want an injunction, you got to put up some money in case after further analysis the court determines, you know what, the agency did have the authority to do it. Think about the Hawaii example. They told Trump he couldn't do it. 3 years later, they told him he could. Well, too late now. Well, if there were an injunction bond, that would really have helped. So these injunction bonds, they're actually designed for sort of two basic functions. One is to deter frivolous litigation, right? Do I really want to bring this case if I'm going to have to put up a couple $1 million? And the second thing is to actually compensate for, you know, injury to a party when it was erroneously enjoined from doing what it wanted to do. And, you know, courts have looked at this. They say, look, the rule is mandatory and unambiguous. It's very clear that they should be seeking injunction bonds. And
what is he talking about? He's talking about methods of subverting the law so that courts can't stop your policy from going into effect after you, an unelected official, basically unilaterally implement a new guidance or regulation or rule. That's what he's talking about.
Yet, it isn't done. So when the appellate courts have looked at...
Hey, do you guys like that aspirin isn't going to kill you? Do you guys like that you can take, like, ibuprofen and be relatively confident that it's not going to, like, destroy your internal organs? I like that. Conservatives want to make sure that it's not inspected up to those safety standards.
The district courts have looked at this. Basically what the left has done, and their sort of fellow traveler judges, is they say, well, in public interest litigation, which is like their code word for like activists suing to block big policy moves, what they say is, well, you don't need to post an injunction bond, or perhaps you do, but you're posting the bond at 0. So yes, the court is saying that there has to be a bond, but we're setting the bond at 0. So we're not violating the law. The law says you can issue an injunction if you set a bond. And we did set a bond, but we set it at 0. Well, what kind of corrupt intellectual nonsense is that? But this is what they do, and we're sort of just sitting there and taking it. So if we were to insist upon injunction bonds, it would be extremely effective. There was a law review article I read from the 1980s. I'm not that old. I just read the article from that. And it was discussing that it's usually like quite difficult for public interest litigants to fulfill bond requirements. So in other words, the point of this article was, gosh, we really shouldn't require these people to have to post bond, because if we did, it would stop all this public interest litigation. Well, imagine how valuable that is. It's this litigation which has been killing us in area after area after area, and if we could stop that by requiring them to post bond, it would be fantastic. All this liberal litigation would grind to a halt. And yet, Republican Justice Departments don't seek them. I asked about this when I was at the White House, and I was like, well, you know, it's hard to value what the cost would be to us, so we don't even seek it. What are you talking about? We have an army of economists in the government who can estimate the costs of regulations. They can also estimate the cost of delaying things. They can be a little creative about it. So this is really important. Insist that in any policy litigation, your agency demands an injunction bond. And if the bond is denied, you can appeal it. A lot of times you can't appeal what they call interlocutory orders, things that happen during the trial until it's over. But this is appealable. You don't have to wait till the end of the litigation to appeal the denial of an injunction bond, so do it. And it can make a huge difference. Think about the travel ban case, and like so many others. The activists, they can't post a $100 million bond, and they might lose, and then that money is gone. If you have to go up and appeal it, this would stop all of this injunction nonsense dead in its tracks.
Yeah.
The next thing you need to do is you need to look at your grant.
I hate this. This guy is the devil. Like, this guy is awful.
Because a lot of times what's going on at these agencies is that the grantees from the agency are turning around and suing the agency on some policy thing. There's a reason that way that happens.
You know, I don't believe him when he says he wasn't alive in the 80s. I get a lot of feelings that this guy might have been alive in the 1920s. I think he might be a vampire.
You have to get standing to bring it.
You know, like one of those cultural vampires that just sucks all the juice out of your society.
Case, an idea of that is that you should like have some.
Yes, a lich. That's a great example. Yes.
Real concrete interest in the issue, so that you'll present the arguments, sharply. And so courts won't hear a case unless the person bringing the case has what they call standing, and it's a little easier to get standing if you're a grantee because you're sort of like involved in those issues. But the point is, we're feeding the dogs that are trained to kill us. So let me give you an example. The National
What visceral imagery this guy employs.
Fair Housing Alliance, a sort of liberal housing group. They got $1 million from HUD for some fair housing initiative program in 2018, while at the very same time they were trying to stymie like a modest effort to change some rules regarding the grantees in certain jurisdictions. So they're
a modest effort to change some rules for some grantees in some jurisdictions. That's incredibly vague. Yeah, I bet if we looked into that for like 5 seconds, it would turn out that the modest changes that were being proposed were like, we should be able to throw your babies into grinders if you aren't looking for jobs hard enough while in public housing.
They're challenging HUD in court. They're arguing with HUD's policy change. At the same time, HUD's just handing them out money. So again, feeding the dogs that are trained to kill you. This is public policy litigation. These entities shouldn't be doing that. And
well, you also shouldn't be punishing organizations for being involved in litigation. That seems like something an evil empire would do. That seems evil, actually.
You have the same issue in immigration cases. For example, with the travel ban. Who were the people who were suing over the travel ban? Well, one of them.
Did he just call poor people dogs? Yes. He called poor people and activists dogs.
Was HIAS, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. They sued them in Maryland. Well, HIAS is a grantee of DHS, of that department. So again, you're taking the agency's money and then you're turning around and suing the agency, and not for something like very specific, like, you didn't pay me or you harmed a specific person. You're basically suing them, the agency, because you don't like the policy that they're doing. You're trying to frustrate and undermine.
Well, yeah, because that policy might be illegal, dude. That's why.
Their policy implementation, and they're dumb enough to keep paying you. So the question is, how do we stop this? If you impose a grant condition that you can't sue the agency with any grant money, that could work. Again, it could get litigated, you might lose, but I think you might win as well, and it would be very, very important. But even then, there's many different ways, a myriad of possibilities to make the life.
God, if the government could preclude organizations that get government funds from suing the government, that's honestly like dystopian as hell. That's dystopian as hell, dog. That basically makes the government immune from a ton of prosecution. Or not prosecution, but like legal litigation in a way that is bad.
Life's difficult for the grantees. And I've seen the grantees don't want to lose the money, and they're scared of standing up to the agency. I mean, think about the CHIPS Act example I gave. Companies are not going to the Commerce Department and complaining about all their, liberal add-ons. They want them.
Oh, I didn't know that, Paladin. One of the reasons that conservatives were less than likely to create injunction bonds in public policy is that it's a form of slap. and they didn't want to get crushed by the Supreme Court. One of the reasons this guy is so cocky about injunction bonds is that the court is 6-3 right now, which does make it very likely that they would side with him. True.
Money. They're not going to make trouble.
Yeah, honestly, the Supreme Court is kind of a wild card right now. Like, they've thrown some curveballs for sure, but like, oh my God.
You know, you got to remember that. So now it's a little bit different when you're dealing with activist groups that, you know, are sort of born to make trouble. But my point is that there's many ways you.
What is an injunction bond? The legal bond that he's been talking about for like the last 10 minutes.
Can make things difficult for them. For example, certain grants don't need to be made at all. You say, listen, here's the money, and there's like, you know, what they call like an interorum clause. You can't challenge.
I thought the court was supposed to be 5-4 or 4-5. It doesn't. It's not required to be that way. It's just kind of worked out that presidents tend to only be able to appoint 1 or 2 judges, and so it tended to be 5-4 or 4-5. But Donald Trump got to appoint 3 Supreme Court judges, which made the Supreme Court 6-3. So it's overwhelmingly conservative at the moment.
If you challenge it and some court agrees with you, that's it. We'll just eliminate the program. Enough of this. And once you make that clear, there's many different ways to do it. It would be a huge help to the cause.
God damn. We are almost done with this video, thank God. We're in the final stretch.
Next point. For purposes of litigation, it's important to be honest in the justification for why you created a regulation. Like sort of the canonical example of why, you know, where this went wrong was the citizenship question on the census, right? Now, it was a 5-4 decision by the Supreme Court, Commerce Department against New York, and they blocked the citizenship question from the census. Now, why? The Chief Justice Roberts, he wrote the opinion. He said, we cannot ignore the disconnect between the decision made and the explanation given. So,
well, wait, no, the reason that they didn't add citizenship to the census is because if you did, you wouldn't know how many people lived there. Like, if non-citizens wouldn't fill out the census, that, like, you wouldn't be able to accurately rely on census data to make decisions as a government. Like, that's why that question isn't included.
What had happened there was that the Commerce Department went into the Supreme Court and they said, listen, we need to include this question because the Justice Department asked us to include it so that we could enforce the Voting Rights Act. But that's not actually what happened. The Commerce Department called the Justice Department and said, hey, Justice Department, we want to include this question. So can you just like ask us if we will do it for VRA purposes, voting rights enforcement purposes, so like we can have that as a cover? I mean, that's what happened. And the Supreme Court said, no, this isn't good. You can't do that. As they said, the reasoned explanation requirement of administrative law, this is the Chief Justice talking, after all, is meant to ensure that agencies offer genuine justifications for important decisions, reasons that can be scrutinized by courts and the interested public, and accepting contrived reasons would defeat the purpose of the enterprise. So don't lie, because it's going to create problems later. And especially if it's a big...
Don't lie, but do be a legal weasel.
Ticket item. Like, it's going to have a good explanation. People wanted it. They voted for it. Like, be proud to tell that story. Essentially what happened was they were afraid of saying, you know, why they wanted it. So
One
they made
time for your mind.
else that they
True.
thought would be more like palatable, and it came up and it bit them. Don't do that. If you're doing it for a reason. Be proud. Tell that story. So, lastly, and this is also important when you think about litigation, they're going to sue you anyway. Because at that point, it's sort of the left's only defense. They don't control the White House. They don't control the agencies. That's where a lot of work is done. So it's inevitable that they're going to sue you. It's not like if you do something more reasonable, they're not going to sue you. So like diluting your, initiative to make it more like reasonable to the left won't make them more reasonable. Like, now, if they tell you, listen, we really don't want you to do this, but if you do something more moderate, we'll put $50 million in escrow, and if we sue you, you can have it. Like, okay, fine, then do that. But it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. You're going to wind up with the worst of both worlds. You're going to go light, and they're still going to sue you. So don't even think about it. And, in terms of if you hear that at the agency from the general counsel or some,
Be the ghoulish person you were born to be. Never compromise on your ghoulishness.
Fretting, political, but we're going to be sued. Don't worry about it. Biden wasn't afraid of it. Think about this case. Remember, there was a rule from the CDC. They issued an eviction ban. You can't ban people because of COVID, et cetera, et cetera. It went up to the Supreme Court. Justice Kavanaugh was deciding a vote. He said, listen, CDC shouldn't have issued this, but I'm not I'm not going to overturn it because it's going to expire in, I was like, a week or two. So what did the Biden administration do? They went out and they renewed it. At which point the court had to step in again and stop it and say, okay, well, this time we're actually overturning it. Now think about that. President Biden, the Biden administration, they knew they were going to get sued. They knew they would lose. And they promulgated the rule anyway. So don't let anyone object to you on the grounds that, well, we might get sued. You're in a much better position than the Biden administration was when it decided to renew the eviction moratorium. Just tell them you don't want to hear it. Our country was founded on free speech principles, but we're living in a time where the wrong words are said and your career is ruined by a ferocious mob. And so, of course, people are afraid to speak. It reminds me of a line from the famous poem, The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. We're living in a time when the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. So in that climate, you think about like what makes the best political appointee? I mean, we can teach you the tactics. That's part of what we're doing right now. But the most important quality for a political appointee is having a high heat tolerance, being able to stand up to the media and the woke mob.
And being able to, you know, ignore people telling you that you're a monster and just continue with your serial killing. You know, that's true conservative commitment right there. Be the Zodiac killer you dream to be.
It sounds simple enough, but it's actually quite difficult. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it. Courage can't be taught because it's inherent, but it can be discovered. It can be honed. So here's a little pep talk.
Courage is inherent, Jesus.
Book 7 of Herodotus' Histories, he records the bravery of certain participants in the Battle of Thermopylae. Right? He talks about Dionysius the Spartan, who'd heard from a certain Trachinian.
God, like, fascists really haven't moved on from, like, this collection of work. It's honestly pathetic.
And that the Persians' arrows were so numerous that they would blot out the sun. And he laughed.
Like this guy watched 300. This guy watched 300 and then went and read Herodotus so he could sound smarter when he's actually referencing the movie.
It off and he said, well, so much the better, then we shall fight in the shade. And that was life or death. And that's the attitude we're looking for. And that's the one you must cultivate. Because the left has a nuclear bomb. They have a death ray.
Oh, God. This guy is 1,000% a Zack Snyder release the Snyder Cut guy. That's what this guy does in his free time, okay? That's the greatest insult I can possibly imagine.
What is it? Anything they don't like, they call racist. And if you can't stand up to that, you can't take on DEI, you can't take on the lowering of standards, you're a dead letter. You can't do anything. In fact, I remember there was a political appointee, not just a political appointee, but a Senate confirmed appointee, who said to me, wow, you know, we haven't had a negative article in, you know, my division of the agency in 3 months. I want to fire this person. You're not getting a negative article because you're not doing anything. What did Harry Truman say? You can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. So that's all good and well, but you're probably thinking, well, all right, but like, how do you steel yourself? You wake up in the morning, there's, you know, newspaper articles bad about you. Like, how do you steel yourself to this? And I think the answer actually is humility. That's the secret. It's like, remember, you know, you, in sort of your life, you think everyone's paying attention. Nobody's paying attention. People don't know who the vice president is. Outside of the Washington Beltway, nobody cares. You came here to do a job, they'll write some bad articles, no one's reading them. You go home, no one will have heard of it. Trust me, like, you're not that big a deal. That's how I think you can say, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's a little annoying that people you know, they read the articles, but in most of America, nobody has any idea who the General Deputy Assistant Secretary is for XYZ. Trust me.
He is correct about that, though. That is, fundamentally, these are going to be faceless bureaucrats that you will never know their names, but they will destroy every regulation that keeps you safe. Every text in our government annals that prevents a company from poisoning you and your family, they will gut it. You won't know what the names of the regulations or the names of the guidance or the names of the rules. You won't know the names of the people undoing them, but your life will measurably become worse as a result of people like this guy. Are there ways to find out? Yeah, I mean, you can look up who's in
we
the
turn now to the wisdom
bureaucratic
of
position.
Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese
Oh my
warrior and
God.
strategist who said, know your enemy. So
What a fucking jerk off. Like, now we turn to Sun Tzu. Fuck off, dude.
How does the left react to conservative policy actions? Well, remember how like in high school or college physics, there was this idea of proportional relationships in nature, right? So for example, the proportionality laws for the intensity of light. The intensity of light varies inversely with the square of the distance. They're related. Well, this isn't true in politics with liberals. There's no proportionality. It's totally disproportionate. The left's tactic is to become hysterical at any conservative change. And this accomplishes two things. The first thing it does is it makes the political staff think that like some policy change is having a big effect. It makes you think that you're doing something.
You just bragged about how you, in 14 days, subverted a process that's supposed to take like 60 to 90 days and described how to avoid legal consequences for illegal policy changes. And you then bragged about how you did all of that to prevent like apartment buildings being built that would be for low income folks, that would be for affordable housing. You bragged about that. The effect you're having is colossal. You bragged earlier in this video about how the political appointees redirect billions of dollars. Like, oh, you know, it's a disproportionate response. Fuck you. Like, if there was any justice in our world, you'd be tarred and feathered and run out of town, okay? Like, you're evil, man.
And I've seen this work. At HUD, again, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, the AFFH rule. I was talking to somebody about it and saying, you know, this really doesn't do anything. It's very weak. We need to
make... he did talk about how they need to destroy every piece of liberal guidance and regulation. Leave none alive, he said specifically. Oh, the left is overreacting.
Make it stronger. And the reaction there, and at someone I spoke to at the White House, was the same. Well, you know, I mean, it must be something because the left is going nuts, so it must be doing a great deal. But again, these are senior officials who don't have time to review the details. So they think something's happening when it's not, because they read the, you know, the 2-sentence summary and they see all the press and everyone getting upset and like, wow, this is really great, but it's not. Nothing's happening. And so you have to bear that in mind. And that's one thing. It's basically a psyop. It's making you think you're doing something when you're not. And there's a second element. The other is
you have already spent an hour talking about exactly how huge an impact political appointees can have. And now he's like, oh, but just remember, at the end of the day, we're all still little beans.
And they get hysterical.
Just,
it is because
just
it actually
some
scares people out of
itty-bitty
taking,
little fascists.
You know, bolder action. And that's the real thing. I mean, you know, people come here. I remember a certain very senior person told me, it was a cabinet secretary. And this person said to me, you know, it's an amazing thing that President Trump takes all this heat. I don't know how he does it. And this is a person that took, you know, a strong amount of heat himself. And he was basically saying, like, no one else could sit and see this. Like, every day you're reading about yourself. And I know I said before it doesn't matter, but it's hard. It's hard when you're, you know, when that's sort of your life and everyone around you reads these things and sees what they're saying and you feel, it's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. And you might think to yourself, you know what, I don't need this. I did something modest and they went crazy. If I do something greater, it's going to be even worse. I guess I'm too tired. I can't fight this fight. And it works. I've seen it work. And that's why the left does it. So you have to watch out for...
I mean, this guy's going to grow up and none of his children are going to want to talk to him. You know, like that's honestly where he's probably going to be at in about 5 years.
So what do you do? Well, obviously you don't cave into it, but here's what you do. You've got to teach them the lesson that if they complain about it, it's going to make it worse. So let's say there's a policy continuum, like 1 is the most modest thing you could do, 10 is super bold. You do a 1 and they react like it's an 8. So you know what you do? You say, all right, I'll get rid of the 1 and I'll do the 8.
Does he have kids? I have no idea if he has kids.
Pay the price. And this worked in the AFFH thing. I know I keep coming back to that, but it's a very good example. When HUD had kind of proposed their initial version, which I said was very weak and just tinkered at the edges, the left went crazy. This is the worst. It undermines the purpose of the agency. This is Jim Crow, on and on and on. They you know, they want a full-blown 10, and it was really like a 3. So when James Bacon and I actually wrote the law that was really fantastic, the regulation that rolled it back, they were left with nowhere to go. We wrote in a regulation that was a 10, but they had nowhere to go because they'd already said it was a 10. And so they couldn't get angrier than they already were without looking ridiculous. And it was very effective. So you can basically use it as like a judo move. You can use their own anger against them by saying, all right, well, now that you've gotten so angry and acted like I did a 10, I'm going to do a 10. And that imposes cost. You do it a couple times, they'll stop. And you know, just to underscore how...
I don't think that's true.
Like thoroughly, we rolled it back that it was really a 10 on this AFFH thing. We had a friend of ours who worked at HUD and was talking to a career person who'd been there many years, and this person said, wow, you guys didn't just replace the Obama rule, you literally returned the regulation to the statute's original meaning. You essentially got rid of 50 years of liberal accretions. Remember I talked?
Wow, you didn't just you didn't just screw over black people, you really screwed over black people. You brought it all the way back to the Civil Rights Act. You really undid 50 years of progress and making things better. And you really made things worse for black people. Congratulations. Like, my God, dude. Have some shame. Have some human heart in you. My God.
Talked about how they kind of move things broader and broader and broader in their direction. We put it all the way back to the original meaning of the statute. The guy was astonished. He couldn't believe it. This guy at HUD. My point being, this was a 10. But because they'd complained about the regulation that was like a 4, they couldn't complain anymore about the regulation that was the 10.
This guy can only experience an orgasm if, like, the Civil Rights Act is fully repealed. Like, that's his mission in life. Like, that really does seem to be it. Like, if he could roll back regulations farther than the Civil Rights Act, this guy would do it in a heartbeat.
We all know that the hour is late and the work is immense. The country's at a precipice and we haven't much time. We need to act bold, we need to act fast. And the way to do that is by implementing policies through the paths of least resistance. And those are, as we've studied, guidance documents, grant conditions, and provisions in government contracts. Now, sometimes you may need a regulation to change a provision in a grant document or a government contract, but remember, those changes do not require notice and comment, and so can be done very quickly. See 5 USC 553A2. And just remembering that is going to allow you to do 90% of what you need.
You can only have sex with people who have approval from his meritocracy officer.
Expect that you'll be sued.
True.
That's where you hit them with the injunction bond. They won't be expecting that. It's explicit in the statute. The law's on our side. And we just have to win early once to set the tone for the entire administration. They won't be able to sue us. They won't be able to afford it. It's a huge problem solved. The left thinks long-term, and we have to as well. And the fact that you're taking the time to watch this proves that you understand the significance of preparing early. And so I think
we do understand the significance of preparing early. That's true. That's why we're watching them, and that's why we fucking despise you.
Both Heritage for hosting and you for watching. It is an honor to assist in this patriotic endeavor, and I'm happy to help. So please do contact me, danhuff1776@gmail.com. God bless America. I yield back.
Oh, okay. danhuff1776@gmail.com. You really shouldn't have thrown that in there. But okay. I didn't know that would be included. Did he just put his personal email out there? I think he might have. Now, I would never encourage anyone to email him without official business, okay? So make sure you have official business.
Or you could think,
oh God. Okay, we're not doing another one. We're not doing another one. Okay, we're not doing that. We're not about that life. Guys, that was rough. That was so much worse. That might legitimately have been the worst one out of every single Project 2025 training video. And guys, like, no one watched it. Like that video has like some of the least views on the ProPublica playlist. You know, like these videos have only been watched by like a couple thousand people each one. Like I feel sick after watching that. But that's what's on the line with this election, guys. If Donald Trump gets in power, this guy gets in power. 1,000 people like this guy get into power. And we are all in extraordinarily big danger if that is the case. Frustrating and scary, to say the least. Okay, I need to take a break because I've been going for over 6 hours. And if you have been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because those are what allow me to continue making this show. Become a member over on YouTube, drop some super chats. That is what allows me to continue making these segments. Can I cry now? Yes. I need to probably wriggle out of this dress so that I can use the bathroom, and that might take me a hot minute. But I will be back, and we will do more content when I return. BRB. Also, if anyone drops some subs or donos, I will read them when I get back. Boop.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. When he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
A healthy democracy doesn't just look like this. It looks...
Oh God, sorry. C-SPAN, why? All right. Okay. Hello. Cozy capping on deck. It's true. I had to wriggle out of that dress. Whew. Hello. That jacket's lovely. I like to think so. I think it's nice. Let's see here. What was I looking for over on C-SPAN? Boo. Over on C-SPAN. Okay. So C-SPAN was actually useless for me to prep. So, folks, bad news. I don't think we're going to get to the Trump rally tonight. I think we might cover that tomorrow. I know, very disappointing. We don't get to stare into the abyss of fascism. But we will be covering Kamala Harris's swan song, like her final closing argument address. We'll cover that, okay? How's that sound? We'll do the Trump rally. Don't you guys worry about it. So I'm going to get all the pain tonight. I don't have like even if you condense out all of the fluff, it's still like a very lengthy proposition to cover. And we've been going for 6.5 hours. I don't necessarily have that fuel in my tank tonight. Two days of pain back to back. Well, and tomorrow we're going to be finishing up the Project 2025 playlist. We have one video left. We're going to finish that up. Maybe late night tomorrow, maybe not. We won't be covering the Trump rally tomorrow because tomorrow's Halloween. We might do that November 1st. God damn. It's going to be a sprint to the finish line, folks. Halloween, I'm taking time off to do stuff with family. I might still stream in the evening, but we'll see. Mileage may vary. Happy Halloween, everyone. That's true. It is Halloween now, officially. Good night, Sophie Bliss. Okay. That being said, let's dive in here, huh? Let's take a look at her closing arguments. So Kamala Harris has now officially given her closing argument speech. This is, kind of the speech that caps off and epitomizes a candidate's political positions. Donald Trump gave his at the Madison Square Garden event. That was essentially a Klan rally over there. Let's see what Kamala Harris is bringing to the table in these closing remarks. Let's take a look.
Good evening, America!
everyone. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy lives.
Okay, I needed to make sure the low buzzing sound wasn't like something in my apartment. COS Crane.
Thank you, everyone. So listen, 1 week from today, you will have the chance to make a decision that directly impacts your life, the life of your family, and the future of this country we love.
God, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Please, please, please let her win.
And it will probably
Please.
be the most important vote you ever cast. And this election is more than just a choice.
I really wish it wasn't the most important vote, though. I wish you were running a campaign that didn't have it on such a knife's edge. I really wish that's not where we were as a country.
Between two parties and two different candidates. It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom for every American or ruled by chaos and division. Many of you watching have probably already cast your ballots. But I know many others are still considering who to vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. So tonight, I will speak to everyone about the choice and the stakes in this election. Look, we know.
I think I might early vote tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what I can actually do.
Who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very spot nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free and fair election.
You know, this actually sends a pretty strong message, like holding her closing arguments here to directly like contrast with Donald Trump. This is effective.
An election that he knew he lost. Americans died as a result of that attack. 140 law enforcement officers were injured because of that attack. And while Donald Trump sat in the White House.
What's that whistle/siren sound? I mean, clearly an emergency vehicle in the background somewhere.
Watching as the violence unfolded on television, he was told by his staff that the mob wanted to kill his own vice president. And Donald Trump responded with 2 words: so what? America, that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who is asking you to give him another 4 years in the Oval Office. Not to focus on your problems, but to focus on his. And Donald Trump has told us his priorities for a second term. He has an enemies list of people he intends to prosecute. He says that one of his highest priorities is to set free the violent extremists who insulted those law enforcement officers on January 6th. Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power.
So far, like, obviously I agree with everything that she's saying at the moment. The main thing is, and I'm guessing she's gonna get to more. Like, we're only 4 minutes in. Like, it's probably gonna be like a bit more than what we're seeing here. But I would really love for her to get to the part of the speech. Maybe she'll end on this note of like, here's what I'll do. Because I want her to better define herself for voters that are considering voting for, you know, the left, for a liberal candidate, you know?
Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here tonight to say that is not who we are. That is not who we are. That is not who we are. You see, what Donald Trump has never understood is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation. Our democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good arguments from time to time. Just think of your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate. And the fact that someone disagrees with us does not make them the enemy within. That's right. They are family, neighbors, classmates, co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together. America, for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America. Now look, let me say, I recognize this has not been a typical campaign. Even though I've had the honor of serving as your vice president for the last 4 years, I know that many of you are still getting to know who I am. Well, let me tell you, I am someone who has spent most of my career outside of Washington, D.C., so I know that not all the good ideas come from here. I am not afraid of tough fights against bad actors and powerful interests, because for decades, as a prosecutor and a top law enforcement officer of our biggest state, I won fight.
I am a bit upset at the moment that, like, I'm not hearing anything that I necessarily disagree with, but I feel like an awful lot of this is posturing and not so much any kind of substance whatsoever.
Against big banks that ripped off homeowners, against...
And again, this isn't like a substance speech, but this is like a, you know, giving voters who have been checked out kind of the last hurrah, this is who I am. And I understand, you know, oh, I'm not Donald Trump, you know, he's sowing division, I'm the unity candidate. You know, I'm not afraid to go up against the big guy. I've been used to being like, you know, in fights out, you know, my entire life. Like, I'm not afraid of disagreement. This is fine so far, but like, if I'm an undecided voter, I'm sitting here like, but what are you gonna do for me? You know? What are you gonna do for people like me? What are you gonna do for my family?
For-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students against predators who
Yeah, the new generation of leadership line is good. Like, it helps to be like, okay, this is a break from Biden, but it's not. If I'm a voter or a potential voter and I haven't committed yet, this isn't the speech that's winning me over at the moment. We'll see.
Abused women and children, and cartels that trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I did this work because for as long as I can remember, I have always had an instinct to protect. There's something about people being treated unfairly or overlooked that frankly just gets to me. I don't like it. It's what my mother instilled in me, a drive to hold accountable those who use their wealth or power to take advantage of other people. The drive to protect hardworking Americans who aren't always seen or heard and deserve a voice, and I will tell you that is the kind of president I will be. And look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not perfect, I make mistakes, but here's what I promise you. I will always listen to you, even if you don't vote for me. I will always tell you the truth, even if it is difficult to hear. I will work every day to build consensus and reach compromise to get things done. And if you give me the chance to fight on your behalf, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. So look, in less than 90 days, either Donald Trump or I will be in the Oval Office.
God.
Okay? On day one, and on day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. When elected, I will walk in with a to-do list full of priorities of what I will get done for the American people.
Okay.
And I
let's
will
go.
work with everyone,
Reel 'em in.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to help Americans who are working hard and still struggling to get ahead.
Let's get to the meat of it.
I have been honored to serve as Joe Biden's vice president.
Give us some meat and potatoes. Let's go.
But I will bring my own experiences and ideas to the Oval Office.
I'm excited.
My presidency will be different because the challenges we face are different.
Okay.
Our top priority as a nation 4 years ago was to end the pandemic and rescue the economy.
Okay, yep.
Now,
we're aware.
our biggest challenge is to lower costs that were rising even before the pandemic and that are still too high. I get it. I still remember our mother sitting at that yellow Formica table, late at night, cup of tea in hand, a pile of bills in front of her, trying to make it all work. And I've heard from so many of you who are facing even greater financial pressures. Donald Trump's answer to you is the same as it was the last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations.
Good attack.
And this time, he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported. Think about it. Clothes, food, toys, cell phones. A Trump sales tax that would cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And on top of that, you will pay even more if Donald Trump finally gets his way and repeals the Affordable Care Act.
Why does she have to talk like this? What, clearly? Why does she have to say things with enunciation? Unlike her opponent, who meal-mouths his way through everything.
Which would throw millions of Americans off their health insurance and take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back.
Oh, look, okay, she brought it back. I was actually not expecting her to bring back this line. It seems like that line was really popular with her base, and I've been kind of confused as to why I haven't heard more of it being employed, but like, this is good. This is a good callback. I still want to know what's on that to-do list, though.
We are not going back, because we also know Donald Trump would deliver tax cuts to his billionaire donors. I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class.
Okay.
I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because I believe in honoring the dignity of work. I will enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries.
Hell, okay, this is good. Now we're getting to it. We're getting to the meat and potatoes. So far we have tax cuts for the working class and for the middle class. Good. End price gouging. Let's go.
Cap the price of insulin and limit out-of-pocket prescription costs for all Americans.
Let's go. Expand that Biden program.
I will fight to make sure that hardworking Americans can actually afford a place to live.
Okay. Real talk. Real talk. This is good. This is good. Like, you know who needs help affording places to live? Poor rural working class folks who might vote for Trump. Like, that unironically helps Republicans. You know who benefits from capping the cost of insulin? A lot of Republicans. Like, a lot of people benefit from this across the aisle. These are excellent points to focus on.
Never forget how our mother saved up and how excited she was when she
it helps working class folks, which is great, but it also is serving her campaign strategy, which, that's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
could finally afford to buy our first home. I remember how excited she was. And I know that owning a home is not only a measure of financial security, it's about the pride of your hard work. And as president, I will fight to help first-time home buyers with your down payment, take on the companies that are jacking up rents, and build millions of new homes. For years, we have heard excuses about why America can't build enough housing. Enough with the excuses. I'm going to cut the red tape and work with the private sector and local governments to speed up building and get it done. And the cost of housing isn't the only financial pressure on middle-class families. I have met...
Frankly, statistically, presidents keep something like 65 to 70% of their campaign promises. If she even does 60% or even 50% of what she's promising here, that's going to be pretty good. And yeah, I know private sector partnerships suck, but Unfortunately, it plays well with liberals and neoliberals and conservatives. It's one of those things where, like, as a socialist, I'm like, gross. But I understand it's rhetorically effective for her audience.
So many young people who have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do it. So I'll fight for a child tax credit to save them some money, which will also lift American children out of poverty.
Can we like please for like just codify that into law that doesn't need to expire? Like let's get the child tax credit permanent. Let's make that permanent. It's unconscionable that it was allowed to expire.
I'll work to lower the cost of childcare, which is out of reach for too many working families today. And for too many people in the sandwich generation who are raising young children and taking care of a parent, juggling all of it is extremely difficult. You know, I took care of my mother when she got sick, cooking food that she had a taste for, finding clothes that would not irritate her skin. And understand, as I do, that caregiving is about dignity. It is about dignity.
And honestly, this particular part of her platform is going to be incredibly effective because the boomer generation is going into retirement homes at the moment. And if they can get taken care of at home and not have to like navigate the incredible headache of having to move to a care home that can put them in the poorhouse, or like if they can just stay at home, that is a game changer. That is a tangible thing that will affect every single elderly person in America, every single young person who has to care for an elderly person in America. Like this would be one of the biggest helps to like working people and like the elderly that has passed since Social Security. And I'm not exaggerating. That like since Social Security and Medicaid, like this is like the third pillar. Boomers who fucked over their children and grandchildren. Well, Mr. Miyagi, you know what? You know what would be even worse? You know what would be even worse? Just throwing them out onto the street to die. Do you want to see a bunch of elderly people like dying on the street? I don't. I want them to have the health care they need. And you know what? I want those policies to remain in place when I get old. I would very much like that. So, you know, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth out of spite.
And currently, if you need home care and you don't have some money to hire someone, you and your family need to deplete your savings to qualify for help.
Also, not all
That's just
boomers
not
are
right.
evil. True.
So we're going to change the approach and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home care.
This is a genuinely huge game changer.
So seniors can get the help and care they need in their own homes.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't describe Kamala Harris, as far as I know, as a neoliberal. I would describe Joe Biden as a neoliberal. I'd describe Kamala Harris as a liberal. I think she's a uniform improvement over Biden in basically every conceivable way.
Now, Donald Trump has a different approach.
And granted, some of those bars are very low to clear, but she clears them, you know?
He tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year he was president. Look, I believe that when people have worked hard their entire life,
huge
they
deal for people with
deserve
disabilities
to
as well.
retire
True.
with the
True.
benefits they have earned. And I believe in
Building a bunch of shiny new homes is very neoliberal. No, it's not. People need housing.
the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what to do. I will fight to restore what
But shiny and new is a capitalist fetish? Dude, the population gets bigger and bigger. Like, what do you... I'm sorry, you need to build new houses. People gotta live somewhere, and if they don't have houses to live in, they live on the street. Build more housing.
Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America. That today, 1 in 3 women in America, think about it, 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no...
This is, okay, like, I'm not gonna lie, she kinda had me down in the first half, but now we're really cooking here. She's really doing a good job.
Exceptions even for rape and incest. The idea that a woman who survives a crime of a violation to her body should not have the authority to make a decision about what happens to her body next, that is immoral. That is immoral, and Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide, restrict access to birth control and put IVF treatments at risk, and force states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025 and read the plans for yourself. And look, I think we all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to simply agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Not the government. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly.
Nice, let's do it.
And look, on another subject, politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election. And instead treat it as the serious challenge that it is that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels, and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need. At the same time, we must acknowledge we are a nation of immigrants. And I will work with Congress to pass immigration reform, including...
So, Lanzetta, I'm not exactly sure how Medicare would be expanded. I don't think it would be through executive order. I think it would probably be through the budget reconciliation. I think that's how it would work. Though it could also, that also depends on like if Democrats control the Senate and the House, like all of that is still kind of in flux, right? And I think that's kind of the route they would go through. They might also consider getting rid of the filibuster to pass legislation. Yeah. And also, I think once Medicare is expanded in that way, it would just cover it uniformly across the United States. I think Medicaid is on a state-by-state basis, but Medicare is federal. I might be wrong though. I'm not like up on the intricacies there.
Including an earned path to citizenship for hardworking immigrants like farm workers and our dreamers. As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. Donald.
It plays well with liberals and neoliberals and the demographics she's targeting that are Republican or non-committed.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, has shown his contempt for our nation's heroes, calls them suckers and losers.
I mean, it does allow her to contrast with Donald Trump saying heinous things about veterans.
Four-star Marine general, a quote, lowlife. I will always honor, never denigrate, the service and sacrifice of our troops and their families, and fulfill our sacred obligation to care for them. I will strengthen, not surrender, America's global leadership. And I will stand with our friends because I know that our alliances keep American people safe and make America stronger and more secure.
Oh, overall, this is a pretty good speech so far. Like, I know she's saying some things that, like, socialists like myself aren't super big fans of, but, like, from a practical, like, electoral standpoint of, like, needing to win the presidency, I think she's saying everything she needs to so far. No major slip-ups.
Look, world leaders think that Donald Trump is an easy mark. Easy to manipulate with flattery or favor. And you can believe that autocrats like Putin and Kim Jong-un are rooting for him in this election. I will always uphold our security, advance our national interest, and ensure that the United States of America remains, as we must forever be, a champion of liberty around the world. America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind. More chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top and hurt everyone else. I offer a different path, and I ask for your vote. And here is my pledge to you.
Well, you know, I can eat crow on this. I did hope that, like, one of her main final appearances would result in her, like, saying something about a ceasefire in Gaza, but clearly my hopes were too high, you know? And it was never much of a hope, but, like, damn.
I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make, and to people who disagree with me. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table. I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self. I love our country with all my heart. And I believe in its promise because I've lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to marches in a stroller, where crowds of people of all races, faiths, and walks of life came together to fight for the ideals of freedom and opportunity. I've lived the promise of America. I saw how hard our mother worked to give her daughters the same chances this country gave her. Growing up, I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, compassion, and faith that have always defined our nation at its best. I've lived the promise of America. I've spent my life fighting for the people who have been hurt and counted out, but never stopped believing that in our country, anything is possible. I've lived the promise of America, and I see the promise of America in all of you. In all of you, I see it.
You know, honestly, this is a pretty good speech. She's ending on some fluff, but like the meat and potatoes of it in the middle was great. That's gonna resonate. That's gonna, like, if I am approaching this as someone who is, you know, an independent or an undecided or a low information voter, I hear this and I'm like, oh wow, that would be really helpful for my life. I want that, you know?
I see it in the young people who are voting for the first time, who are determined to live free from gun violence and to protect our planet and to shape the world they inherit. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and the men who support them. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but have put the Constitution of the United States over party. I've seen it in Americans different in many respects, but united in our pursuit of freedom, our belief in fairness and decency, and our faith in a better future. America, I know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. I know it. And that's why I am in this race, to fight for the people, just like I always have.
Strong end. Strong end to the
Nearly
speech.
250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure. And those who came before us, the patriots at Normandy and Selma, Seneca Falls and Stonewall, on farmlands and factory
Nice gesture to the
floors,
LGBTQ community
they
right there.
did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms. They didn't do that only to see us submit to the will of another petty tyrant.
Good way to end. Good way to end.
These United States of America, we are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators. The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. A nation big enough to encompass all our dreams, strong enough to withstand any fracture or fissure between us, and fearless enough to imagine a future of possibilities. So, America, let us reach for that future. Let us fight for this beautiful country we love. And in 7 days, we have the power, each of you has the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. I thank you all. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay, you know, my initial thought here is that that speech did everything she needed it to do. That speech did everything she needed it to do. She hit the actual to-do list of things she wanted to get done, things that people who are undecided would be attracted to. She really hammered home abortion as a key issue, which is great. That is what is going to get out a lot of the vote in this election cycle. Like, it was generic, but like in the way it kind of needed to be. Because she's putting herself up in a weird position as both a return to normalcy candidate, or rather a continuation of normalcy, while simultaneously trying to be the change candidate that is going to continue improving your life, you know? It's not exactly, you know, revolutionary, but it is essentially staking out the position that I'm going to do better by you than what Biden did, which is good. Which is good. And, like, she didn't talk about Gaza at all, and, you know, it's not surprising that she didn't. The one thing I will say is that I do think that there is something here to be said about the fact that I think the team she's assembled for herself is gonna get something done when it comes to Gaza. Like, I do think that. I was looking into this, and here's an article from Middle East Eye from back in September, and it's pretty interesting here, right? If you take a look here at this section, the official advising Harris on her statements about Gaza is a prime example. He could find himself in line to become the next White House coordinator of the Middle East and North Africa, a position currently held by Brett McGurk. Ilan Goldberg worked on the 2013 peace process before he became Middle East advisor in Harris's vice presidential office. In August, he was named the Harris campaign's director of Jewish outreach. Ilan has Kamala's ear. He knows the Israel-Palestine file like the back of his hand, a former senior official in the Obama administration who speaks regularly with Goldberg told Middle East Eye. Like the half-dozen other current and former Democratic administration officials contacted for this article, he spoke on condition of anonymity. Normally, a person like that would go to someone more in touch with domestic U.S. politics. Ilan is a foreign policy guy through and through. Harris isn't playing politics. She has Ilan there to tell the Jewish community from the view of the Middle East why a ceasefire is necessary. Born in Jerusalem but raised in a conservative Jewish family in New Jersey, the 47-year-old entered the White House as a junior advisor on Iran at the Department of Defense during the Obama administration. In 2018, Goldenberg published an article in Haaretz, which is, by the way, the left-wing newspaper in Israel, that said Israel would face a reckoning unless it agreed to a long-term ceasefire with Hamas and ended its blockade of Gaza. He argued for a reconciliation deal between Hamas and Fatah to bring the Palestinian Authority back into Gaza, without which he warned there will come a moment when basic order collapses altogether, or Israel is forced to invade and retake Gaza. And so, like, this, by the way, pattern plays out with a lot of the other foreign policy folks that Kamala has surrounded herself with for her campaign. So I think that the people that she's brought together here, to me, indicate that she has a desire to change this status quo. And so I'm hopeful in that regard. And I think that she can be pushed into a better position. It's not great, But let me put it this way. I have some hope in this regard, strengthened and based upon certain decisions based on the people she surrounded herself with. I have zero faith that Donald Trump would improve any situation in Gaza for any Palestinians anywhere, honestly. He uses Palestinian as a slur in his speeches. I don't think he's going to improve things for Palestinians in America either. And so all of that being said, oh, and she just can't say it, at least not now. Yeah, she can't say it. She's the vice president. She can't contradict the president of the United States while she's in the middle of a campaign running to be president. So we'll see what happens after she gets into office. But like I've been saying the entire time, keep protesting her. Keep protesting her. The second she's in office, continue protesting her. You know? At her speech as she is, you know, ascendant to the presidency, protest her. You know, like, do the protesting. I think she will actually be able to respond after the election is over. But we'll have to see, because the election is tense as hell. So, with that being said, what else do I think of that speech? It did everything it needed to do. It really did kind of toe a safe path. There were a couple like flourishes to make nods to different minority communities. I think that she did really try to hammer home, you know, her story. She tried to hammer home her story while also providing the meat and potatoes. I think she did a fine job at that. I don't think she did a great job at like kind of weaving her story or adopting like high-minded rhetoric. You know, I do like those soaring speeches that politicians can give sometimes, but I don't necessarily think she's really prone to that. She seems more common sense in her approach to speeches. And I think overall, that common sense approach is probably going to serve her pretty well when it comes to undecided voters, or even, you know, the demographic that her campaign has been targeting, the white non-college voters. It could very well be that if you're a white non-college voter in a conservative state or in a swing state, you see her give this speech, you don't turn out to vote. You know, like, we're kind of seeing that, by the way. A lot of the early voting in swing states is indicating that a lot of, you know, low information, white, non-college men are staying home. The early voting data is showing that women are overwhelmingly voting early. Men are not. It's very disproportionate. I don't actually have the numbers right in front of me, but I took a look at it earlier today, and yeah, it's looking good so far. So, you know, conservative or undecided men have a real opportunity to save America right now by not voting, or by voting for Kamala Harris. You know, we'll take either one, really. God. Vosh fucking hated that speech. Refreshing to hear a more positive take. I mean, as a socialist, obviously I want to hear her, like, you know, I want to hear her talk about how we're going to get democratic worker co-ops and we're going to, you know, decommodify housing. I don't want to hear this shit about, like, private public partnerships. I don't want that. But I also understand that if we lose this election, we're fucked. And I also understand that the current campaign strategy that she's going with is not geared to people like me, because it's kind of banking on the fact that people like me will understand the threat we are under from Donald Trump and show up anyway. And I think that it's, yeah. I mean, like, you can see a lot of it too in how Puerto Ricans are responding to the slander of Puerto Rico from the that final Trump Madison Square Garden appearance. you're seeing a lot of conservative Puerto Ricans say that they're changing their vote or they are not going to vote at all. And like, I think there's a decent chance that this final push, this final week could like really, let me put it this way. If Kamala Harris is able to depress the turnout of the white non-college voter by another 1%, or even win over like 0.5%, while the other 0.5% just stays home, if she can make those inroads, this election is sealed up for her. Like we start seeing things like Florida going blue. Like that's like kind of where we're at, and that is an actual possibility when combined with like Puerto Rican outrage at Donald Trump kind of activating that base. So Vosh isn't just pessimistic about the election, he's also worried about the next 4 years being nothing getting done or fixed in our system. I mean, that's a possibility, but it's kind of incumbent on us. Like, no one was ever going to save us should Kamala Harris win. No one was ever going to save us. I do think that she's going to be better on a lot of things than Biden, that Biden was bad on. I think she's going to be a measurable improvement over Biden, but we have to get to work. You know, I think I view Kamala Harris as a unique window of opportunity for the left to build power. If she wins, I view that as a unique opportunity for leftists to protest her, for, leftists on a local and state level to get ready to primary politicians in the midterms. I view this as an actually golden opportunity, if we win, to get some breathing room to not worry about fascists at the gates. You know, I do think that if Kamala Harris wins, there's no one to challenge her currently in 2028. So that gives us like a decade, almost a decade, to build political power, to get shit done. You know, like it is honestly the biggest opportunity any of us have ever seen in our lifetimes to actually build up a meaningful leftist movement. Like, it is a golden opportunity for that. And it's, I can't view it as anything else than that. Like, we get to avoid fascist dictatorship America, and instead we get to build leftist power, as opposed to just like, I don't know, get eviscerated by the meat grinding camps that make the Soylent Green that Donald Trump has invested heavily into. You know, like something like that. You know, we get to actually do shit. Nikki Haley will come for her. I don't think Nikki Haley is a real threat, if I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think Nikki Haley is a real threat in the Republican sector. I genuinely don't. Like, there is no cult of personality leader that can unite the conservative movement at this point in time. Maybe someone will emerge, but currently there is absolutely no successor to Donald Trump. Not at all. Like, Ron DeSantis, that guy is a risless ghoul in a human suit. He literally, like, the more people saw of him, the less they liked him. You know, like Ted Cruz, dude's on the verge of losing his Senate seat. Like, Donald Trump is the cult leader. And also, I don't think he's going to like relinquish power after he loses in the Republican Party. I think he's going to try and hold on to that for as long as he can feasibly hold on to it, which is going to fuck over Republican politicians. Like, he's not going to be able to run for president, but he's going to try and act like he's going to in 2028. Like, his family owns the RNC. Like, they're cooked. They're absolutely cooked. They're out of money. They've been funneling all of the Republican money into like this campaign. They're dead broke after this. And on top of being dead broke, they're like all of their additional money, whatever else is being spent here, is being funneled into Donald Trump's accounts for litigation. That comedian loser lost a lot of votes for Trump. Let's be clear, it wasn't just that comedian loser. It was the Trump campaign. They approved what he said. That his set was vetted by the Trump campaign. They approved it because, well, they thought their audience would love it. Because their audience is white supremacists and not Puerto Ricans. What will his daughter-in-law do with the RNC after he kicks the bucket? I have no fucking idea. I think she's probably going to get out of Dodge. So, all I'm saying is that if we win, I think we have an incredible opportunity to build power. I would love to, you know, maybe I'll like noodle on this when I take my break from streaming after the election. Maybe I'll noodle on this for a little while on how we can better organize locally, because I think if Kamala Harris wins, we're in a totally different ballgame. We're in building political power mode, and I want to be able to effectively help that along as best I can. Anyone telling you different is just, you know, they're dooming. They're dooming. They need to buck up, buckos. Okay? That's another thing. Republicans are broke. The Senate Republicans have money, but that's because of Mitch McConnell, and he's leaving leadership at the end of the year, and an idiot with no funding capabilities will likely take over the Republican minority leader. Yeah, like they got nothing. They're tanked out. This was their last gasp. If they lose, they're fucked. And that's, by the way, if they lose in a close election, they're still fucked. If they get blown up in this election, if they get blown out electorally, they have nothing left. I like, if they get blown out in this election, I think the Republican Party shatters. There's nothing holding it together. So that's my take on this speech. I think overall, it did exactly what Kamala Harris needed it to do, and it could be like setting the stage for a really great period of leftist organizing, and I hope we get to see that period. But I'm still nervous as hell. There we go. Please go vote. Vote early. Make sure that ballot gets counted, okay? Ay, ay, ay. I really hope me being lazy and not registering to vote doesn't come back and bite me in the ass. I regret not registering. Don't be like me, kids. Well, check your state laws, Pew Pew Askew. You might be able to register on election day. Some states have laws that allow you to do that. Well, folks, we've been going for 7.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because that's primarily what allows this stream to continue existing. I do not make enough money off of ads in order to keep this stream going. It is entirely based on the generosity and support of viewers like you that I'm able to continue offering you my analysis, my jokes, whatever you watch this show for. I don't know. I live in Texas, so unlikely. Oof. Condolences. Am I a comedian? I don't really consider myself a comedian, I guess. All right, folks. Watch for the brain damage and smutty jokes and politics, maybe. True. Yeehaw. God. If we got any Oilers, some of that pure Texas crude, consider dropping but to drop upon the stream. All right, folks. I watch for the plot. Hell yeah, Fenry. Watch for the politics. Dono for the Ted Cruz fanfics. Remind me of that on election day, and I will probably spend time reading Ted Cruz fanfiction for you guys. Also, on election day, I'll be popping into Dead Domain stream for a bit. It'll be a good time. I just learned that we're running ads on porn sites saying enjoy while you can, Trump will ban porn. Nice. Yes, we'll also be doing call-ins on the election day stream. It'll be good. It'll be good. Fenry, on Dead Domain's recent like charity stream, I also called in. We've done some crossovers. Fun fact: before we were both streamers, we were at one point going to collaborate on a game journalism thing, but it never panned out, sadly. Dead Domain played 3 of my songs on stream. Fuck yeah, Oxpecker. What is this, a crossover episode? Soon. Okay, I am going to end stream because I am utterly exhausted. You all have a wonderful evening. I might play a movie in the Discord. I might not. We'll see. I'll at the Morby time tag if I do. While I edit thumbnails, we'll see. Get good sleep, everybody. Let's raid you guys into Real Radhom. He's painting minis and watching Ben Shapiro get blown out. Let's go. Plus, there are good boaters over there in chat. Folks, thanks for being a wonderful audience. I will see you maybe tomorrow, if not the day after. Happy Halloween, everybody.
I'm Riverboat Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broke and lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. mercy. She don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bend, know when to fold, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.